Good morning, everybody. A warm welcome to this.
Good morning and welcome to Macau, day 2 of a 6-day festival, enjoying the 70th Macau Grand Prix here in 2023. And I normally open up a broadcast here from Macau and say it's sunny, it's warm, the water looks beautiful as the sunshine glistens off it. This morning, the water is everywhere. It's been raining. We have umbrellas up not to protect the drivers down there on the grid for our first race of the day from the sunshine, but really from drizzle. David Addison is in the commentary box alongside me. And David, good morning. It's a very different look to Macau this morning.
Alan Hyde, you're absolutely right, and it's very generous, I think, of Macau to make us feel at home, because this feels a bit more like a, I don't know, Silverstone Winter Clubby in a way with the weather, rather than race day of the first of 2 weekends at this 70th anniversary Macau Grand Prix. What that does for the first race of the day, which is the Macau Formula 4 race qualifying race, is give us a safety car start. In other words, when the cars leave the grid, the race will be underway, and that is on safety grounds so that the drivers can have a look at the puddles, because we talk about how little running you get at Macau anyway. Well, they got a free practice session and a qualifying session yesterday. That was it. It's not exactly somewhere you can come and test. They've got no chance whatsoever of seeing Macau in the wet. They're on wet tyres, of course, so there's a lot of self-preservation. And how many laps we get before the race goes fully green, we'll have to wait and see. The grid is based on qualifying yesterday that was 3 times interrupted. Arvin Lindblad and Freddie Slater, the 2 teammates at SJM Theodore Prema Racing, are at the front. Hadrian David lining up there 3rd on the grid, and 4th is a double winner of the Macau Grand Prix, in fact, when it was for F4 cars, Charles Leung. So they are the drivers that are going to be in that order when they leave the line. No overtaking, of course, whilst the safety car start process is underway. Everybody has the same car, the Tasha chassis, Geely 1400 turbo engine. They're on GTI tyres, but where the nuances come in, well, the driver ability, of course, and the teams, and how well you work with an engineer to get the best out of the package.
So I've worked here for the last 10 years. The first year I came here was for the 60th Macau Grand Prix celebration double weekend. And I do remember rain here. I remember before a qualification race for Formula 3 for the Macau Grand Prix on the Saturday. It rained before the race got underway. There was a big area on the grid which was wet. I don't remember this. I don't remember a wet circuit. And it's interesting, these are young drivers. It's a very international field for F4 this year, which is superb. They've been the headline act for the last 3 years, and now they are the headline act on this first weekend. It's superb to see them all out here. But they're young drivers. And as you rightly say, they haven't got a lot of experience of the gear circuit, maybe with the exception of one driver, Charles Leung, who has won twice here in 2020 and 2021. But other than that, the teams have just given them an unusual set of tyres with a couple of grooves in them and say, we'll put these on, you'll be fine. We've yet to see how tricky this is going to be.
Absolutely, and I should think there are 1 or 2 nervous drivers. Bianca Bustamante, spectacles on, getting set, ready to go racing.
Commentators, David.
Well, there is that, especially after yesterday in the dry when we had so many stoppages. Enzo Ye lines up on the grid, the driver from Chinese Taipei in the car run by Asia Racing Team, or ART, a different sort of ART if you like. And their number 72 is Liu Kai-sun. Now, these races also part of the China Championship, from which many of them have come, although there are drivers, as we've been hearing, from Europe and here from Japan as well, which you can see Miki Koyama represents in car number 8, the super license entry, double Kyoto Cup champion, and also the Japanese Formula Regional champion last year, so another accomplished single-seater driver. In terms of the weather now, I would offer you the fact that there's really the legacy of the overnight rain. It has rained a little bit more this morning, but it's not been a massive downpour. But quite what it's going to do for the rest of the day is anybody's guess. Yesterday the forecast was for wet and not for today, so it's come a day late and thrown everybody's calculations up into the air. Other drivers to keep an eye on just very quickly, Thiago Rodriguez, he's 8th on the grid. He is the rather dominant driver in the F4 China Championship this year. 6 times a race winner. So again, he's a man to watch.
So the grid is cleared of personnel. We are ready for our first race of the day. Behind the safety car, we are standing by, and in 11 seconds they'll get underway. But let's have a look at the grid.
Armin Lindblad is on pole position with Freddie Slater lining up with him ahead of Hadrian David, and then fourth is double Macau Grand Prix winner Charles Leung. Rashid Al Dahiri, the Emirati driver, fifth ahead of the Australian Jack Beat, and then it's Rafael Narak and Tiago Rodriguez as the race then now gets underway. The safety car leaves the line and the clock on the race will start. Ninth is where you find Martinius Stenson, who crashed yesterday in qualifying. Ethan Ho is next ahead of Bianca Bustamante and Enzo Ye 14th. 15th on the grid, Liu Kai-shun, and then Miki Koyama ahead of Kai Darianani, the Dan Wells managed driver, and then Jia Kunpeng is ahead of number 4 of Marcus Chung. Then it is Chui Ka Kan ahead of Riji Kumita. Lau Siu Hua is 20th on the grid ahead of Vivian Siu and Thomas Leung to round out the grid. And you can see now why Rui Marquez, the race director, has elected to start them behind the safety car. Just look at that spray. That's horrible.
Yeah, when you said just look now, look at what?
Exactly.
Can't see anything. Yes. Just a big ball of spray. And the thing is that here at Macau, it is always humid. It's always a high percentage of humidity. We're surrounded by water. In fact, we have the reservoir just behind us as well. And it always feels, even if it's 24 degrees, very, very sticky in the air. So surely that's going to mean that it's going to take longer and longer to dry the circuit.
Yeah, and actually there's not much breeze. Yesterday it was a little bit breezy, and that always helps to dry the circuit. And I'm looking at the trees opposite, which was our barometer of the wind yesterday. Barely a flutter.
Nothing.
No.
Nothing.
Which either means they've not woken up or there's no breeze. You can see the cars then wriggling their way down the hill, and just a shot ago there was that crane cradle hanging over the circuit. The marshals yesterday got plenty of practice in, yet again, getting cars out of the way as swiftly as possible. So these laps all count within the 8 towards the race. It is, of course, the qualifying race for the Macau Formula 4 race, so the results of this give us the grid. It is, with respect, no more important than that, so therefore if you need a race to be sacrificed behind the safety car, lose a couple of laps, this is the one.
Yes, yeah.
And equally, from a driver's point of view, this is the one not to be a hero in, because you're only going to compromise the grid position. But I'm sure that given a couple of laps, just to let the drivers see what the state of the circuit is like, then they'll be allowed to push. What's fascinating is how different the water levels are. It looked really bad on the run down through Mandarin. Here, doesn't look too bad at all, but granted it's a slower section.
Yeah, and also you've got the undulations of the circuit. That's one of the joys of Macau.
Yeah.
So water runs down hills and collects at the bottom. A little bit like Graham Hill Bend at Brands Hatch. It always gets wet at the bottom and takes ages to dry out. But on the start-finish straight, it could be completely dry at that stage. So
no one's yet found a way of getting water to run uphill, have they? You'd have thought in this modern generation.
There'll be a way.
Yes.
There'll be a way.
There'll be an app.
There'll be an app for that. This is Donna Maria. It's a very long left-hander, and it's at the essentially at the final part of the really twisty part of Macau, where the barriers are either side and there is barely room for 2 cars side by side. They get through Donna Maria, head up towards the Melco hairpin. It's a constant yellow flag zone for the entirety of the weekend. There's no overtaking at the Melco hairpin. And then they come down through Black Sands, Fisherman's R Bend, and that is the completion of lap number 1.
Okay, the safety car will stay out. This is the end of lap number 1. As we say, this is part of the race, even though you might be tuning in thinking, oh, okay, it's going to be a rolling start. It's a safety car start, so all of these laps do count, and when the lights go off atop the safety car, that's the indication that it will peel into the pit lane. So the race order is the grid order, and it is Armin Lindblad, the Red Bull athlete, who is currently the race leader, the LDC Rising Star. Started karting back in 2015. He made his car racing debut at the end of 2022, and this season 5th in the UAE Formula 4 Championship. Then he went into the Italian Championship and finished 3rd in that, and he's done the Euro 4 as well, and finished 4th, and we've had our first casualty under the safety car, into the barriers, I'm afraid, with big damage there. Is Liu Kai-shun, yeah, the Hong Kong driver, and what you can see, you don't need me to tell you, he's done the wing, he's done the suspension as well.
Oh dear. So the car pulls over right the way onto the right-hand side of the circuit, but it can't stay there.
No.
So it needs to be recovered.
but we're under a race neutralisation process.
At least
anyway.
they don't have to call for the safety car.
No, exactly.
So,
I mean, actually, that is drivable, it's pushable, and they can probably get it across the road to pit exit.
Yes, I think they probably can.
Without too much grief there. But that just shows you how treacherous it is. You know, drivers doing their best to get warmth into the tyres, but we won't be going racing at the end of this lap, I wouldn't have thought now, because that car's going to need removal.
This is really valuable for these drivers, not only learning the conditions, but also getting controlled laps behind the safety car is a great thing. So, yeah, the recovery of the car has commenced. Driver out of car, which is just making sure the steering wheel is in place, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah.
And making sure the car was okay to be recovered. You're going to see it.
He just spins, just locks it in the spray.
Yeah.
And that was coming past us, wasn't it? Just opposite the pits, opposite the team. Loses it, clatters the barrier. The recovery vehicle is on its way. So all of this well-drilled process can take place. There you go. Looks drier now, doesn't it? But race cars, race tyres generate at speed an awful lot more spray.
Do you think that was just a puddle? Because there is standing water, isn't there? There are areas of puddles.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what else would have caught him out.
No.
To spin in a straight line, yeah, I mean, it must have been just
or
a
maybe
bit
too
of
eager on
water.
the throttle, I don't know.
Yeah, but he wasn't coming out of a corner.
No.
I mean, okay, if he was too eager on the throttle, he wouldn't have mattered in the drive. It was because of the wet.
Yes.
So it's you blame the conditions, come what may. But I always find, talking to race officials, that cars that crash under a safety car or overtake and crash under red flags, they aren't looked at kindly.
No, and for good reason. I was about to say this is probably the longest they've run over the course of the weekend without any incident behind the safety car. And I'm glad I didn't say that before.
So
they had troublesome free practice, they had troublesome qualifying.
3 red flags in each.
Yeah.
So just to recap then, it is Liu Kai-sun that we have lost in the Pinnacle Motorsport car. And he is out. We had 22 cars on the grid. The safety car will come through the pit lane at the end of this lap, because with that incident on track, just to give the officials a bit more space to work, the safety car will bring the field through the pit lane, and therefore they will rejoin pit exit after the incident zone. So good thinking by the race officials, another good way of keeping the race going.
They do a superb job of looking after these races. I mean, there is such a body of experience within race control and out on the circuit with the track marshals. And it's just it's a difficult meeting to run because of the inherent problems that you get by not having runoff areas. But the speed with which they take decisions for safety and recoveries, how quickly they're done, it's just superb.
Yeah. And also, yes, you've got this great local squadron of personnel, but the race directors for this weekend, for next weekend, are all FIA licensed anyway. So Rui Marquez, who's looking after this, I think I'm right in saying he's the FIA Formula 2 race director. You've got Eduardo Freitas running the other races this weekend, who is ex-Formula 1. He's the World Endurance Championship race director, amongst other things. So there's an absolute wealth of experience.
Charlie Whiting did this for years.
Absolutely right.
Years
yeah,
and years.
Indeed. So they know what they're doing. They've seen it at different circuits. They know what can be done to facilitate the race to be kept going.
And it was always a reassuring feeling turning up and seeing Charlie Whiting in the paddock. It was quite a nice, comfortable feeling.
Same also, I was fine with Eduardo Freitas. If he can keep 24 Hours of Le Mans going, or Spa 24 Hours, because many years ago he was the FIA GT race director, you don't lose your touch. So there, down the pit lane they come, and under normal circumstances you'd only see an F4 car come into the pits if it had a problem, but at the moment it's effectively part of the lap.
And you can see the huge amount of spray that they're kicking up down in the pit lane. I think this part of the circuit is wetter, isn't it? Much wetter.
Yeah, it does look it. Yeah. This is the end of lap 2, 8-lap race in total. And if that car is out of harm's way come the end of the lap, we might be able to send them on their way, but we'll see what the race director feels. Of course, one other aspect of this you often find is that towards the end of whether it's a safety car process or a safety car start process like this, it being the safety car will start to go quicker to let the drivers go quicker to let them get more warmth into the rubber.
Yeah. And it's always a difficult thing in the wet. I saw when they left the grid, a few of them were weaving the cars. It's an incredibly difficult job to get heat, any heat or even warmth into the tyres when you've got this sort of condition. However, what I will say to temper that, the ambient condition out there is really comfortable temperature, isn't it? It's warm.
It is. It is. I mean, the flags are fluttering a bit on the start line, even if the trees that we're looking at opposite are not moving as yet. But again, it's a long lap race. It's over 6 kilometres. So if you think about that, it does stand to reason that there will be pockets where the weather is going to be different. Speed starting to quicken a little bit as you look at number 1, Raphael Narat, go through. The French driver, Raphael's father, Raymond Narat, was a very good Porsche racer in sports cars 2 decades ago. The IMSA Matlock Performance Porsche that had class wins at Le Mans. But Arvin Lindblad, the race leader, from Freddie Slater, the British driver who's absolutely annihilated everybody else in Ginetta Junior racing this year before he went on to be impressive in single-seaters. He's a second-generation racer as well. His dad was a Porsche peddler of repute, Adrian Slater. Adrien David, 2019 French Formula 4 champion, running in 3rd place. And then Charles Leung, perhaps the one, as Alan was suggesting earlier on in the broadcast, with Macau knowledge over and above anybody else. Not really yet being able to put that to any benefit because we can't go racing.
Well, yeah, safety car in at the end of this lap. I was just about to say, I think I'm fairly confident they will have cleared the circuit by the end of this lap. They have, we've got confirmation, but also the good news is that safety car in touch with race control have said, no, okay, maybe 3 laps is going to be ample for them to be able to go racing at the end of this. So this is really good news. We get the first race of the weekend underway.
But I don't think that's necessarily the last time we'll see a yellow flag, because in these conditions, young chargers, anything could happen. Yes, they all want to do well. They all want to get a good grid position for later on in the day, but they've also got to factor in survival, and this is where you'll see who the sensible drivers are. So the safety car boards will be withdrawn. The lights should be extinguished atop the safety car. They are. The safety car quickens its pace, heads for the pit road, and Arvin Lindblad now backs it off. He will stack them up behind him, coming down through black sands.
It's quite dry there.
Yeah, it does look much, much drier. He's virtually at walking pace, as now he accelerates away and gets the drop on Freddie Slater by a couple of lengths, but Freddie goes after him, so the 2 Prema teammates come towards Fisherman's and at speed are about to discover where the grip may or may not be. Right up against the wall goes Arvin Lindblad. They've not yet got to the timing line, so they can't overtake until they do so. Spray is generated, 1 or 2 having to get out of the spray, including Charles Leung, who is the 3rd of the SJM Theodore Prema drivers, but a green flag greets them on the start line, and the F4 qualifying race is underway. Lindblad, Slater, David, the top 3.
Yeah, and that was really well worked out by Lindblad. He was weaving the car, and then almost unexpectedly got the power down first of all. Everyone else has to concentrate so much, and already we've got one that's hit the barrier. Oh dear, oh dear.
I did say it wasn't going to be the last time we saw the yellow flag, and I'm afraid, perhaps inevitably, the drivers accelerate and get caught out. That looks like Kai Darianani, who has clanged the wall. So let's see whether that car can be retrieved, or we need to neutralise the race once again. The top 2 breaking away then, down to Lisboa. Lindblad leading Slater, and then in 3rd place, Adrien David, as the cars turn through the right-hander. Power up San Francisco now. So you've got Arvin Lindblad trying to make good his escape. Freddie Slater may say, OK, that's fine, I'm going to be on the front row for later on.
Yes.
I can afford to let you go. Equally, he might be just trying to assess where the grip is, get the confidence up, and then push. Let's see what pans out, because at the moment, we've got 5 laps to go. This is lap number 4 of the 8.
Now is not the race to take risks. Now is the race to be steady. Make sure you've got a decent grid position for the main race at the end of the afternoon, and just keep the car in one piece. That's so important. But Lindblad, yeah, just to go back to the start, he just worked it out so nicely. Got the heat in the tyres when he had a dry bit of circuit, so got a bit of heat in the tyres. Ironically, it's the dry bits of the circuit that you want to avoid a little bit later on, because you've got wet tyres on, you don't want them to overheat. But the best place to get a bit of heat in the tyres and then put the power down, on you go. That's police, out of police. Yellow flag at turn 23. And
that'll be for Darianani at the end of the lap, won't it?
Yeah.
I was about to suggest, though, that Lindblad was getting away, and he is, because he's doing absolute best in the sectors. Safety car is called, so the safety car is going to be deployed yet again, and Arvin Lindblad will lose that big gap. He'll keep his place, but he's going to be caught by Slater and everybody else, and it's just taking a bit longer than hoped to get Darianani's car off the track. I don't think actually there's a crane near that, is there? It's Murphy's Law, but he's sort of between two corners. There's no chance of that car being removed by crane.
There are cranes on every corner,
yeah, but not on the straight.
You can't cover 6.1 kilometres with cranes. You could try.
So the safety car will be deployed, and safety car by pit lane, again, we're being told. So Arvin Lindblad, race leader. The message has got through. You can see how everybody has backed off the pace as he comes now out of Fisherman's. Where is the car in question? Oh, actually, it is on the pit straight. It was coming out of our bend that we've lost Darianani. So that's why the safety car will come through the pit lane, because the last corner is where the incident is. So the marshals, I think, now will tell the drivers, yeah, into the pits.
Oh, it was a slightly last-minute decision there, wasn't there?
All got the message, kind of.
Yeah.
So again, the race continues, albeit under controlled conditions, and by allowing the drivers down the pit road, that means that quickly the errant car can be retrieved. So yes, it was coming onto the pit straight that it clanged the wall, and Kai Darianani, number 88 then, who was 15th on the grid, is going to be further back for the main race.
Yeah, for sure, and they will have to work on the car between now and the end of the day. That's the good news. The teams have got the maximum amount of time that they could possibly have. They've got the whole day's racing. The
two cars that need the repair work,
yes,
both out of the same team.
Yes.
So you talk about the time. Pinnacle Motorsport will have factored that in, hopefully.
They've got a busy day ahead
of them.
They don't race until 3:40 this afternoon, and that's if everything is running according to the timetable. But they've got a 12-lap race at the end of this afternoon for their final race. And bear in mind, these cars for the last 3 years will have been competing this race for the Macau Grand Prix. They were the headline act for 2020, 2021 and 2022, and now they're the headline act of our first weekend celebrating the 70th Macau Grand Prix, because we have the return for the second time to Macau of the current iteration of the FIA Formula 3 car. So that's something to look forward to next weekend, over 4 days from Thursday.
But I have to say, I think the concept of an international F4 race is a great idea, and whether there can be space for it in the timetable for the future, well, we'll find out. But I think it's a great idea, and you can see the reaction to it from the fact that it's not just a local Chinese entry. You've got French drivers represented, you've got Indian drivers, Japanese drivers, Emirati drivers, Filipino drivers, British drivers, Norwegian drivers, Australian drivers, drivers from Chinese Taipei, as well as Hong Kong and China as well. So the international Formula 4 success is evident.
And you included Macau there, because we've got a couple of Macau drivers as well, of course.
If I didn't include Macau, I kind of took that as read, because you know, it's their home race. Yes, you're right.
One notable one, Charles Lewin, who has won this race twice, and is hoping to make a hat-trick. It wasn't to be last year. He was close, but not close enough.
And the other driver that's, of course, from Macau is Thiago Rodriguez, who we've not really been able to see the best of yet, with all the interruptions yesterday and in this race. He's not been really allowed a proper run. And they've had so few uninterrupted laps. Whether it was yesterday, we seem to lurch from red flag to red flag, or now, of course, we've not had a full racing lap yet in the race either.
No, that's true.
So it's really hard to gauge drivers' ability. It does put the emphasis on qualifying, doesn't it?
It really does, yeah. And this is essentially qualifying. It's a qualification race for the race at the end of this afternoon. Well, the good news is that Darianani's car is being pulled off the circuit. The recovery vehicle has completed its work on track and now needs to just deposit the car back to the team and wish them good luck.
Well, indeed, they'll need it. So we've got 4 laps to go. The safety car will be in this lap, so we're going to go back racing. And Arvin Lindblad did an absolute masterful job of the, if you like, restart process last time when the safety car peeled off. We've got a couple of drivers who are under investigation for not following the race director's instruction earlier on. But for the most important part now, the restart is what we focus on, as Lindblad again slows that pace.
Was that about coming into the pit lane?
Possibly. Right, Lindblad accelerates away. Freddie Slater goes with him. So those two on a drier road now come through Fisherman's and down towards our bend. This was where we got the car in the wall last time of Kai Darianani. It's still spray evident on this part of the racetrack, but Lindblad then comes down towards the R bend, turns right, and the green flag will greet him as they come over the line. There's still quite a bit of standing water on the pit straight, but Lindblad leading Slater. They go across the line together, and the margin between the pair, 4/10 of a second. We're back racing in Macau.
Yeah, the two are together, and this is great to see. Through they go, and it was notable on the restart of the race to see just how much water was on the actually on the corner of our bend. That's the final turn before they take the start-finish line, and as they now come down, they have a green flag to get racing back underway. This is good news. Now, Lindblad yesterday qualifying was supreme, and for a little while wasn't on top of the times. It was Freddie Slater that took the top of the times, but Lindblad timed it all to perfection, and qualifying yesterday to put in the lap that he did at the end of qualifying to take pole position was absolutely perfect. What you see with a victorious driver at Macau, and particularly in the Macau Grand Prix, is those sort of decisions at every point over the course of the weekend. So they get qualifying right, they get the qualification just absolutely spot on, and then they've made life a little bit easier for the race itself.
Well, Lindblad at the moment, even though he's the pioneer by being the first one to discover the puddles on the road at any given corner, he is quicker than anybody else behind him. He is just edging away from Freddie Slater. In the first sector, he pulled out 3/10. He's another 4/10 quicker in sector 2, and there are 5 sectors to the lap, so he is building the lead very nicely indeed. Now, bear in mind that we're going to have 2 laps to go at the end of this. Can we get through without further drama? Let us see, but you can visibly now detect the way that Lindblad has got the race by the scruff of the neck. He is in charge, and there's not much at the moment that Freddie Slater can do.
You can also see how he's working at the wheel as well, because these are very, very difficult conditions. Car number 1 is receiving a black and orange flag, so that's an Iraq, and that will be for something on the car which is not quite right and needs to come into pit lane.
Yes, the mechanical warning meatball flag, isn't it? So whether he's got some damage from somewhere, we'll try and see.
Which he might not know.
Indeed. He's in 7th place, Rafael Narak, but somewhere along the line there's an issue with the car that the race officials have seen and they want it in and addressed. But this is Lindblad coming up then towards now the end of lap number 6. 2 to go at the end of this, and look at the way those two have just stormed away. Hadrian David is in 3rd place. Now, he's an F4 champion, French champion, back in 2019, but he's absolutely nowhere. The Prema cars, the Italian team that carries the Theodore badge for the weekend, absolutely dominating the race here. And Hadrian David, if we lost him, I think we might have done, because he dropped down the order within the last sector. We have lost him big time. So from 3rd place, Hadrian David is in the wall. That makes it a safety car for the 2nd time in the race, and it also puts now Charles Lung up into 3rd, so it's a Prema Theodore 1, 2, 3 safety car again though, and Hadrian David crashes out of 3rd place.
This race may finish under a safety car, because we have, by the leaders, 6 laps completed. It's an 8-lap race, and we have seen already 2 cars being recovered during this race, and it has taken a couple of laps to get racing back underway. There's only 2 laps remaining, and they are on the penultimate lap.
So, Hadrian David, having just said he's a champion, then crashes out of the race. And where did he do that? He got as far as sector 4 before he found the wall. So Hadrian David out, so it is now Lindblad, Slater, and then Charles Lung in 3rd place. So the SJM Theodore Prema racing cars 1, 2 and 3. Up into 4th place comes Rashid Al-Ghiri. The Emirati driver Jack Beaton is 5th, and then 6th is Ethan Ho, but Hadrian David will be furious with himself. He's done a lot of damage to that car.
Yeah, front suspension, front wing, a clout to the rear of the car as well. But I can't quite work out where that is, to identify exactly where in sector 4 it is that the car has come to a stop.
It's not on the outside of Donna Maria, is it?
I don't know. If we had a slightly wider shot, then we might be able to see.
Well, we'll try and piece it together on this lap as the cars thread their way through.
Is it coming out of the Melco hairpin?
I'm not sure. That's the end of that sector, looking at our tracking map. There's another one that's ground to a halt look on the road there, which is number 14. So Rashid Al-Ghiri, who was in 4th place. No, not 14, sorry, 34. So that is Martinia Stenson. And that car's got a mechanical drama. It gets going now, so Stenshorn is away.
Is that a reboot?
Yeah, looked like it.
Yeah.
Now, was that water in the system? He's fallen from 7th place to last. Right.
He was not without problems yesterday as well. So
That's right, damaged the car yesterday. Yeah, the timekeeping service offers you a tracking map. If a car is stopped in a sector, it shows that it is stopped, but not necessarily at the appropriate corner. It sort of puts it to the end of the sector, and that's where the notification of Hadrian David is. But I'm kind of thinking that it might be up this next part of the circuit before the Macau hairpin, but that's Donna Maria, and it's not on the way in.
all we could see was the barrier, really,
yeah.
wasn't it?
There it is on the way
there
out.
it is, you're right,
Maria.
absolutely right. Yeah, yeah, it's quite tight there, the exit of
But
Donna Maria.
yesterday, my learned friend on my right said, it's not a part of the circuit we often see accidents.
No, I did say that, didn't I?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you'll think...
But in fairness, it's not on Donna Maria.
Oh, okay.
It's just after it.
The
so,
exit, right.
So the theory stands.
Well, Hadrian David, fascinating that to explore why he got it wrong there. Now, we're about to hit the time limit, are we not? Because the clock has hit 0. So the safety car will bring them around. The marshals opposite us as the timing line need to be octopuses because they've got safety car boards, black and orange flag, yellow flag, and a board with a number on it. They haven't got enough hands for a checkered flag.
Can we have someone else to start line, please?
Yeah, exactly. And the checkered flag will be shown
ready,
this time. So because we've hit the time slot, with all the interruptions, we're not going to get a restart, and so the checkered flag will be shown, and therefore it's going to be a race win for Arvin Lindblad. He wins the qualifying race for the Macau Formula 4 race, which hits the time allowed. Lindblad, Slater, and then Charles Leung make it an SJM Theodore Kramer 1-2-3. In those conditions, perhaps no surprise that it was full of interruptions. It's a shame we couldn't get more pure racing in, but what we did have really illustrated the ability of Arvin Lindblad, didn't it?
It absolutely did, and yesterday in qualifying he was superb. Today in the race he hasn't put a wheel wrong. He was getting the heat into the tyres just at the right point of the final lap behind the safety car at the safety car start. Got everything right, didn't put a wheel wrong. That's not to say he didn't have a couple of little moments where the car needed to be corrected. He was on the limit, absolutely on the limit, and he and Freddie Slater showed a clean pair of heels to the rest of the field, and maybe that's what's responsible for Hadrian David going off, seeing the cars, the two cars in front, disappearing and disappearing, maybe overdriving the car to try and bring down that deficit, and they were just in a class of their own.
Yeah, I mean, I think Arvin Lindblad, got to say, if you're driving for Prema, if you're driving for any team with the Theodore badge, you kind of are in one of the club seats. But that was just a great drive, and he coped with everything. He had to cope with the pressure from behind, he had to cope with the weather, he had to cope with the different starts, whether it was a standing start behind the safety car, whether it was the race start, whether it was a restart, and didn't put a wheel wrong. So a very, very impressive drive that by Arvin Lindblad. Freddie Slater taking second place, and third going the way of Charles Leung. And I'll tell you what, they will have learnt a huge amount in those conditions. They might not have had as many racing laps as they would have liked, but even so, that's given them a really good insight into what this track is like in the West.
It would be really nice, wouldn't it, if over the course of today and all the racing that we've got a significant amount of racing over the course of today, if they have a completely dry track for the main race at the end of the day, because the dominant feature of our qualification race was the fact it was wet. The gear circuit held the water, certainly on this part of the circuit, by the start-finish line, the first part of the circuit, sector 1, and then as they made their way up into the twisty, tighter section of the circuit, it looked to be a little bit more dry up there, but rain was and a wet track was the dominant feature of race number 1. If they can have a dry race at the end of today, they would have experienced the full Macau experience.
Well, true. 25 minutes they were allotted for that race, and 40 it will be, and 12 laps for the main race later on, the main Formula 4 race, which will be a fascinating race later on in the day.
That's interesting to look at the weather forecast for today. It doesn't talk about rain being the predominant feature. It talks about wind being the predominant feature. That's quite interesting.
It is picking up. Those trees that we talked about opposite are starting to blow a little. But right now, the drivers then make their way down towards the
Oh, wow.
Parc Ferme area. I'm still trying to work out what Rafael Narac's issue was that necessitated the mechanical warning flag. We've not seen the car, but it kind of doesn't matter now anyway because the race is over. But Rafael Narac certainly picked up something somewhere that wound up the officials.
So the Met Office app does cover here,
Right.
which I didn't know it did. It said there might be a drop of rain at around about 9 o'clock this morning. That's about half an hour away. We are just coming up to 8:30 local time here in Macau. And then cloudy, overcast until midday,
Okay.
and then sunshine all afternoon.
Right.
So that will give everyone the full Macau
Absolutely.
experience, won't it, all in
Absolutely.
one day.
So the winning drivers making their way into the Parc Ferme area, or in fact, second and third go down to the paddock. It's only the race winner that we get for the...
We should get them all because we have a full podium for
Well,
this.
yes, except the marshals have just waved second and third down into the paddock. So I think there's a Parc Ferme there for scrutineering.
Yes.
And there is Parc Ferme
Parc Ferme around the back.
conditions for the
Yeah,
winner under
there
the
is.
podium.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody else sent down the pit lane.
Yeah, that will be the order. And yeah, podiums for all of our races today. We should get the chance to hear from the drivers as well. Over the course of today, there will be press conferences. They might not appear after each of the races, but at some stage we will broadcast all of our press conferences. Chance to hear from the drivers is really important. Yesterday, we had such a busy day. I think all the press conferences were broadcast at the end of the day, weren't they? They all get recorded, so you will hear from the drivers. Well, that's 2 out of a possible 2 so far this weekend. Qualification, pole position, race 1, a race win. The big one comes at the end of this afternoon. Not surprisingly, the Theodore team very happy, offering their congratulations to Arvid Lindblad, and he will be encouraged to make his way over towards the podium pretty quickly. The podium becomes the most important feature now in the order of proceedings, and immediately ushered over to start the journey to the podium. And the podium will be coming up very soon indeed. That's our first race of today, and very quickly I think the organising body will be getting ready for our second race of today. Confirmation of the result: Arvid Lindblad takes the win in car number 23, Freddie Slater in second place, Charles Leung car number 11 in third place, Rashid Al-Dahari in fourth place, car number 14, Jack Beaton in fifth, and completing the top 6 it was car number 68, Ethan Ho.
It was a broken rear wing, Rafael Narac, but he was able to cope with that, really because of the low speed, I think, that we had under the safety car process at the end, but it was a broken wing. Arvid Lindblad, then, is our first winner of the weekend in this qualifying race for the Macau Formula 4 race that will come at the end of the day. And still maintain it's really good to see F4 taking centre stage, because they've not only delivered some good racing over the last 3 seasons at Macau, but also as an international category, F4 goes from strength to strength. The drivers will be, as Alan says, making their way to the podium very shortly. Today, constituting not only another F4 race, but we've got 2 helpings of touring cars in the TCR Asia Challenge, and also races for Macau Roadsports for GT3 and GT4 in the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. So an awful lot of racing to look forward to over the course of the day on a road that hopefully is going to dry and get faster, but it's going to be interesting to see how the next category of drivers attack the conditions once they're released onto the circuit shortly. So drivers making their way from pit lane to podium, looking down onto the start line, which still has the old puddle left and right, and will welcome another grid of cars very, very shortly indeed.
Yes, so the previous time that I do remember wet here at Macau was a big puddle on the starting grid. It was something that delayed the start of the race. I think I went down and interviewed every driver, irrespective of whether they spoke English. And I embarrassed myself by, I can't remember which driver it was, but he told me, indicated to me that he didn't understand English, And then I did a follow-up question in English, asking him to talk in his native tongue, which of course he didn't understand either.
No. But it was all good intent.
Every good intention, yeah.
Well, it's going to be TCR Asia Challenge equivalent qualifying race next on track, and I think tyre choice is going to be quite interesting because we know that it is a little bit drier, but it's still not bone dry. In the meantime, yet another victory for the Prema Racing squad. Rennie Rossin's team that's won in F4, in F3, in sports car racing, in F2, you name it. It's got a great pedigree here at Macau. And good to have the team back as well.
That was new last year, the backdrop to the podium. Isn't that superb? A huge LED screen.
Yeah. So the dignitaries are being made ready. The drivers are there. And then very shortly, the podium ceremony will be underway. All the partner logos represented for this week and next. And so for Arvin Lindblad, for Freddie Slater, and for Charles Leung, a 1, 2, 3 for Prema Racing starts the day. The SJM girls arrive. David Kennedy, nearest the camera, former Grand Prix racer. Rennie Rossin on the right with the spectacles. And David Kennedy, somebody else whose enthusiasm for the sport remains undimmed many a decade after he started racing.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock.
TCR Asia Challenge competitors being called forward, ready to head to the circuit.
To the 70th Macau Grand Prix, Macau Formula 4 qualifying race trophy presentation ceremony. First of all, let's welcome our top 3 finishers to the podium. The second runner-up, Leung Hon Chiu from Macau, China. First runner-up, Freddie Slater from the UK. And the winner, Arvin Lindblad. Welcome, congratulations. And now I would like to invite our guests to present the laurel and trophy to our top 3 drivers. First, let's welcome Mr. Benjamin To, Chief Operating Officer of Finance and Development of SJM Resorts SA, to present the laurel and trophy to the second runner-up. Congratulations to the driver from Macau, China, Leung Hon Chiu. And now I would like to invite Dr. Hui Oya, Secretary General of SJM Resorts SA, to present the laurel and trophy to the first runner-up, the UK driver Freddie Slater. Congratulations. And now I would like to invite Mr. Poon Wan Kun, President of the Sports Bureau and Coordinator of the Macau Grand Prix Organizing Committee, to present the laurel and trophy to the winner, Arvin Lindblad. Congratulations. Now I would like to invite all the guests together at the center. And our drivers, please reach the top of the podium for a photo together. Thank you once again to our guests. Would all the drivers please remain at where you are for some questions? Thank you, our guests. Thank you very much. And now I'll hand over to Chris.
Thanks very much, Janice. Let's grab a quick chat with our top 3. Let's start with Charles. Charles, on the original start, went to safety car. And I saw you were itching to get past into 3rd place, but it was so difficult with all the water offline.
Yeah, after turn 1, I was trying to stay in the slipstream of David, and I saw a little space on the inside, but I actually just can't see the road, and there's a huge puddle there, and I nearly just spun myself on the straight. So, yeah, that was quite a big save for me, and yeah, and later on was just keeping on with the pressure, and I know I have the pace, so I was pretty patient with him, and yeah, and I think the result is satisfactory, so yeah.
Exactly, puts you in a good position. Give him a round of applause. Charles in third place. Well done, Charles. Freddie, I've been lucky enough to commentate on you for the last couple of rounds of British Formula 4. You have been dazzling. Forecast, new to Formula 4 cars. I'm at Macau and it rains. That was straight in at the deep end, wasn't it?
Yeah, for sure, it wasn't easy, but this race was more important than finishing at the front. That was the main objective, and we did that rightly. So definitely a few people making mistakes out there. There's lots of consequences out there if you make a mistake, but yeah, it's always played for this afternoon, and we'll see what the weather does.
Exactly, put yourself in a good position. Well done, great drive, well done to you. And this man race winner, Arvid, of course everybody else struggles with the visibility there behind, but you're the one that has to get to the corners and try and figure out where all the grip is. It's really difficult actually to be the leader in those changing circumstances, isn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't easy. We had a couple of laps to the grid where I got a bit of a feeling for it, but still we didn't do 1-2 and arrived to T3 with a less speed. So on the first safety car restart, with the last two corners were a bit sketchy, and then it was unknown in the first few corners. I almost hit the wall in the last corner and in T1 on the first restart. Yeah, then I just sort of set into the rhythm. Okay, we only did one lap, but then I felt quite comfortable, and like you said, with the visibility, it was a lot easier for me than the others behind. So then I could just sort of drive around and keep out the walls.
Make it sound easy. It definitely wasn't. Well done. Good luck this afternoon. At top three, everybody. Freddie Slater in second, Charles Lunn, and the race leader and race winner, Arvid Lindblad. We'll see them all again later. Thanks, everyone.
Circuit commentator Chris Hartley doing the interviews on the podium as Arvid Lindblad in the centre. On his right, Freddie Slater, and towering over them, Charles Lung. The top three drivers then in the qualifying race for the Macau Formula 4 race.
To the top three finishers.
Good morning and welcome to the post-qualifying race press conference for the Macau Formula 4 race. We are joined by our top three, the winner Arvid Lindblad, second place Freddie Slater and third place Charles Leong.
歡迎大家嚟到第70屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門4級方程式大賽選拔賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係第1名林伯雷、第2名史雷特同埋第3名嘅梁漢超。
Arvid, congratulations. Macau is a pretty tricky place at the best of times. How was it out there in those damp conditions today?
Definitely a bit of an unknown. Like you said, I think even Macau in the dry is difficult enough, risky enough. Then when I woke up this morning and went downstairs and saw it was wet, I knew it was going to be an interesting race this morning. But yeah, we had a few laps to the grid where I could just find my references, get an idea. And then, yeah, we didn't have that many laps of racing, but kind of knew where to go and just tried to keep calm, have good restarts, and then just not do anything stupid.
好咁啱啱咧，林伯利都有同我哋分享到今次選拔賽嘅感受啦。咁佢就話其實咧賽道本身就算喺天氣乾燥啦，喺乾嘅賽道嘅情況底下咧，其實已經充滿挑戰㗎啦。咁去到雨賽嘅時候，咁就更加有好多未知嘅情況啦。咁佢咧喺比賽當中咧，雖然冇話跑到好多圈，但係都做咗唔少圈速唔錯嘅圈嘅，咁所以咧佢喺後期咧就係保持冷靜咧，希望可以保持住個速度，然後直至完賽。
And Freddie, it looked even more difficult for yourself there when you're sitting in that spray. Was there much visibility sitting back there, or was it as difficult as it looked on the TV?
Yeah, it's not easy at all from second. It's probably a lot harder from the back as well. It was a bit lively watching Arvid on those restarts. He was getting a bit close to the wall, so I was a bit like taking it easy. But yeah, I think overall the main objective for that race was to be off the front rows or the first two rows for the later on race for the GP. And then yeah, we got a bigger chance now, so that's the most important thing. Kept out the walls, and that was the most important thing of that race.
史雷特咧亦都同我哋分享啦，因為佢係排喺第2出賽啦，所以其實咧喺前車喺賽道上面飛馳嘅過程當中，佢喺後邊咧其實都會有啲水花咧就彈到佢架車度嘅，咁所以佢喺比賽嘅過程當中就保持冷靜啦，希望自己唔好有任何嘅錯誤啦。咁依家咧佢都可以喺第一排發車，咁佢就覺得自己都有一定嘅勝算啦，希望可以喺聽日做出好成績，稍後嘅比賽做出好成績。
And Charles, happy to be starting the main race from third this afternoon?
Yeah, I think starting in third place is also a very good position because, yeah, Macau is quite a long straight after the start, and well, if it's dry, yeah, I think it's pretty good, but should be dry later. So, yeah, it's gonna be interesting on the start. The cars behind will have the slipstream, and I think everyone will be trying very hard into Mandarin and Lisboa. So yeah, let's see. Will be interesting. Yeah.
漢超咧剛剛亦都同我哋分享咗啦，佢就覺得咧自己喺第3位起步咧都係一個唔錯嘅成績嘅。咁希望咧陣間嘅比賽咧可以喺一個乾嘅賽道上面進行啦。咁大家咧相信咧大家都會喺萬華東方同埋喺葡京嗰度咧會不停咁樣向前推啦。相信陣間嘅比賽都非常之有趣嘅。
Congratulations again to our top three. Best of luck this afternoon, and we'll be back after the race with another press conference.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you could just stay there for a photo for one. Just stand together. Sorry, stand together for a photo. That'd be great.
So everybody, touring cars next, and it's the TCR Asia Challenge, the first of 2 races today for the Formula 2-litre turbocharged cars. Around about 350 brake horsepower and front-wheel drive. Now the way the format works is that qualifying yesterday, everybody took part in the first part of qualifying, 30 minutes. Top 12 then went through to G2. So we're going to qualify 13th of May, that's where the start of the race was. The top 12 at the time.
Take the Macau gear circuit, add a sprinkling of rain, and then a grid of touring cars. That's what we've got in store. Welcome to the qualifying race for the TCR Asia Challenge. This is race 1. This is 9 laps in prospect. It's going to be a safety car start because of the fact that we've had quite a lot of overnight rain. There are some puddles around, and although we've had a race this morning that had a safety car start and 2 safety car periods and ran out of time, so not a lot of the water was squeegeed away. David Addison and Alan Hyde trackside, the teams down on the grid, and this is the grid based on the 2-part qualifying session yesterday where you took the top 12 from Q1, put them into the second part of qualifying to determine the grid, and it was a fairly bruising qualifying session. For example, the man that should be 12th on the grid, which was Paul Poon, crashed within Q1 and therefore wasn't able to take part in the second element of qualifying, and it gave pole position ultimately to Sean Tong. The story of yesterday's qualifying session was the dominant pace of Lo Se Ho, except it wasn't that dominant in the final analysis because in Q2, Alan, he just never quite got it hooked up.
It was going quickly, but this man, Sean Tong, had the pace and also the timing during the qualifying session to just get it absolutely right. Bit of clear track, well worked out, well calculated, and pole position for Sean Tong, car number 10, a thumbs up for the camera, and presumably going into this race with a good deal of confidence after qualifying yesterday. A good deal of pace throughout the day in free practice yesterday for Lo Se Ho, who is on the outside of the front row of the grid, and this is a circuit of completely different conditions from yesterday. It was dry all day yesterday. They all had their problems over the course of their sessions for every single category that we've got racing here at Macau today. Today we've got a new thing to ponder, and that is the fact that we are starting behind a safety car because we have areas of the circuit that is still very, very damp indeed.
Tyre choice, I'm fascinated by. Lo Se Ho's team swapping tyres, but I'm struggling to identify what they're putting on. I think given it's a safety car start, the road should dry towards the end, but are there going to be enough racing laps for slicks to come in? So I think wets is probably the safer option.
I would concur from the pictures that we've seen on screen.
Yeah.
It's another thing to actually be down there, isn't it? And to actually feel it underfoot. But certainly from what we've seen on screen,
that's
wet tyres. Yeah, wet
Hu
tyres.
Heng, number 95, the Chinese driver, one of the Audi contingent, the RS3. Again, everybody, big smiles, thumbs up, eager to get going.
It's such a unique... Were they slicks? No.
Chun Chi-on we're looking at, number 55, Team Pro Spec Cupra.
I can't think that anyone would, although it looks fairly dry from our television pictures coming down towards the end of the lap. The majority of the circuit, I think, is wet enough for wets.
Kelvin Wong, Wong Kiang Kwan for Elegant Racing. And number 65 is the Henry Lee Jr. Audi that is going to line up 9th on the grid. Henry Lee, all smiles. Dad used to be a bike racer, and Henry himself, a great character in the region, entrepreneur. 93, Ran Wong, who got involved in the second part of Jose Lo's accident last year, but he's, again, eager to get going. I tell you, yes, you know, you look at a driver, say, on a British touring car grid, and there might be a thumbs up, but with the possible exception of Australian touring car racing, there is no more enthusiastic a grid than those that line up at Macau.
Such a big event, isn't it?
It's not just a smile or a thumbs up. There's a proper performance to it.
They're all local drivers. This is a huge event, the biggest motor racing event in the region, and at the moment on telly.
Yeah. 33 you just saw the car of Deng Bao Wei, but I think we've lost the driver. 21 is Paul Poon, that car repaired now. Alan, Paul Poon, you've seen a lot of over the years here, and with a lot of success, actually.
Big character, and I think an 8-time Tin Top winner here at Macau. He's a big character, he's a quick driver, and he's out of place on the grid, and that gives us reason to be excited. He's down there on the 12th position on the grid, 6th row of the grid. He's got places to make up.
This is another stalwart Macau driver, Geronimo Barraco.
Attention on the grid. Attention on the grid.
And he's been on the podium here at Macau. Yeah, he's one of the regulars here at Macau.
Eyes forward. Number 68 is James Tang, who had a spin yesterday, but James, the Hong Kong driver, is another stalwart Macau racer, and he lines up with the Team TRC Honda Civic, the FK7 style of Civic. And James, rather more focused, in fact, not quite as demonstrative as other drivers have been on the grid. 87 is Zhang Qilong. Zhang Qilong in the 778 Autosport Audi. Number 35 is Lam Ka-chun for the Sonic Racing team. 17th on the grid he will be. And then starting with the Macau driver, 18th will be number 85, there it is, of Cao Cha-hon, the Evolve Racing Hyundai, teammate to Lo Si-ho, that's on the inside of the front row of the grid. So in total, 24 cars for the grid. The next of them is there to start 19th, number 6. That is Li Wengji for Z-Speed, with another of the Hyundai Elantras. That's an I-30 Elantra rather than the N that Lo Si-ho drives at the front of the grid.
Another one of the things I like, particularly about the television coverage, as we look at the number 77 car, and that's the car of Ouyang Zhenwei. The camera crew make sure that every driver gets their opportunity to say hello to the viewers around the world. Ip Tak Meng, another regular here at Macau, with the car story livery on that car. I think it looks superb, doesn't it?
Yeah,
that brings a smile.
Long way back, Ip Tak Meng, very experienced driver, the Macau driver, but let's hope that he can go well here. 15 is Tian Kai, whose car was badly damaged in the accident that stopped free practice, so he never got into qualifying, but he's at the back of the grid. And hopefully number 69, Lim Chin Pang, who triggered it by hitting the pit wall, will be there as well. But the fact that we've not had a shot of his car makes me slightly nervous that that's going to be a non-starter.
It's looking an awful lot drier, that particular camera shot, looking back at the grid. If you go back how far? 1 hour when we got our Formula 4 race underway behind the safety car. It was a huge ball of spray. You could only see the front car as the cars made their way off the grid. I've got a feeling that's an awful lot drier now.
There's another one that's possibly missing, Kin Wang. I don't think we saw number 66, Honda. So possibly a couple of gaps on that grid.
And what was the other one, David?
69 at the very back, Lim Chan Pang. Remember, he was the one that hit the barrier on the exit of our bend, bounced into the road and was then hit by Tian Kai in free practice. That was one of the many red flags that we've had. Right, so the engines will fire in a moment. The grid is being cleared. Safety car start means that the race will begin once the safety car leaves the line. So Sean Tong and Lo Si-ho at the front, ahead of Yan Chang and Chen Wang Tong 3rd and 4th on the grid. 5th is Li Ka-hei and Hu Heng lines up 6th. 7th is Chen Qian. 8th on the grid is Calvin Wang. 9th is where you find Henry Lee Jr. 10th is Ryan Wang. 11th Deng Bao Wei, and it's Paul Poon who will start 12th ahead of Zhang Han Biao and Geronimo Barraco. Then James Tang, 15th on the grid, starting 16th. It is Zhang Qilong ahead of Lam Ka-chun and Cao Cha-hon. Li Zhengwei 19th, 20th if he's there, and Kin Wang ahead of Ip Tak Meng and Ouyang Zhenwei. Tian Kai 23rd, and another question mark over Lim Chin Pang at the back of the grid. Alan's right, it is much, much drier than it was. Temperature, it's not exactly cold, even though it's November. It's still very, very humid, very warm here in Macau, and the road drying, so tyre choice would have been crucial. The race will begin as soon as the safety car sets off, and 9 laps we are aiming for, although of course there will be a timed part of the race as well, so it's 9 laps or time, which I'll tell you in a second, depending on which comes first.
So the personnel cleared off the grid and the engines fire up getting ready for the start of the race. No green flag lap, as David said. It's a safety car start, so as soon as the safety car moves off, the race will be underway. The timing screen will click down the start of the race, and at the end of lap number 1, that's at the end of 1 lap of a 9-lap race for the TCR Asia Challenge.
And 35 minutes is the time allotted. So
yeah, we got to time for F4, didn't we?
Correct, yeah. So if we have not just a safety car start, but more safety car periods, then the time may well kick in.
I reckon it's an awful lot drier now. It's 1 hour since we got our first race of the day underway here in Macau. Local time, 9:05, and the race is about to get underway. The safety car heads the field, and off the line goes Sean Tong and Lo Si Ho on the front row of the grid. The race is now underway.
So Sean Tong leads the field away, and everybody else then now in grid order should slot in behind the safety car on that run down towards the fast left of Reservoir, speed building towards Mandarin, all the way, of course, down towards Lisboa. TCR engines and that raucous sound in the background, accelerating off the line. And there is Kelvin Wong aboard car number 8. The rest of the field making their way off the grid. And I think everybody is safely away, apart from those 2 gaps I was saying. Got no Kin Weng nor Lim Chin Pang. So a very compressed timetable for this first weekend. It's purely Saturday and Sunday, whereas Grand Prix weekend next week, 4 days. There's a little bit more time within that to rebuild cars, but we were saying all day yesterday, this is not the day to be a hero and put it in the wall, and yet so many people did, and of course many of them bitten because they can't race now.
So look what they're doing. They've got a dry line here. They can weave the car, they can get a bit of heat into the tyres, but look, if you go offline, big puddles, and that's such a 0 to 100 in a very short space of time. We've got this, so 2 lanes of the 4-lane dual carriageway are essentially dryish. They look to be pretty dry, but on the outside, get offline and you're in a proper big puddle. That's on the run down towards Lisboa, and that's one of the, if not the overtaking point on the circuit.
It is, and of course, just to touch on it, you'll see it in a moment when they get there, but the Melco hairpin, the very tight hairpin, which is one of those iconic images of Macau with the high-rise in the background and the crane hanging over it. That's a no overtaking zone because it is just so tight. So 9 laps, all 35 minutes. This is lap 1 behind the safety car. Because of the changing conditions, Eduardo Freitas, the race director for the TCR Asia Challenge, like we had for F4, giving the drivers the chance to have a look at the circuit under control conditions. And the Lamborghini Urus safety car leads the field round there. Number 22 is the Lincoln Co. of Yan Chuang, the car entered by the team known purely as Fancy. And
we like that.
Although the livery is not that fancy, that car just did a very good job yesterday. A Lincoln Co. 03 TCR is the car given its full title, but did well.
Threading their way up through the tight and twisty section. So you see, we were just on a dual carriageway, 2 lanes going each way when these are normal roads of Macau, and now we are just very much on single carriageway, and the barriers get closer and closer. This is Donna Maria, the long left-hander, where generally we don't get incidents.
Generally. Now, just look at the way the field runs at the moment. You've got Sean Tong, Lo Si Ho, Yan Chuang, and then an absolutely enormous gap ahead of Chan Weng Tong in 4th place. And the race director has just put a message on the screen to tell the teams, to tell their drivers that the gaps must close. So now, look, the 4th place car speeding up. But where's 5th? Because
why would
that's
you need to be told
gap.
That? What's happened?
Well, I think what's happening is that drivers are lagging back, so they can either explore the conditions at their leisure or are hoping to quicken their pace on their say-so, so they can go a little bit faster and get warmth into the tyres. But the whole purpose of being under the safety car like this is that the pace is controlled by the officials, not by individual drivers.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And, yeah, I didn't see that on the time screen, but yeah, it's huge, isn't it? A huge, great gap.
So I think it's now 27 of Lee Kar-Hay, who was the one that needs to quicken his pace. And the safety car's in this lap, right. So now Sean Tong slows the pace right down, ready to get things underway, but the stragglers need to crack on here, otherwise they actually shot themselves in the foot.
They're going to really miss out on this, aren't they?
Yeah.
forecast for the leader of the race. So the safety car is in, 1 lap behind the safety car, and they have absolutely shot themselves in the foot.
And it is Lee Car Hay who has done that. That sort of serves him right, really, for messing about. And if he moans about it, you've only got yourself to blame. So we've got 2 races now. You've got the leading quartet, and then you've got the 5th place train. And it's Sean Tong then, as we go racing after just 1 lap behind the safety car ahead of Lo Si Ho. Down then through Mandarin they turn and accelerate down to Lisboa. Yan Trang in 3rd place, and already look Sean Tong going for the wetter part of the road just to preserve those tyres.
It's dry in the middle, it's wet on either side, and yeah, with wet tyres on, they need to keep the temperature down on those tyres, and the only way to do that is to seek out the wet bits. They turn through the right-hander at Lisboa. So now we've got 3 races because we've got 2 for the lead, 2 for 3rd place, and then this almighty gap. I tell you what, with that gap that we had before we got the rest of the field through, I'm not sure the rest of the field are going to be that happy about that, are they?
No, we've got 2 in the pits as well. Henry Lee Jr. has just come in, and Lee Car Hay is being investigated for not respecting the start procedure as Lo Si Ho tries to get up the inside of Sean Tong then. So it's game on for the race lead. The other one that's in the pits is Zhang Han Biao, and those 2 then at the end of the safety car lap in the pits, but for the race lead. Now Lo Si Ho looking for a way around Sean Tong. That Hyundai has woken up this morning. It's quicker than the Honda. Now he's going to try to find the gap, and he's doing so in a really narrow part of the circuit. Whether Sean Tong is doing this deliberately, as we've got a car off up the escape road at Lisboa, that is 85 Cao Chia Hong. Whether Sean Tong here is slackening the pace off where he knows there's no way for Lo Si Ho to overtake and then exploit the speed of the Honda on the wider part of the circuit. We'll find out, but right now they're nose to tail for the lead.
This is a great battle, isn't it? And let's hope that that car was just down the escape road. You hear the tyres. There's, oh dear. So Sean Tong ends up just hitting the barrier at Police, reverses up, heard the squeal of tyres and a little tap, and Lo Si Ho is through.
The pressure applied then. Lo Si Ho goes through into the lead of the race. He was crawling all over the back of him, and so now he's on his own as he comes into Melco hairpin. Lo Si Ho right up against the barrier there as he discovers how much lock he didn't have. Yan Trang in the Lincoln Co. there is in 2nd place. And Lo Si Ho now storms clear. We were saying yesterday he deserves some good luck here. 2 years ago he was excluded post-race for a turbo boost pressure infringement. Last year he had a massive accident with a tap from Andy Yan. But here he comes then up now towards the end of lap number 2, and he's out on his own.
I was quite happy for that race to continue with those 2 because I thought that may well go the distance. What a shame that Sean Tong ends up coming off the worst of that close battle for the lead. We were worried yesterday about a little bit of smoke coming out the back of Lo Si Ho's car. It's still doing it today.
Yeah, and don't worry, because clearly that pace is extraordinary. Now Sean Tong we need to keep an eye on in terms of his recovery, because he will be through eventually, but it's now Yan Trang running in 2nd place. Sean Tong has gone through in 3rd,
right,
and he's going to be mighty vexed indeed. But what can he do to try to claw back now?
So he lost about 13 seconds on that sector.
Yeah, on that lap. So he's down in 3rd place. We'll see now what he can do about this man, Yan Trang. This is the wetter part of the circuit. Straight away, he goes for that damp part. Sean Tong, very experienced GT racer as well as touring car driver. He is on a mission. He's going to be absolutely seething, and now hunting down, and he's quicker than the 2 ahead of him. No question, he's reeling in Yan Trang, but he's also faster than Lo Si Ho.
This is going to be fascinating to watch, David, isn't it? Absolutely neat and tidy through Lisboa, up towards San Francisco, up San Francisco Hill, and make no mistake about that. So as soon as he got back on the circuit, he then put in the fastest lap or fastest sector of anybody in the recovery. So this is going to be fascinating to watch. Lo Si Ho, a bit more smoke this time, you know.
It would not, of course, be unexpected that the safety car made another appearance because of just the nature of Macau, really. So that might be something else that Sean Tong can exploit if and when it comes. But right now, Lo Si Ho is building up the lead. He was 7.7 seconds clear of Yan Trang at the end of the opening lap, making his way then now on towards the mid part of the lap, heading down towards Police very shortly, which is where he got the lead a lap ago. And this is how it happened. Now, have a look. Was there contact, or did Sean Tong make a mistake? I thought he just locked up, and I still think he just locked up.
Yeah, we heard the tyre squeal, didn't we?
I think Lo Si Ho was close, but I don't think he nudged him off. I think that was Sean Tong cracking under the pressure.
And the good news is that there was just a little tap to the barrier there,
Yeah.
so reverse gear selected. An awful lot of red mist now, I would imagine, is going to be powering Sean Tong for the remainder of this race. But the race is on, make absolutely no doubt about it. There's going to be a race for fastest sectors and fastest laps in the pursuit of, first of all, Yan Chang, and then Lo Si Ho.
Sean Tong, you could argue, just needs to get second, because that's going to put him on the front row for the main race later on in the day. That said, he's a racing driver, and he's a very cross one as well. But right now, Lo Si Ho is responding. He is doing absolute best in sectors 3 and 4. He comes then now down to the end of lap number 3. So we had lap 1 behind the safety car. The second racing lap is about to be ticked off by Lo Si Ho on his wets, and he's still trying to keep those cool, make them go all the way to the end without needing a pit stop as he comes up towards the line now. So the slightly smoky Hyundai over the timing line goes through once more, and Lo Si Ho's advantage we can confirm as soon as Yan Chuang comes through, and Chuang relative to Sean Tong, there is the margin. So the hustling Honda in third place, closing on the Lincoln Co. 10 seconds between the leaders, it's 3 seconds between second and third. So Sean Tong for second place, that should happen by the end.
I think it probably will, and it's great to see this battle. Look at that, seeking out the water. That takes it to another level. It's thrown the car all over the place for the second place car of Yan Chang.
Not only that, but it also makes the tyres perhaps less grippy coming into Mandarin, which is not what you need.
No, thank you. Mandarin is certainly, when you look on the television going into the corner, it looks like a kink, and then when you come out of the corner, you can see it's not. It's a turn. It's a corner.
Look, Chang is being reeled in by Thong, although Sean Tong makes a slight error going into this bower. A bit too deep into the corner. He was very nearly 2/10 quicker. Sorry, try again. Very nearly 2 seconds quicker in the first sector, but then compromised it by that little mistake under braking.
Yeah, it did, and I think seeking out the wet parts of the circuit for the Lincoln Co driver in second place, I think he's worked out not too wet though, because that really did throw the car off, didn't it? There are drive-through penalties now for quite a few of the cars. One of the cars is in 5th place, and we can catch up. That's the 27 car of La Car Hay. So that car is having a drive-through penalty, and I've now just briefly missed the other cars that are coming
one of them
through.
was 93
Ryan Wong,
and the other was 28 Geronimo Balaraco.
And they were being investigated for the start of the race.
It was for not keeping within 5 lengths of the car ahead. Remember, the race director said close up the gaps. They didn't, and we've had it in Formula 1, we've had it in other categories, so it's going to be a drive-through penalty for those 3 drivers, basically for just lagging back too far. They penalised themselves, but they've also penalised the drivers behind them.
This is some lap for Yan Chang, not only satisfied with going in a big, deep puddle and getting the car thrown around, he's thrown the car around the entirety of the circuit, isn't he? I wonder what that's doing as far as reflecting lap times is concerned. Well, personal best in the first 3 sectors, so absolutely flying is Yan Chang. Knows that Sean Tong is behind, and knows that there's a gap before he's got Lo Si Ho in the lead of the race that we haven't seen on screen for a little while. We do now. That's the race leader with a commanding gap, 10.3 seconds.
But he is getting away, isn't he now, from Sean Tong. Yan Chuang is pretty clear. Lo Si Ho in the meantime is looking ever so good up front as he comes up towards the Exeter Fisherman's then. This is the very fast, if short, straight down towards our bend, which is another part of the circuit that caught people out over the years. Caught them out yesterday as well. This morning in the F4 race, we had a car clattering into the guardrail there. Lo Si Ho really does flirt with drama, doesn't he? He's always right up against the barrier. He goes through. He has now put 4 of the 9 laps in the book dominant, whereas Yan Chuang to Sean Tong, for my money, that gap was going out again. It's come down between the top 2. It's down to 8.7. It has come down second to third from 3 to 2.7. And a drive-through penalty now also for 21 of Paul Poon for overtaking before the end of the safety car process.
And that's a real shame, because we were looking forward to Paul Poon making up for not taking part in Q2. He qualified for Q2. Crashed the car, didn't take part, so therefore started in 12th place. We were looking forward to the march up through the order, but that is now sadly not going to happen. You can never criticise Lo Si Ho for not absolutely pressing on, can you? The distance between himself and the exit guardrails is infinitesimal. He's just really pushing on now. The battle is back on for second place as Yan Chang continues to put in personal best sectors. And Sean Tong, meanwhile, on that last sector 1 on this lap, went to second quicker.
Okay. Lee Ka-hei, 27, was 5th. He's now served his drive-through, so that's going to promote Hugh Heng, number 95 Audi, into the top 5. No Se-ho could afford now just to back off the pace a little bit and bring it to the end.
I'm not sure he's going to.
Se-ho's makeup, is it? Yan Chuang, though, doing a really good job here in the Lincoln Co. More of those you will see in the TCR China and the TCR Gear race next week. And there is Sean Tong still quicker by over a second in the first sector, but then he dropped about 4/10 in the second sector.
The fact you're hearing the tyre squeal now on the effects mic around the top part of the circuit suggests that there is minimal water on that part of the circuit, because we are hearing it particularly from Sean Tong's car again and again now, so it is getting much drier. You can see now that has an impact for the remaining 4.5 laps of this race, because they're on wet tyres.
Sean Tong also proving just how brave he is within that first sector. That car may not be perfect anyway, having been tweaked up against the barrier from earlier on.
You can see on the left-hand side at the front there.
Yeah, the sweat is on the ground, isn't it?
It's just dragging a little.
But Sean Tong is still absolutely charging as best he can. We're currently working lap 5 out of the 9. Downhill they come once more. Yan Chuang hanging on to that second place. He's not yet under attack from Sean Tong, as the leader has just gone across the line. So Lo Se-ho completes then another lap. There is Yan Chuang going through, and the car in third place, Sean Tong, comes to our bend now in sector 3 of the lap. Tong was slower. In sector 4 he was slower, so very definitely it's the first third of the lap, first part, going up towards Lisboa, where that Honda is quicker than the Lincoln Co.
But the gap was coming down. It still is. Fastest lap of the race for Yan Chuang, and then fastest lap of the race for Sean Tong. So they are very determined to try and bring down this gap between themselves and Lo Se-ho that leads the race. It is down to 7.7 seconds, and the fastest lap of the race, just 2.5 seconds behind second place, is Sean Tong with a 2:50.201.
Okay, so on lap 6 out of 9 down to Lisboa they go. Lo Se-ho still clear in the lead of the race now, as we're getting other absolute bests in sectors from the likes of Lee Ka-hei down in 6th place after his drive-through.
Getting drier and drier, isn't it?
Absolutely right. Lapri also now to take place. There's a battered Honda getting out of the way. There, number 42 goes through. That's in 4th place, Chan Wang Tong. He's rather lonely, got no playmates, but in 4th place, keeping out of trouble. And, of course, looking good for the main race later on in the day.
Lee Ka-hei, who is in 6th place, lost a place to Hugh Heng on that last lap, but did put in 2 overall best sectors on that last lap, so he's going well. And sectors 4 and 5 for Lee Ka-hei.
Yeah, he lost the places with the drive-through, didn't he? So that's another reason he's all fired up now, having had to serve that penalty. Hugh Heng 5th, Lee Ka-hei in 6th spot. Sean Tong, then the fastest man on the circuit right now, as there is number 42. That's Chan Wang Tong. Then he's in 4th place, but he must be thinking, where is everybody?
Yes, I think you're probably right. Lo Se-ho leads after 5 laps of this qualification race for TCR Asia Challenge. If you are just tuning in anywhere around the world, local time 9:22. This is race 2 of race day here for the first weekend of the 70th Macau Grand Prix, and we know that people are listening in every corner of the world in the motorsport world, because everybody has eyes on this event. It is such a challenge for driver, and so far we have seen Lo Se-ho leading every lap of this race. 2:51.303 was his last lap, compared to Sean Tong's last lap, a 2:52.01, which is the fastest lap of the race. And the gap between first and second, Yan Chuang, who continues to put in personal best sectors on this lap, a couple of personal bests and an overall best in sector 3, 7.7 seconds behind at the end of lap number 5. This is a 9-lap race, and they've got a 9-lap race at the end of the day as well.
Absolutely right. Clock ticks on down then. 35 minutes allotted for these 2 races. The second one having a reverse grid, and that was semi-reverse grid. That's a stranded Honda. That's 77 conceivably, which would be Ouyang Zhengwei. And with a car stranded on the track, hopefully it's near a crane. That lead gap to the eye is coming down markedly. It is. It's down to just under 5 seconds. Yan Trang has done another fastest lap of the race, a 2:48, and the safety car is being deployed, and that's the last thing Lo Se-ho needed. He was being caught anyway, and so now on lap 7, safety car deployed. Just wonder, of course, though, how many racing laps are going to get in at the end. That said, right now the race will be neutralised and all the gaps are going to come right down.
It's only an 8-lap race. The safety car is deployed. The gap comes down. You can see where the splitter on the left-hand front of Sean Tong's car is coming down. You're going to see what happened now to the 77 car. And it was a little bit of a moment with Sean Tong, wasn't it?
Yeah, Sean Tong was trying to lap him, and Ouyang Zhengwei was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he got turfed into the wall. So Sean Tong may have a case to answer there. That's going to be looked at.
Is that why Sean Tong's left side of the front splitter looked to be even closer to the ground then?
Very possibly. Very possibly. But yeah, I mean, you could say that would be looked at for causing a collision. So we'll find out what the outcome of that is in due course. Lee Kar-hae, just before the safety car was deployed, did the fastest lap of the race. Nothing winds up a driver like being given a drive-through penalty, clearly.
That's not bad, is it? 2:47.548. That's a very quick lap in these drying conditions around the gear circuit here at Macau. That's the race leader, Lo Se-ho, who had a commanding gap. It was a reducing gap. Leader, please slow down. There's an accident. And that's the indication on the timing screen at the moment. The leader has to slow down.
But this is Lo Se-ho. He doesn't do slowing down, but he's going to have to, otherwise he'll be in hot water as well. I mean, yes, it is beholden on him to do this. The lights and flags are there, so Lo Se-ho has no excuse for not slowing down. Safety car procedure is you slow down, the flags are there, the lights are there. There's just no argument about it. So
never before have I seen that message on the timing screen.
No, but it's Macau.
Did it say please? It did, didn't it? It was polite. It was a polite
yes, it
request.
was. Leader, please slow down. Yes, if it's not too much trouble.
Would you be awfully good and just slow down a bit? So past the incident there at Marshall's post 21.6, indicating the stricken Honda. And Lo Se-ho, has he slowed down?
Well, what bothers me is that in Sector 4, which is where that incident might have been.
Oh, don't say this.
He's done a personal best sector. Either way, he's done a personal best sector under the safety car conditions, because although the safety car hasn't picked him up, you've seen for the lap, the boards and flags have been there. So Lo Se-ho with a personal best on this lap in the 4th sector, that's going to go down like a cup of cold sick with the officials. It really is.
He didn't need to do that.
No.
Why was he doing that?
I'll get back to you on that.
Right, yeah.
Because to me, you see the safety car boards and flags and you do the right thing. You slow right down.
Right.
And it's not like it was at the start of the lap. You know, that was after the message had come up on the screen.
Yeah. So no one is putting in personal best sectors because you wouldn't expect them to once the safety car has been deployed. Apart from the leader, who put in a personal best sector on Sector 4. He now has found the safety car, but no one else has, not yet.
No.
I think just in the background we saw the second and third place cars, Yan Trang and Sean Tong coming into view, but that's a bit perplexing.
I think this is going to go to the end under the safety car looking at this, because the gaps are huge. See, Yan Trang has sort of done the right thing. He slowed down because he saw the safety car boards and the yellow flags, whereas Lo Se-ho didn't. So now, to scoop up the whole field, it's going to take longer because the safety car's going to have to go even slower.
And we're on the penultimate lap anyway. So, well, there's always a story in Macau, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there is a story here. There are a few stories. One thing I was pleased about was that when Lo Se-ho got past Sean Tong, when we saw the replay, the fact we saw there wasn't contact between the two of them. It was, we think, Sean Tong just getting it a little bit wrong.
Sean Tong got a puncture. I think his left front's gone down. So he's had 2 incidents on that left front corner. And number 10 Honda, I think, has got a slow puncture. We need another look at it, but as it came past on that last shot, it looked lower.
I think you're right. And is that left front, did you say?
Yes.
Left front.
Yeah.
I said the splitter looked to be closer to the ground after that incident with the Honda. That would be good reason why it might be.
Right, let's have another look in a moment. But look, he's fallen away from Yan Chuang in second place. And safety car through. There is notionally one more lap to run at the end of this. But the top two are together. And Sean Tong's car is circulating at all, no longer with them.
It looked as if it was grinding to a halt when we last saw it in screen. So, yeah, the safety car has picked up 2 of the field. There's always a story at Macau.
So the Lamborghini Urus leads Hyundai Lee's Lincoln Co. That's the top 2. And this will give, potentially then, Chan Weng Tong third place. Now, of course, you can't overtake under the safety car, but if the car ahead of you stops with a punctured tyre, then you've got no alternative. Was it 2 years ago that we had punctures in the gear race for the works Lincoln Co's, and we almost ended up with one pushing the other over the line?
Oh, yes.
Points.
Yeah, good memory. Yes, it was. Yeah. 2 years ago?
Yes. Now, Sean Tong's car is yet to be seen. That's part of the reason that it's got a puncture. The incident that's brought out the safety car involving him in the clash with the other Honda FK7 Civic of Ouyang Zhengwei. Let's have another look at it. So he goes to the inside. There was a gap, sort of, but I mean, it's a bold place to try and get through. But in the end, contact made.
Touring cars can be bold on this circuit, and we've seen particularly Rob Huff in the past squeezing his way through. I think he once said to me, after a weekend at Macau, if I haven't got a little scrape or two on the wing mirrors, or no, actually, if I have got wing mirrors, I haven't been trying hard enough.
Well, the leaders go onto the last lap now, and so the race will finish behind the safety car. There is Sean Tong. There's the puncture.
Oh dear, oh dear. So yeah, it was sitting down a little bit more on the left-hand side. This is very, very bad news for Sean Tong. Of course, another race at the end of the day, same distance at the end of the day, but 9-lap racing prospect at the end of the afternoon, penultimate race of the afternoon. But Sean Tong is going to be hoping for better luck in race 2. He judged qualifying perfectly yesterday, but everything has not gone according to plan in race 2, and the war wounded is coming back to pit lane.
He's going to start 10th on the semi-reverse grid for later on in the day, but right now Sean Tong limps to the pit lane, and even if they put a new tyre on that car, then he will be in last place. And it doesn't affect the grid for later on, so whether we see the car again I rather doubt. But it's going to be a win effectively for Lo Se Ho, subject to that message from the race director telling him to slow down. Whether any penalty may come for his zealotry before he caught the safety car,
I think they'll be looking at a couple of things
I think
at
so.
the end of this race, and we might...
Look, the fact that he had to be told to slow down is one thing. The fact that he did a personal best sector under a full course yellow effectively is another. The incident between Sean Tong and between Ouyang Zhengwei is under investigation, not surprisingly.
Yeah.
There's always a story in Macau.
there really is. And there'll probably be a story from the conversations with the officials at the end of this race as well. Race control can at least say, we did ask you very politely to slow down. We said, please.
Well, yes. But a waved yellow flag, which was all around the circuit, means slow down and prepare to stop.
This is the first time during this race that we've had all of the field bunched up together.
Yes.
The first time.
Well, I think there's quite a lot of lessons learned by drivers in terms of etiquette and processes in this that will be put into play for the main race later on. And don't forget, not only are we in this looking at, in a sense, progressing, but also from the second race, it is the top 8 finishers that will go into the World Tour round next week for the gear race.
Yeah, there's a big prize, isn't there, at the end of this race? Yeah, at the end of both races this weekend. So, Lo Se Ho, it is car number 1. They are on lap 8. It's a 9-lap race behind the control of the Lamborghini Urus safety car. Thread their way around the top part of the circuit through Donna Maria, the long left-hander. And then it gets looks really tight. Safety car in this lap, which presumably means they just will take the checkered flag after the safety car pulls into pit lane.
Yes, I would say so. It's, if you like, a ceremonial finish, isn't it? So that the photographs don't have the safety car at the front. But I mean, there's always an argument in a situation like this as to whether you could have put the checkered flag out a lap ago, because the order wasn't going to change even by doing this extra lap. But the officials have elected to give the drivers the full distance, and still the Honda unmoved, so it was never going to get going. The cars will take the checkered flag without overtaking.
So very much a ceremonial finish.
As I say, So Lo Se-ho is the race winner, provisionally, ahead of Yan Chuang and Chan Wen-tong for third place. And why they're weaving to get the tyres up to temperature is a bit of a mystery, because they're only going to see a checkered flag. But anyway, racing drivers will be racing drivers, and Lo Se-ho will accelerate away. The checkered flag is shown and a green flag is shown simultaneously, but the race comes to an end then. So green flag to say the safety car is in. The checkered flag ends the first TCR Asia Challenge race with a win for Lo Se-ho. Yan Chuang takes second, and Chan Wen-tong third, ahead of Hu Heng, ahead of Li Ka-hei, and then Chen Chiong for sixth place at the end of a spectacular TCR Asia race. And I think we've got more laps in consecutively in that than anything else we've had hitherto this weekend. We
did. I really enjoyed that race as well. It was entertaining, it was exciting, it had so many elements, and it's also got a smattering of controversy as well to maybe be thought about after the race has finished, which it does. And the winner, Lo Se-ho, with a couple of questions to answer, I reckon.
And justifiable questions, really. Because when you've got marshals on the circuit attending to an incident, the last thing you want are cars going too quickly. Eduardo Freitas, the race director, was also race director, was it 2 years ago in Japan, when there was the recovery vehicle on track, and Daniel Kvyat made a pit stop and was going quickly, and that had rather been missed by race control. So Eduardo is even more attuned than ever to safety people around the circuit and not having cars go quickly. So the Sean Tong story is a rather disappointing one, isn't it, to say the least?
Yeah, so a number of stories to tell the team at the end of that, and trying to read the body language, and I don't think it looks sort of overly upset, does it, really?
Well, no, I mean, in a sense, he's going to be 10th on the grid no matter where he finished in that race, because it's a standalone grid for race 2. It isn't a championship as such, so yes, he'd like the best result, but it's the second race that really matters, and the fact that he's going to have to do that from row 5, so be it.
It was certainly exciting, and that's kind of the body language that I got from him talking to the team after getting out the car down in pit lane. Okay, the car has got a bit of repair work to be done, but other than that, it was, what's the best way to describe this? An exciting race. That's our winner, Lo Se-ho, and still weaving the car on the slowdown lap, which is an interesting point that shows us how dry it is on the top part of the circuit now on wet tyres.
The sun's breaking through as well, so the temperature is going up a little bit here, and after a very wet start to the day, a lot of rain overnight, then it's starting to become a little bit more like the
dry,
sunny Macau that we expected.
At the Macau hairpin, it's fully dry. See the bus stop on the left-hand side? That's gives you an idea of what happens between 6 o'clock at night and 6 o'clock in the morning. These are normal roads at Macau. Buses, trucks, mopeds, cars, everything. These are normal roads, and for 12 hours a day we get to enjoy the gear circuit as one of the most testing motor racing circuits anywhere on the planet.
And it's been the scene of dramatic Formula 3 Grand Prix over the years, of World Touring Car Championship showdowns. How many times has a Rob Huff or an Andy Priaulx left here, not only clutching silverware, but also a championship as well?
Yep, 2012, Rob Huff claimed his world title and did it in fine style here at Macau. And as the drivers make their way now down into pit lane, we will begin the countdown to our second podium of the day, which will see Lo Se-ho, Yan Chuang, and Chen Tong on the third step of the podium.
Lo Si-ho last year, one of the front runners in TCR China, and the car going into the scrutineering area. The team delighted, rush across, say well done. But I'm waiting for something to come up on the timing screen to say that he's under investigation, because that speeding before he got to the safety car still slightly bothers me.
Yeah, we've not had that yet, have we?
No.
So it might be. Race control were happy with a reason. Sometimes you can get a reason, can't you, for I have to be doing this, but it's I'd love to know what the reason would be.
Well, Lo Si-ho, the Hyundai driver, out of the car. Hyundai is certainly one of the more recent brands to really capitalise on its involvement in motorsport, whether it's been in touring car racing or, well, rallying, in a sense a bit like Subaru did a while ago. It's completely transformed the brand. Second place, Yan Chang in the Link & Co. You don't see that many of those around, but it's another growing brand, part of the Geely Group. And then the third place Audi, Chen Tong, comes to Parc Fermé as well. The Macau driver clambers from the car. Thank you. Thumbs up, happy man.
Of course, a Macau driver on the podium at Macau is something for the family album, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
And Yan Tran was really pushing on as well, wasn't he? With bringing down the gap between himself and Lo Si-ho before the safety car was deployed at the end of the race. The obligatory weighing of the drivers with all of their race equipment on. That was our first race of the day for the TCR Asia Challenge. The win goes the way of Lo Si-ho. Safety car intervened at the end of the race. Yang Trang in car number 22 in second place, and Chan Wen Tong, after the retirement of Sean Tong at the end of the race, takes third place. So we will see the Macau flag on the podium, and the podium is coming up next.
Yes, the gaps between the winning cars somewhat reduced at the very end, given that we had that safety car at the end. But there is Lo Si-ho making his way to the podium with a bouquet of flowers and the water bottle. But I wouldn't be surprised if race control didn't want a word after all of that. That's Yan Chang, the Link & Co driver. He's done a really good job in that race, and that's a car that's just got better and better over the weekend. It didn't start off necessarily as one of the quickest in free practice, but it got better and better over the two parts of qualifying, and second place in the race. He did at one point have the fastest lap as well, didn't he?
He was driving really well, wasn't he? Really speedy.
Yeah.
The other one that I'm sort of slightly disappointed we didn't see the final couple of laps was Lee Kar-hae, because he was putting in some jolly good lap times, wasn't he? Before the safety car was deployed. Ended up in 5th place in car number 27, did Lee Kar-hae. And we stand by now for the podium for our first of 2 races today for TCR Asia Challenge. That's what's coming up next. And with the recovery of the Honda, which gave calls for the safety car to be deployed, just an inspection of the barriers as well. They need to be fully up to spec, and they'll just be dressing a bit of fluid down there as well. So every one of our races today has a good deal of wiggle room built in between the end of one race and the start of the other. So hopefully it does mean that we'll hear from the drivers in the press conference. It does mean we can hear and see the podium presentation as well, and we'll get a chance to get the circuit back in full racing order before we get our next race of the day underway, which is the Macau Roadsport Challenge, with a bit of a new look for this year, for 2023, and the 70th Macau Grand Prix celebrations in 2023. That is due to get underway at 10:20, and the local time here in Macau is just after 9:43 in the morning, so just coming up to 9:45 locally, and different conditions. It's a little bit windy. The wind is due to grow as the day goes on. Sunny is the forecast for this afternoon, and we have seen the sun trying to peek through this morning after a very, very wet start for the Formula 4 cars earlier on this morning at 8 o'clock.
Well, barriers being attended to, as you say, track surface being attended to, the road getting drier all the time, and the touring cars heading back to their paddock ready for a bit of repair work before the second race in TCR Asia Challenge later on in the day. The podium awaits then. The dignitaries will be brought forward, and then the winning drivers, once the ceremony is done, then interviews in English will be conducted on the podium as well. And we await then the podium ceremony to get underway. But Lo Se-ho, Yan Trang and Chan Weng-tong, the top 3 drivers. Hong Kong, China and Macau represented within the top 3. And on race day here on the gear circuit, touring car racing as ever is spectacular. And the touring car gear race, which is next week, has another long history, echoing the rules of the day, whether it was the Group A cars in the 1980s or the Super 2000 World Touring Car spec or TCR regulations more recently. The gear race, the touring car inclusion has always been a major part of Macau, and it's represented with 2 races, of course, this weekend as well. 2 weekends of racing, as it is an anniversary year. 70 years we celebrate this year of the Macau Grand Prix. So the winning drivers brought from the back of the pit lane round to the race control building and then to the podium, and the doors open, so there will be dignitaries at one side. The trophy girls come forward as well, and that means that the podium ceremony for race 1 in TCR Asia Challenge is just about ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 70th Macau Grand Prix TCR Asia Challenge Race 1 trophy presentation ceremony. First of all, let's welcome the top 3 finishers to the podium. At second runner-up, number 42, Chang Wang-tong from Macau, China. First runner-up, number 22, Yan Chuang from China. And the winner is number 1, Lo Se-ho from Hong Kong, China. Congratulations to the drivers. And now I would like to invite the guests to present the laurel and trophy to the top 3 finishers. Let's welcome Mr. Frederick Luvisuto, Chief Operating Officer and Executive Director of Win Macau Limited, to present the 3rd place laurel and trophy to the driver. Congratulations to Chang Wang-tong from Macau, China. Thank you. And up next, I would like to invite Ms. Linda Chan, President and Vice Chairman of the Board of Win Macau Limited, to present the first runner-up to Yan Chuang from China. Congratulations. Thank you, Ms. Chan. Last but not the least, let's welcome Mr. Poon Wang Kun, President of the Sports Bureau and Coordinator of the Macau Grand Prix Organizing Committee, to present the winner laurel and trophy to Lo Se-ho from Hong Kong, China. Congratulations. I would like to invite all the guests together at the center and our drivers to reach the top of the podium for a group picture. Congratulations once again to the top 3 finishers of TCR Asia Challenge Race 1. Thank you our guests. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again.
Roadsport Challenge. A prova que é então disputada por dois modelos automóvel, os Toyota GR86 e os Subaru PRC. Uma prova que coloca então frente a frente pilotos de Hong Kong, Macau e da China continental.
嚟到第70屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車 TCR 亞洲挑戰賽第一回合賽事嘅賽後記者會。Welcome to the post-race press conference of the 70th Macau Grand Prix TCR Asia Challenge Race 1。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係第一名嘅盧思豪、第二名嘅嚴闖演闖、第三名嘅陳詠彤。We have with us on stage to the top 3 winners. We have finishing first, Lo Si Ho. Second, we have Yan Chuang, and third, we have Chen Wing Tong. 我哋問一問盧思豪先啦。其實見到 Sean 喺掂到入咗嗰個 escape area 之後咧，你就開始 keep 住個 pace 啦，然後直至完賽嘅。可唔可以同我哋分享下賽事嘅過程？
首先因為今朝早係一個 wet race 啦，咁但係我哋其實比賽之前咧都一路都留意到個 track 係其實乾得好快，咁所以其實都有少少顧慮嘅，因為始終我哋最後都係用水胎出車啦，咁其實本身會有擔心會唔會有爆胎啊，或者係頂唔頂得住啊條尾胎咁。不過好彩地係起一步之後，第一個圈啦，我同阿 Sean 喺上路有一個幾唔錯嘅 battle 啦，咁最後佢有少少失誤，咁就 lay break 咗，咁我就趁呢個時候過咗佢。咁其實過咗佢之後咧，我一路都保持住自己嘅 pace 啦，其實我冇乜點樣特別去再 push 嘅車，做一個穩定嘅圈速啊，甚至乎係只係一路去照顧條水胎啦。咁所以去到中段其實都有少少唔真實啦，可能因為阿 Sean 喺上路發生意外，咁可能我嘅後邊嘅車2、3、4比較遠少少啦，咁所以其實一路都冇乜特別嘅壓力啦，咁所以最後可以好穩陣咁樣完成個比賽，攞到個第一名都非常之開心。
So Lo Si Ho just shared with us because this morning we have a bit of a shower on the track, so he's has a bit of consideration on whether if he should use the wet tires or the dry. So in the end, he chose to start with the wet tires. For the first lap, he had a pretty good battle with Sean during the uphill session, and he passed Sean. And then to the end, he's been keeping his pace, making sure that nothing went wrong. He's pretty happy with winning first in the race. So 严闯。那个看到前面的车在那里争先恐后的，然后呢，您呢也跟你在这个第2位的时候呢，也有一个很激烈的一个中位战，在比赛的开始的那一段时间，可不可以跟我们分享一下？
今天早晨是被雨水打到玻璃的声音惊醒的，因为听到了雨声，瞬间就觉得这个比赛可能会比较困难。然后今天早晨在这个出场圈我做了2圈，想做多一些的赛道勘察。其实以我的经验来说，我觉得可以使用干胎的 slick。但是澳门嘛比较危险，所以最终我们依然选择了用雨胎来参加这场比赛。那本场比赛的策略呢是想说在前一段进行一个保胎，希望因为我知道前面2位这个卢思豪还有昨天的甘位车手都非常的有实力，我希望他们2个竞争过度消耗轮胎，我想把机会放到后面。其实也看到，我就在比赛的倒数第3、第4圈的时候，我有感觉到可能这个现代的赛车有一点点慢下来，但是也出了安全车，所以最后比赛以这样的形式完成，我觉得还是挺好的。因为这场比赛，我觉得我们没有什么太多的事故，这对于澳门来说是最重要的。
好，谢谢。So Yan Chuang also shared with us. So just like Lucy Ho, the wet race kind of disrupted their plan, where he started with wet tires. And his strategy was actually to have the top drivers having their battle first, and then he's going to push towards the end. But then there's a yellow flag and all the incidents during the race, so he decided to keep his pace until the end. He's very happy with the result. 好，陳永棠，可唔可以都同我哋分享下你嘅賽事嘅感受？
本身我今年係第一次揸呢款戰車參加比賽，咁就對架車唔係咁熟悉，咁加上今朝一嚟到係落雨，咁更加採取一個保守啲嘅策略，打算盡量完成賽事穩穩陣陣，然後第二回合乾地嘅時候先至再同架車溝通多啲，睇下可唔可以再衝前啲。唔該晒。So Chairman Tong also shared with us that this is actually his first time in the car. So together with the weather conditions, he decided to take a more conservative strategy. So he tried to keep his car till the end, and he's very happy with the result. He's waiting for the track to go a bit drier for race 2, and he hopes that he can push further. So now the floor is open for questions. Do we have any questions for the drivers? If not, then this is the end of the press conference. Can we please stand up for a photo opportunity? Thank you.
starting in fifth place with while Garner in sixth yesterday. Sam, who is the first of the McInnes drivers, so he's home circuit here, 52 years of age. Sam, started racing back in 2002, 20 years ago here in the Macau Grand Prix. 2018, 5 years ago, the World Tour that final round here, and of course, qualified, but
Attention in the pit lane. Attention in the pit lane. Macau Roadsport Challenge competitors. Pit exit will close in 2 minutes. Macau Roadsport Challenge competitors. Pit exit will close in 2 minutes.
现在所有的车辆都已经是到了发车口上，那么比赛呢是很快将会开始入车挑战赛的阶段了。在今天比赛联系加薪和单位之后，看看能不能在起跑或首出自己位置取得一个好的一个表现。知道使用的全部都是标准的赛车，那么丰田的 GT6 跟 GT3基本上是同款车。那参加比赛的话呢，我们继续感到丰田单一赛事到底能怎么样？这个比赛实际上相当激烈，特别是对于城市车手来说，所有的后果情况之下，操控方面还是比较容易去掌握的。当然这是相对而言，并不是说不实在驾驶的时候能够不管。那人动车当中，发动机必须要是一辆产品零件，而且在这边开始之前呢，每一辆车发动机的发动机号都将会被记录下来，并且被监控，就不允许有任何的改动。另外呢，进气和空滤都必须要使用零件，变速箱、油箱和电控系统都必须要是原装，所以基本上跟你平时所使用的是相差不大的。那哪些能动呢？就比如说悬挂系统，其实它是有很多个不同的套装版本，你可以来进行选装。刹车系统必须要过是使用的是原装件，车门排量必须要原装件。所以大家看到了，除了涂装之外，现在赛场的赛车跟原装车是非常相似的。但今天有一大看点，就是
In the sunshine, a grid forms on an increasingly drying road here in Macau. We've had 2 races this morning on a rather wet track, but now for the Macau Roadsport Challenge single race, the road is in a far better state. A grid full of Toyota GR86s or Subaru BRZs, the 2 eligible cars for the Roadsport Challenge, and 8 laps in prospect.
And for the first time today, we've had 2 races already this morning, one for single-seaters for F4 cars and one for touring cars with TCR Asia Challenge. For the first time today, we haven't had an indication on the timing screen that the race will start behind a safety car. So we will get a warming up lap for the Roadsport cars, and then according to schedule, an 8-lap race in prospect. And one thing that you can be sure of is a very bright grid. Number 18 is Sir Car Hing, who took pole position yesterday, a time of 2:21.583, and a very, very impressive pink and white livery. Absolutely assures you can't miss the number 18 car on track, alongside the predominantly blue and white car of Ivan Seto, who took second place on the front row of the grid with a 2:53. So that gives you an idea. A 2:53 for Ivan Sito and a 2:51 for Sir Car Hing. Sir Car Hing was very good in qualifying yesterday to take pole.
Yeah, he really cracked on and got on with the task in hand. The Macau Roadsport Challenge caters for the drivers out of the Macau Roadsport Championship who have finished 16th or lower, whereas next weekend's 70th Anniversary Challenge caters for those in the top 15. It's divided into 2 groups, and there are 4 events to sort of qualify, if you like, for this. There is a car that lines up 5th on the grid that was damaged in free practice, not badly, but enough to render it out of the action. But Vincent It just got on with the job yesterday and qualified 5th in the end ahead of Lam Kam Sam here, who is 6th on the grid, the second row. Chen Da-Jing, number 66, who caused a red flag yesterday by crashing, and their number 68, 7th on the grid, is Suen Se Lo. You've seen Riley Sham's car as well, that was 4th on the grid, but number 68 of Suen Se Lo, another driver to keep an eye on, as will be this, number 99 of Yung Chuk Lun, the Winson Motorsports Toyota GR86. They had quite a few red flags yesterday across the sessions for them, but it's good that the cars, pretty much in the main, are all fit, ready to go. Kwok Kai Wang, number 48, is next, or Joe Kwok, to give him his Western name.
And got such enthusiasm.
Absolutely, I was about to say, you can see how enthusiastic Joe Kwok is, ready to go racing. Chan Cha Ping is next in 54, the Norris racing car. And carrying on down the grid, 28 is Michael Wok. And he's another driver eager to get going. 84, that's the car of Chan Chek Yin, the Hong Kong driver. 13th is where you will find 71 of Wang Cheng, and that's a car that's had 2 race wins over the course of the Roadsport Challenge. So Wang Wencheng really ought to be higher up the grid than that, but should make some progress in this race.
Yeah, qualifying in 13th place, a little bit out of order according to the previous results thus far. So everyone gets the chance to have their moment on TV, and quite right so, because many drivers on the grid this weekend, because we've got a 2-weekend celebration of the 70th Macau Grand Prix, means that maybe some of these drivers wouldn't normally have found themselves racing on the gear circuit. So huge opportunity, and obviously they are predominantly very, very excited about the prospect of doing this. The good news is they're not the first race of the day, so therefore the track has had good opportunity to dry out. Just looking out of our commentary box window over to the grid, there are still wet bits. They are either side of the track, not in the middle of the track. So it has dried, and that's taken a couple of hours to get to this stage.
That's Sunny Ko, who is 18th on the grid. Another of the drivers from the regular championship, 20th in his group he was. Number 29, there is Lo Hio Fong, the Macau driver, 21st in the championship in his group, and 20th in his group, Lo Chun Hin for SS Racing Team. The course car has just gone blasting away, so the countdown continues, ready for the start of the formation lap. Cameraman wades his way through back of the grid as you get to number 53 of Mike Ng. In 53, the car of Ng Chi Lung. Helmet on in a moment for Wang Cheng Tu, 22nd on the grid.
It's a little bit last minute to be putting the helmet on, isn't it?
There's laid back and there's laid back, isn't there? That's leaving it to the very last, I think.
I'd have anxiety at this point, wouldn't I? Because the personnel are actually being cleared from the grid. And not only have you got to put your helmet on, but also get strapped into the car as well.
So the last couple of cars then, we've just seen Wang Cheng Tu, and then there should be, or there is the provision for 3 more, but I suspect they won't be there because of accidents over the course of the weekend. Number 30 of Lo Hung Piu, then 86 of Yu Kam Chung and Lam Chen Chung missing from the back of the grid. So that's just confirmation of what we've seen, with Sekar Hung at the front, with Ivan Sito, then Chen Dajing and Roly Sham. Vincent Yip and Lam Kam San rounding out the top 6, ahead of Swen Se Lo and Yung Chuk Lun. Joe Kwok is on the 5th row, along with Chan Ka Ping, ahead of Michael Wong and Chak Chan Yin. Then Wang Wen Cheng, Leung Chun Yu alongside him. Kenneth Wong on the 8th row of the grid, with Lam Hong 5 a company, ahead of Tam Yang Fit and Sunny Ko. Lu Hu Fong and Lo Chon Him are ahead of Mike Un and Wong Cheng To to round out the grid. So 8 laps it will be, and we are expecting a conventional start, so a formation lap and then a grid start, which would be our first of the weekend.
What a colourful grid as you look down. A very full grid as well. At least 11 rows of the grid. And you can see the fact the sunshine has come out now. And the weather forecast is that we'll have this afternoon sunshine all the way, which is good news. We started wet, we've dried out, and now we've got sunshine looking down. And hopefully a nice temperature this afternoon as well. It will still be humid. That's very much the weather of the region. But also something unique to the region is the bright and colourful liveries that we've got for the Roadsport Challenge. As David has said, Toyota GR86s and Subaru BRZs this year gives a new look to the Macau Roadsport Challenge. But certainly the Toyotas and the Subarus look very well suited to the gear circuit yesterday. A great race in prospect. I wonder if Ivan Sito could do something about that 2-second deficit on lap times in qualifying yesterday. It was very impressive, that, for Sekar Hing on pole position, a 2:51.5, and we stand by, count down for the race to get underway.
So the 1-minute board will be shown, engines will fire, and that's the indication for the last of the engineers to make their way off the grid. I'm tempted to say this is going to be really dramatic, because with a road that is almost dry, but still with the odd damp patch and local enthusiasm to factor in, it's going to be quite spectacular, this.
It really will, yeah. The fact that we've got a dry track now and our first proper race start of the day. We've not seen one so far because the races have been starting under safety car. That means as soon as the safety car pulls away from the grid and the cars follow, the race is underway. They are already racing, so this is our first opportunity. I'm going to keep all my fingers crossed that everything goes according to plan, but it's our first race start of the day. In fact, the first race start of the 70th Macau Grand Prix.
So the last of the officials make their way off the grid. The engineers go with them, having now wished their drivers well, fired up the engines, and we'll just check in a moment about the back of the grid, make sure we know who is there after the rigours of yesterday. But it does look as though the last car is going to be that number 23 of Wong Cheng To. So there are 3 from the original entry missing because of damage sustained yesterday. Just these 8 laps then for the Roadsport Challenge drivers, and it promises to be a really spectacular race as well. The Roadsport Challenge this year catering for just these 2 cars in pretty much Group N sort of production saloon spec, rather than allowing the levels of modification in as it used to for things like the Subarus or the Minis or the Fords that we had, and 1 or 2 Peugeots on occasions as well over recent
the
seasons.
RCZ,
That's right, yeah. So it's a different look, as you say, but it evolves the category, and as the green flag drops, these very popular GR86s dominate numerically. They blast away, and this is a last chance for the drivers now to just explore where the grip is, and perhaps more significantly where the grip isn't.
And we'll have a look, and as they make their way off the grid, we noticed that the circuit was pretty dry. I wonder if there's still going to be some, because there were big puddles, weren't there? So once they go around Turn 1 at Reservoir and down towards Mandarin, either side of the road, there were some big puddles, even in the last race that we had for touring cars, and you can still see the sunshine reflecting. Yeah, it's a bit wet around Mandarin still, so that's a very, very fast corner indeed, Mandarin, and it's got the challenge of a few puddles around there, so that's interesting. Now on the run down towards Lisboa, and into the right-hander, a classic overtaking place here at Macau. It's dry all the way around there, which is good news, up towards San Francisco and the climb up San Francisco Hill, where the track gets narrower and narrower. I'd love love to know the process of the original design of this circuit, because it is a circuit that has absolutely everything, doesn't it? It's got undulation, which drivers love. It's got twists, turns, slow corners, fast corners, wide sweeps and wide straights as well. It is a huge challenge and a very rewarding circuit for all that drive it, and that is the chosen few around the world, because it is only a circuit for one weekend, and every decade 2 weekends of every year.
And it's small wonder, therefore, that so many people relish any opportunity to come and race here. It illustrates really why, when the GT races have been put on, they have attracted such a good grid, and spreads the word as well. People coming from far and wide to race here, and watching around the world as well. The Macau name becoming more popular and more recognisable as a destination on the back of the Grand Prix. 22 then is Lam Kan San. He's going to start 6th on this grid. I think it's going to take a little time, isn't it, for everybody to arrive back at the end of the formation lap, ready to go racing, but back they will come.
Not the first time we've seen the field spread out on the opening lap. This is just the formation lap. We had this behind the safety car on the previous race, didn't we?
We did indeed, but at least the drivers will stop. It's not a rolling start, so it will be a slightly tidier getaway. And what we saw yesterday, you're just seeing again now.
Yeah.
Every time there's a heavy brake, on come the hazard lights, like it's an emergency stop. So
you can imagine the teams, can't you, saying, you're not braking hard enough.
No, exactly.
How do you
the lights
know?
aren't coming on. Yeah, yeah. So if you know that a driver is pushing because he hits the brakes hard, and on come the hazard lights. So the pole position car has arrived back, and now this is where the pole driver, Sekar Hing, there he is, looking the white and pink car, discovers what's on the CD player or what's on Apple CarPlay, because he's going to occupy himself for about 10 minutes while anybody else finishes off the grid. So the idea of a warming up lap is to go quickly enough, of course, to get warmth into the tyres.
Interesting angle for Ivan Sito as well. That's the Brands Hatch top row formation, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah, slightly cambered away. So gradually a grid takes place.
This is going to take ages.
Yeah, you're not busy later, are you? So that's 6 we've got for the front of the grid now. Make that 7. Up comes 68 of Swen Selo.
All that tyre heat is kind of dissipating, isn't it?
Exactly right. So the pole driver, Sekar Hing, did everything right, went storming along and generated the warmth, but others kind of wonder what they thought the purpose of that was.
Where are they?
Look, even the course cars are sort of shepherding them along now, the sweeper cars.
Goodness me.
So there is...
Oh, this is really
54.
damaging.
Yeah, Chan Kar Ping, I think, is the one that's rather taking the mickey there by being quite slow. But anyway, the rest are coming. And assuming he's still awake, Sekar Hing in a moment will look towards the lights. Just finishing his VAT expenses and everything else while he waits, and then it'll be good to go. Right, back of the grid forms then. So, as part of the 70th Macau Grand Prix weekend, green flag shown at the back. The drivers now look towards the lights. 5 red lights will go on when the lights are extinguished. The Roadsport Challenge underway. The great start by Ivan Sito. He gets the drop then on Sekar Hing, and he's going to be on the inside line into the lead as they get down towards Reservoir. There's one car stranded on the grid, incidentally, as the Macau Roadsport Challenge turns left and battles its way down to Mandarin.
Great start there by Ivan Sito. He put his car at an angle. He clearly knew something that everybody else didn't, but got off the line absolutely superbly. He's under pressure now as they go through Mandarin, the very quick Mandarin on the run down towards Lisboa now. But it's Ivan Sito that leads. It's the pole position car of Sekar Hing who is in 2nd place, and everybody else jostling for position, trying to avoid the multiple puddles on the run down towards Lisboa. But on the outside line is Ivan Sito, but there's a change for the lead coming out of Lisboa. The overtaking position on the Macau gear circuit is down at Lisboa, and the pole position car of Sekar Hing has got the lead.
That was a bold pass. 1 or 2 others went a little bit deep in the background. I think Ivan Sito also braked fractionally late and just couldn't quite get the apex of the corner, could he? So he sort of opened the door there. There's the second wave, look, as they head up the hill for the first time. The one car that was stranded on the grid has been pushed into the pit lane, incidentally. We'll identify that in a moment as Sekar Hing now really spurred into action after that pop start, wasn't he? He's getting on with the programme now. He's hit the front and he's trying to get away with Ivan Sito second. Roly Sham, number 2, running in third place.
Yep, certainly does. So Ivan Sito now needs to keep in touch with Sekar Hing on this tight and twisty section. The most used overtaking position on the circuit, although T-top cars do squeeze their way through on certain sections of this tight and twisty part of the circuit. The ideal place is where the pole position car and leader did it down at Lisboa. So Ivan Sito needs to stay very much in touch with the number 18 car on this part of the circuit and then see what he can do on the run down from the Melco hairpin up towards the completion of lap number 1.
Wang Cheng To is the driver that was pushed into the pit lane from where he will start, so he's lost about half a lap while that car was fired up as out of Donna Maria down to the Melco hairpin they come then for the first time, and we've got the top 2 still absolutely tied together. Ivan Sito is going with the leader then of Sekar Hing, and he closes up under braking. Roly Sham in third place out of the hairpin, dropped downhill for the first time, and as that leading, what have we got, 6, 7 cars then in a train, comes down through Black Sands on lap number 1. Sekar Hing looking good up front.
Yeah, certainly he is, and Ivan Sito doing a good job of keeping in touch with him as well. Bear in mind that there were a couple of seconds between the two of them in qualifying yesterday. Their pace seems to be a little bit more matched now until you get to the part where the cars can stretch their legs, and Sekar Hing with the lights flashing again, telling us that the braking is heavy, comes across the line and completes lap number 1 now with an advantage of 1.5 seconds over Ivan Sito. Well, that kind of maybe a little bit more gives us a glimpse back to qualifying yesterday. Taking pole position by 2 seconds is pretty impressive, it has to be said, on the front row of the grid. And Ivan Sito is just left a little bit breathless where the cars can stretch their legs.
Yeah, Sekar Hing looked very, very good indeed yesterday, and he's carrying on that good pace. But Roly Sham is coming under attack as well now, because Chankar Ping, number 54, right up behind him, and he in turn is under attack. Look, 3 wide down towards Lisboa, because a really brave effort comes from Lam Kan San on the inside, and just avoiding the barriers there and being forced out wide under braking was Chankar Ping. So Roly Sham drops back, but the one that's really been on his toes there out of all of that look was 22. So through on the inside line, Lam Kan San gains a couple of places. He is making very good progress now, look, up into third place.
That was brave and determined stuff, and has already pulled away. That was pretty monumental, going 3 abreast, going down towards Lisboa, but it worked, and the car is already pulling away from the 4th place car, and now all he has to do is set about the business of bringing down the gap between himself and 2nd place Ivan Sito, who has in turn on the twisty part of the circuit seemingly closed back up onto the back of the leader.
Yeah, you're right. I think Lam Kan San's going to be the one to watch, though, isn't he, in that 3rd place, especially if these two get themselves together and battle for the race lead right now. So through comes Sekar Hing, Ivan Sito behind him, and the margin was over 2 seconds in terms of a lap time in qualifying. Now it's about 2 inches, nose to tail, as they come down to police. Ivan Sito throwing everything at it.
This is it's so interesting to watch how the number 18 car, the race leader, Sekar Hing, was able to pull away to stretch that advantage on the quick part of the circuit after the Melco hairpin on the run down through Black Sands and down towards Fisherman's. But on the twisty part, it is certainly Ivan Sito that seems to have the advantage. Well, he's about to come into his own once again, is the race leader. And oh dear, it all gets a bit funny getting up towards one of the back markers. It's the 23 car that they've come along, and that's the car of Wang Cheng To, and gets out of the way. It was all a bit confused, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the one that stalled on the grid, started from the pit lane, and clearly still has a problem. So, in a sense, it didn't really matter because they couldn't have overtaken there anyway, but it did rather delay them a little bit. It's broken the rhythm. It's brought Lam Kan San even closer to them. That's, I think, the real talking point out of all of that, because he is closer to Sito now. This is going to be the end of lap number 2 as they come up towards the timing line. So, Sekar Hing, it will be in the lead. Ivan Sito in 2nd place, and then Lam Kan San from 6th on the grid, charging along behind them as they come over the line. He's not quite there yet, but he's almost there. He's 8 tenths back on Sito, who's 6 tenths back on Sekar Hing. But again, on this part of the circuit, Sekar Hing showing that he's got absolutely enormous cojones because he's so brave, isn't he, out of reservoir. This is where he uses that bravery and that speed to build the gap again.
And down through Mandarin they go. Very, very quick corner with damp patches on either side of the road. This time, Ivan Sito is keeping a little bit more in touch. He's got more momentum going onto this quick part of the circuit. They're coming down towards Lisboa now on the outside line. That is a very damaged number 48 car as it limps its way around at great speed. There was no challenge for the lead, but Ivan Sito much closer that time to the race leader.
Yeah, Joe Kwok is the one with the damage. You've just seen number 48, and Lam Kan San has dropped back a little bit. Now, what did Joe Kwok do? He ran wide coming onto the pit straight, smoked the tyre barrier, took the left front corner off the car, went from one side to the other, and that's just momentum that carries him across the line. So Joe Kwok is out of the race, no question about it. Lam Kan San third, being chased by Roly Sham. But it's on this part of the circuit where either Ivan Sito is the braver or Sekar Hing is, if you like, content just to slacken the pace because he knows there's no room for him to be overtaken. But certainly this is where the gap comes down. But it's hard to gauge, really, whether it's the race leader almost toying with Ivan Sito here.
Well, you can see that Sekar Hing, when he came over the line last time, you could see that there was an advantage. It was notable to see when they came over the line and completed the lap. It's that second part of the circuit that Ivan Sito, through the twists and the turns, you might be right, is able to take it a little bit more calmly going through this, the race leader.
Safety car.
And safety car is being deployed for the recovery, presumably, of that damaged car.
I would imagine so, and that's going to bring Lam Kan San even closer to the leaders. So Sekar Hing does it absolutely right, slows down instantly, and scoops up everybody behind him. We've not had everybody being quite so vigilant of adhering to safety car regulations today, but as soon as the boards and the flags were spotted, so the leader Sekar Hing slows the pace right down and comes into the Malco hairpin ever so slowly.
Look at that, shadows. We've got sunshine here at Macau now. The day did not start in quite that way, but the weather forecast is that it will continue until the close of play at the end of this afternoon to be sunny. And that's very good news for the huge crowd that we've got here for the first weekend race day at Macau. 2 weekends for the celebration of the decades of Macau. 70th Grand Prix celebration this weekend. Loads of extra little things have been done by Macau. There are presentation boxes with little biscuits that are given out to the media, and it's always something. I've still got my 60th anniversary little glass paperweight. I know there's always some nice little touches to celebrate because the people here, the organising people, the residents of Macau, they're so proud of this event. It's such a big sporting event, not just a sporting event, but an event in Macau's annual calendar, and they celebrate it. We were saying yesterday, weren't we, during free practice, that all of the hotels, they totally embrace it. You speak to anyone in the hotel and they'll go, oh, you're here for the Grand Prix, how cool. And they absolutely love it. It's not an annoyance to their daily routine. It's something that they embrace.
It brings so much to Macau, doesn't it? Whether it's people, whether it's the media attention, whether it's helping the economy, because of course there are so many teams here, and many of them here for about a week, if not more. So it's revenue through the hotels, the restaurants, the bars, the casinos. Right, the Joe Kwok car being retrieved. There's the Urus safety car that awaits, and now on instruction it sets off, scoops up the field behind. We've done 3 laps, incidentally, so the clock ticks on down.
It's an 8-lap race, this one. And the only race today. So both of the races we've had so far for the TCR Asia Challenge and for the F4 race that we've got this weekend have got 2 races, so they've got another one to look forward to. This is the one chance to shine for the Macau Roadsport field, and under the control of the safety car, they thread their way down at safety car speed, and hopefully that's not going to take too long to recover that vehicle. It's one of the wide parts of the circuit, so an easier recovery, if you like, to get racing back underway. Number 18, Sekar Hing, hasn't made a mistake thus far, despite the attention, certainly on the twisty part of the circuit, from Ivan Sito. Make no mistake, every time they go into Lisboa, those two very, very exciting indeed. overtaking point number 1 here at Macau, going through Lisboa with the Grand Lisboa Hotel just on the outside of the corner. All cars must close the gaps is the instruction from race control. Race control are very busy trying to give out specific rules and regulations to be adhered to under the safety car, under the control of safety car. But previously they were very polite and sent a message in the previous race saying please. They didn't say please then, so they're obviously a bit crosser.
Yes. 30-minute time slot, by the way, for this race. We've done about just under 12 of those 30 minutes thus far, as the race order is still Sekar Hing ahead of Ivan Sito, and then Lam Kam San in 3rd place, the Macau driver, ahead of Rolly Sham. Vincent Yip, despite being caught up in an incident in free practice, his car has survived the weekend thus far. 5th, ahead of Chan Ka-ping in 6th. Yuen Chut Lun is 7th, ahead of Chan Chat Yin 8th. 9th is number 71 of Wang Wen Cheng, and Kenneth Wong rounding out the top 10. So only 9th is where you find a man that's had 2 race wins this year, Wang Wen Cheng, not really making the progress that really would have been anticipated.
Under control of the safety car in the Macau Roadsport Challenge for 2023, and always this is one of the highlights of the local drivers' opportunity here at Macau. It always provides great excitement. It very often provides a very exciting race as well. And it's a new look this year to the Roadsport Challenge, with just the 2 marques being represented, Toyota and Subaru. And so far, it has provided us the usual close racing that we're used to. Sekar Hing at the moment has the advantage, leads the field from Ivan Sito. Lam Kam San in 3rd place, which was the move of the race so far, without doubt, getting 3rd place down at Lisboa. Exciting stuff, that, wasn't it?
It was a really bold pass,
yeah,
very definitely.
Yeah.
And you get the feeling that Lam Kam San will do more if he can against Ivan Sito. So track conditions now making you think it's a different day compared to what we had for the F4 qualifying race bright and early this morning. And the drivers are going to have to do another lap, I think, behind the safety car. The light's out. I've not seen a board saying that it's going to be in. I can't see a green flag on the start line, and the lights are still flashing, aren't they?
I don't know. I couldn't quite see. Yes, they are. I did worry this morning. Is it going to be a whole day of wet? Just a look at the damage that was caused to the 48 car, and the reason for the red flag for the safety car rather. And yeah, I did worry this morning whether it was going to be a whole day of wet running, because the gear circuit is such a challenge and such a great circuit for drivers. They want conditions like this. They want to be able to use the cars to their maximum and control the beast rather than just tiptoe around and try not to slip on a wet surface.
That tyre barrier, which of course the reason you have tyres are to absorb impact, but it shows you even what damage that can do, because the bulk of that wreck was done by coming through that little the end of the tyre barrier from Joe Kwok, and you could see how it completely ripped out the left front corner. So that's a tyre barrier, never mind hitting the concrete.
I've just realised why I said red flag instead of safety car, because we got so used to saying it yesterday. Yes.
Because you've not had your pills.
Quite aging. Yes. We had so many red flags yesterday. It was so difficult for everybody concerned, really, because most of the sessions had at least 2 and probably 3 red flags. It's an inevitable feature of racing on a street circuit that you need to have safety car interventions for the recovery of vehicles, and on free practice and qualifying day, the safety car doesn't get deployed. It causes a red flag to come out. So yesterday was tricky. Today we're seeing great racing at Macau.
Next week, just looking ahead to the Macau Grand Prix, the Formula 3 Grand Prix, there will be for the first time the inclusion of a virtual safety car regulation to mirror what happens for those drivers in the FIA European Formula 3 Championship.
It's what many of them are already very used to.
Absolutely right.
Yeah.
Now, pace quickening, which rather suggests that we might be in business at the end of this lap, so the race officials trying to get the Macau Roadsport Challenge back underway. But Ivan Sito nailed the standing start. He's going to have to be just as good on the rolling start, if you like, the restart, to have a go at Sekar Hing for the race lead. This will be the end of lap 5 of the 8, incidentally.
How good was that start from Ivan Sito with the slightly different angle that he got on the grid? He certainly knew something that we didn't.
It was a demon getaway.
It was,
yeah,
superb. So Sekar Hing it is that leads the field behind the safety car. Ivan Sito in second place. He was keeping very much in touch with the race leader on the tight, twisty parts of the circuit. And then when we got down to the swoops, down through Black Sands and down towards Fisherman's Bend, that was where the race leader seemed to have the advantage. And they would close back up when they got down towards Lisboa. Let's see what happens this time in the sunshine here at Macau. 20 to 11 local time in the morning. Through Donna Maria, the left-hander, and then to the Melco hairpin. No overtaking throughout the whole course of the weekend for the Macau Grand Prix or the Macau Grand Prix weekends this year. Safety car is coming in this lap. That's confirmation. So let's weave those tyres. Let's get heat back into the tyres to get this race start back underway.
Here they come then, as the safety car will head for the pit lane. So the tyres are being warmed. The Toyota GR86s then that dominate the entry numerically of Sekar Hing, of Ivan Sito, of Lam Kan San, get ready to go racing as they come out of Fisherman's, and a really good restart look from Sekar Hing. He's gone, and he's about 2 lengths up then as the cars accelerate now down towards R Bend. The Urus safety car goes straight on and comes into the pit lane, and it's going to be the battle on for second place by the look of it. Ivan Sito versus Lam Kan San. Green flag flutters on the start line. We're back racing then as the temperatures rise, and drama in the background. More cars in the wall, and that was 41, which is Vincent Yip. And who's the other one that's got involved with him? Roly Sham.
So on the restart, 2 cars, one either side, and they're still racing. Of course they are, for the top 3, and this is going to be exciting on the run down towards Lisboa. Through Mandarin they go. And then the potential overtaking as they get down towards Lisboa, because the top 3, because of the problems behind on the restart, just clipping the barrier on the exit of the final corner before the race gets back underway. Sees 2 cars, one either side of the circuit. I want to see Lisboa now, please. Back towards the live pictures, and they've been through San Francisco, and the result is we've got a new car in second place. It's Lam Kan San that has got the advantage over Ivan Sito, and that happened. Hopefully we've got now a replay of how that happened going down into Lisboa.
The incident on the start straight was a bit like Joe Quox, wasn't it? Roly Sham just ran wide. I think Vincent Yip's incident was sort of panicked by seeing a car going off ahead of him, but
which is understandable.
Yeah, indeed so. The 2 of them then in strife, but Lam Kan San, as you say, up the inside at Lisboa to take second place, and now that's his target. So 6th on the grid to second place, Lam Kan San, and he sets off in pursuit of Sekar Hing now.
But Ivan Sito is not letting him get away, and the danger with this is that the 2 of them battle away for second place and allow Sekar Hing to further pull away, because this was the bit of the circuit that Ivan Sito was able to stay in touch with the race leader. If the race leader can get an advantage on this part of the circuit, because the 2 of them are battling for second place, then it's almost checking out for the race for the race leader.
Yeah, I agree with that, as there is then the fight for second place. So you've got Lam Kan San ahead of Ivan Sito, this new order. In 4th place behind them, it's Chankar Ping now, benefiting from the dramas coming over the start line. Roly Sham's car out of the race with the damage on the left front corner. Very similar, not quite as bad, but very similar to Joe Quock. He's parked it up against the barrier, where it looks like there might even be a little access point, but safety car deployed again.
Yep, not surprisingly, 2 cars that are stricken either side of the circuit. That's going to take a little bit of work. It's an 8-lap race. They've completed 5 laps. So the field are going to close up once again. I'd love for there to be inter-car conversation now between Ivan Sito in 3rd place and Lam Kan San in 2nd place, saying, OK, we need to work together on this. On the restart, we need to work together.
If there is a restart, because we're going to have 2 more laps. One of them certainly behind the safety car. But it does depend how quickly they can move the
2 cars.
Did Vincent Yip? I think Vincent Yip got going again, 41. So it's just Roly Sham. I think Vincent Yip is down in 19th place, but his car did survive.
It's still going to take 2 laps, isn't it?
It depends where the nearest access gate is, I think, because you know, it's not that far. the brief shot we had of where Roly Sham had parked made me think it wasn't that far from the pit exit, but it depends where the officials can easily take that car to.
So for the second time this race under the control of the safety car, and this time it's a different order in the top three because Lam Kan San on that run down towards Lisboa. Hopefully we get a replay of that action taking place, because we were watching the replay of the incident when the cars came out of Mandarin and headed down towards Lisboa.
Okay, so that section of circuit seems to be sham free. In other words, maybe he's at the other side of Mandarin. So could they take him to Lisboa? I seem to remember there's also a vehicle access point along that straight between Mandarin and Lisboa where we had a Ginetta being retrieved yesterday. So I'm hesitating a little in saying all of this, but I do think that they could possibly get the car out of harm's way fairly swiftly. Look, they're just where the safety car board is being shown. You can see an access point, but I can't find Roly Sham's car now.
Which might be good news.
Well, yeah.
Because it might already have been removed off the circuit, which would mean they're going to complete 7 laps at the end of this lap.
Do you know what? If I bothered to look out of the window, I would tell you that Roly Sham is on the start line. And that's why...
Hi, Roly.
It won't take long, because the flatbed has arrived.
It's already back.
And they can move that car pretty promptly now. So he didn't go very far at all. I thought he'd limped on a bit more, but now the car sort of ground to a halt coming over the timing line.
We need some marshals down at pit lane entry. Yep. How many do you want? A dozen? Yep. They're all there now, all around the car. And that might mean that we could get 1 lap race. The lights are still on the safety car at the moment, not surprisingly. Roly Sham's car being recovered. The marshals sent back to their post. It's amazing how many marshals we have for this event.
Absolutely.
If you need a bit of help, all of a sudden there's a dozen of them all running down the track to assist. The recovery crew, I think, have got this one covered. And
it's just how quickly they can get the flatbed off the circuit.
Yeah.
So we are at Marshall's post 8 as the safety car comes through. It's going to be touch and go, this.
I think it probably will be. Just in front of our commentary boxes when this recovery is taking place. And I'm not holding out a great deal of hope for this one.
The car is about to be lifted as quickly as.
Take the strain. A couple of marshals just to steady the car down here. No, and the lifters required another attempt at this, so I don't think we're going to do this, are we?
I think part of the problem with the car was it wasn't fully attached to the cradle. I think there was a strap missing, so it then tilted at an angle.
Swung over, didn't it?
Yeah, but having another go at it now.
And now we're seeing those pictures to bring you around the world, wherever you're watching. A very good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It is the 70th Macau Grand Prix celebration this year. 2 weekends of racing, so the Macau Roadsport Challenge features on the first weekend. It is exclusively for Toyota GR86s and Subaru BRZs this year. We are recovering the number 2 car, Roly Sham, and we are under the control of safety car on lap 7 out of 8. And I rather think that this is going to be another lap behind the safety car. The Roly Sham recovery, so close to the fence as well, isn't it? Is now safely onto, not quite onto the recovery vehicle. But I don't think there's enough time, is there? It's good work.
Yeah, the car is off the track, but the flatbed that it's now placed upon is not, so they can't restart the race. It's going to have to be another lap, and that will be the last lap under the safety car. So we've got a result effectively now.
It's an incredibly skilled job doing these lifts onto the back of flatbed recovery vehicles. And I remember seeing the first one that went slightly wrong. Do you remember the Singapore Grand Prix in 2008? When Nelson Piquet Jr. Crashed? You remember that one? Quite a famous crash.
Yes.
I was stood directly beside where the car crashed, and then the recovery vehicle came and lifted the car up. And this is maybe the smallest part of the story of things that happened. And the car got into a swing
Right.
And they couldn't stop the car from swinging when they were recovering, when it was in the air, and swung into one of the fences.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, we had to step back.
Wow, gosh.
Yeah, so it's not an easy job.
No.
And it does need marshals to steady the car.
So we're on the last lap, and the Macau Roadsport Challenge, which has been entertaining, is going to deny Lam Can San a chance to challenge, because this is going to be the result, isn't it? They won't be allowed to overtake up to the checkered flag. So just like the TCR Asia race that we had a little while ago this morning, safety car affects it, and Sekar Hing takes the win. So yeah, Raleigh Sham clouting the barriers. Opposite our commentary position as well, we can see the wreck of Joe Kwok's car, which did the similar thing but heavier earlier. That's a right mess, that left front corner of that car.
Yeah, it's not nice, is it? Not pretty at all. Lam Can San has had a great race.
Yeah,
it's going to be on the second step of the podium. Started on the outside of row 3 of the grid, so really, really good work. If you bear in mind, limited amount of laps, and taking 2 places in 1 manoeuvre down at Lisboa was perhaps one of the highlights of today's racing so far.
Yeah, I mean, when drivers behave and we get a flow of racing laps in, they're fantastic.
Racing has been superb.
Just, you know, that it gets interrupted by the nature of the circuit. And Murphy's Law today has been that where cars have ended up, it's been away from cranes and you've needed flatbeds. Yesterday we had lots of stoppages, but at least the cranes could be used. But today's incidents are in a different place. And there, Raleigh Sham's car off the track, but I'm afraid that had it been a 9-lapper, it would have been good for one more. But it's going to be an 8-lap race, and actually we're not far off nudging the clock anyway at 30 minutes.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, so time and laps are both work in conjunction with one another for the distance of this race, so we don't get behind in the schedule today. That was the 3rd race of the day. Car 41 under investigation for disrespecting the safety car procedure, and that's the car of Vincent Ip in the Toyota GR86.
Yeah, you know, I said he was in 19th place after his spin.
Oh, yes.
Well, he's 17th.
Right.
In that no overtaking behind the safety car kind of way.
He's had a really good safety car period, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Really putting in the... So, we will, of course, have a podium once the cars make their way over the line and complete the 8 laps of racing. And we still have a huge amount of entertainment remaining today on the programme at Macau. 2 races for GT cars coming up, for GT4 spec cars and for GT3 cars. The safety car will come in this lap. We've just had that notification on the timing screen. Inevitably, I think we'll get the notification as well that cars will cross the line in the order that they are now in. It will be the second time that we've had that instruction today. But yeah, GT racing coming up with GT4 and GT3, and then second races of the day for TCR Asia Challenge and for the Macau Formula 4 race as well. So loads more coming up, loads to stay tuned to Macau 4. But this is going to be our race winner. Sekar Hing, superb in qualifying yesterday. 2 seconds his advantage in qualifying on Saturday, and is about to take the checkered flag to win the Macau Roadsport Challenge.
Checkered flag at the ready then, and it is going to be a win for Sekar Hing from Lam Can San and Ivan Sito in 3rd place. Safety car in, but it was the last lap anyway, so the drivers greeted with the checkered flag. A shame we couldn't have one more racing lap, but it was not to be, and Sekar Hing, Lam Can San and Ivan Sito the top 3 in the sole race for the Macau Roadsport Challenge cars, but a lively race it's been. You've got to feel a bit for Lam Can San, denied a chance to challenge for the race lead, but such, I'm afraid, is the way of the world at Macau. With
if it
incidents, it's got to be, they've got to be sorted.
If it had carried on the way it was, I'm not sure they would have been in touch, because they were so busy with their battle for second place. Sekar Hing was able to pull away, and as they come down side by side towards he's so desperate to get in front, isn't he? And he can't because it's the slowdown lap. But on that run down towards Lisboa, was he just working through what he had planned for the race?
Maybe.
Had it gone that distance?
Well,
we never saw that move, did we?
No.
For second place.
We might do in the highlights at the end. Yeah. I was just thinking Sekar Hing's never gone so slowly, but he's savouring his win in the car that started on pole position. and the driver from Hong Kong, who's had a tough season in his group in the championship, not scoring very well, comes out on top here. It's a shame there isn't another race for these cars today, because they've entertained, haven't they?
They'll be thinking that as well.
Yeah, exactly.
It was nice because we saw for the first time the Toyota GR86 on the track. Looked very well suited to the circuit, as did the Subaru BRZ. There weren't two classes though, they all race together. They race on equal standings, but the predominance of cars, the Toyotas, and they're a nice looking car as well, aren't they? So that's our race winner.
And a good drive that by Sekar Hing. I mean, he was able to fend off Ivan Sito. Indeed, despite not making the best of starts, he was able to get himself back ahead and then control the pace. He was canny in his driving, being able to not have to push on this narrow section of circuits and therefore maintain the gap when the road was wider and he was perhaps more in jeopardy. He was able to up the pace and scamper away once again. So a good drive by Sekar Hing, and Lam Kan San likewise 6th on the grid to take 2nd place.
And Ivan
deserved.
Sito has got plenty to smile about at the end of that race. That was a superb start. Absolutely brilliant.
Trouble is, though, he was the leader and he ends up 3rd, so it tempers the smile a bit, doesn't it? Because he didn't get mugged.
It does. I'm trying to look for the positives for everyone.
Well, it's a podium, I agree.
A happy podium coming up.
So that's a good result. And unlike some, they've all got undamaged cars. Not everybody can say that if they can.
Yeah, that's good news.
Yeah.
So heading down to pit lane to begin the run up towards the podium celebration, and I don't think we'll get the chance to hear from the drivers on the podium, but we will get to hear them in the press conference, because local time 10:58, the next race here in Macau, half an hour away, the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT4 cars. We've got a big grid for GT4 coming up. That's our winner, Sekar Hing, leading the field around. Lam Kan San just behind, and in the blue car, Ivan Sito, car number 21. They head into pit lane. Celebrations will ensue, but although we had 2 safety cars, we did get some jolly good racing from the Macau Roadsport Challenge.
And I like the cars, and I think the concept now of having not quite a 1-make, but a 2-make championship, but with these sort of production saloon Group N spec limited modification regulations works well. And these cars hugely popular in the region and attracting an absolutely bumper grid. If you bear in mind that we've got 23 cars for this and a comparable number for next week, and there are more that have been seen in the championship, shows the popularity of low-cost racing in desirable cars. You were a Toyota owner once, weren't you?
I was. I had a Toyota Celica, which was very purple. It would have fitted in around
well,
here.
I was thinking that, yeah. I remember it well.
and also I was lucky enough to be loaned through a sponsorship deal a Toyota GT86 when the cars first came out. And having had that, I realised just how interesting it was to people, because whenever I came back to the car, the driver's window was absolutely covered in finger marks. So people wanted to look in at this new car.
What does Sekar Hing have on his helmet? Because he's got another name in front of his say, and I'm trying to work out from the script what it says. It almost looks like smart.
Well, that was a smart drive for sure. Very smart indeed. It is going to be a happy podium, isn't it? Those scenes down in Park Fairmay.
Anybody that carries the circuit map on their overalls has got to be an enthusiast.
This means so much to people. It means so much to people like us that we're lucky enough to come along to Macau and enjoy this event. But when you see the joy that it brings to local drivers and how much it means to have a good race and to finish on the podium and to do it in front of your friends, your family, your sponsors, all of those things. This is a hugely prestigious weekend. So drivers will be weighed in due course, and they make their way over towards the podium. Podium is coming up with our presenter for the weekend, Janice. And we'll have confirmation of the result. A win for car number 18, Sir Car Hing, pole position and a race win. Lam Kan San having a great race for the Macau driver. Car number 22 in second place. And Ivan Sito, after a great start, finishing up in third place after battling away with Sir Car Hing for the lead of the race, losing out to second and then losing out to third with Lam Kan San. That's going to be your podium in just a couple of moments. Confirmation of the complete result there on the screen for the Macau Roadsport Challenge after 8 laps and 2 safety car interventions. That is the result of the 2023 instalment of the Macau Roadsport Challenge. Sir Car Hing is our race winner, and very soon we'll be seeing him on the podium. Smiling as they make their way over towards the tunnel, the security staff indicating the way that they need to go and stopping anyone that hasn't got the correct pass from following the drivers through. And then immediately the organising people begin to get ready for our next race of the day, which will be for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. GT4 cars, 8 laps once again. Same for the GT3 cars that follow. And then touring car racing back at Macau. We had 1 race already, a 9-lap race for the TCR Asia Challenge, and they will have another at around about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Bit of a gap. There's an hour gap between, well, 55 minutes between the end of the TCR Asia Challenge and the start of the Macau Formula 4 race, because there will be, there always is before the Macau Grand Prix, a big build-up down here on the grid. We have the traditional lion dance and also the presentation of VIPs from Macau. And today we will have a slightly shortened introduction to the headline race of the weekend for the Macau Formula 4 race, but there will be an on-grid build-up to our final race of the day, a 12-lap race, our longest race of any so far this weekend on day 2 of the 70th Macau Grand Prix. That's the scene down there as the drivers begin to get themselves ready for the podium presentation. The recovery of some of the stricken vehicles back to the teams, get them repaired as much as they can, and opportunities for plenty of photographs over the course of this weekend. The official photographers and supporters, family and team can take photographs of the podium with that huge LED screen, new for last year, as the backdrop to the podium. We are about to enjoy the podium for the Macau Roadsport Challenge.
The podium presentations.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 70th Macau Grand Prix Macau Roadsport Challenge Trophy Presentation Ceremony. First of all, let's welcome our top 3 finishers to the podium. The second runner-up, number 21, Sito Wengshen Ivan from Hong Kong, China. The first runner-up, number 22, Lam Ken San from Macau, China. And the winner is number 18, Che Ka-heng from Hong Kong, China. Congratulations to our drivers. And I would like to invite the guests to present the laurel and trophy to the top 3 finishers. Let's welcome Mr. Tian Han, Executive Vice President of Strategic Marketing of MGM, to first present the laurel and trophy to our second runner-up, Sito Wengshen Ivan from Hong Kong, China. Congratulations. And I would like to also invite Mr. Tian Han to present the laurel and trophy to our first runner-up, Lam Ken San from Macau, China. Thank you, Mr. Tian Han. And now I would like to invite Mr. Poon Wang Kun, President of the Sports Bureau and Coordinator of the Macau Grand Prix Organizing Committee, to present the laurel and trophy to our winner, number 18, Che Ka-heng from Hong Kong, China. Congratulations. And now I would like to invite our guests together at the center. And the drivers, please reach the top of the podium for a group photo. Congratulations. Thank you, our guests. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you, our Greek girls. Would drivers please remain at where you are now? Thank you, Greek girls. Thank you very much. And of course, after the group photo, drivers, it's the champagne shower time. Let's share this glory moments with our drivers. Woo! Woo! Congratulations once again! Thank you very much. And congratulations once again to our top 3 finishers of Macau Roadsport Challenge.
下来要进行的就是大湾区 GT 杯 GT4 的一个比赛。吉鲁杜鲁在 GT4 的排位赛当中是拿到了杆点，而他的队友罗开罗也在争开气泡。所以对于莲花赛车来说，今天比赛里面是包揽进来。这样的话呢，应该说相对会比较合适一点，所以对于车手来说，这样的一个形式，同队都有在身边，所以压力应该会小很多。在GT4的比赛当中呢，总共是要跑8圈的规模。总共GT4是25辆参赛车辆，4辆的 BMW 宝马的 M4 GT4， 其中就再新增的话，1辆的 M4 GT4， 1辆是有2辆的 GT4 F82跟1辆 GT4 G88，那6辆的全面坦，同样还有2辆红田，包括有1辆的修普拉 GT4 1轨，有2辆的修普拉 GT4， 2辆的 KTM Xbox GT4， 这2辆车也有特别，有一个更小版的。
好，歡迎大家嚟到第70屆澳門格林希治大賽車澳門路車挑戰賽正賽嘅賽後記者會。Welcome to the post-race press conference of the 70th Macau Grand Prix Macau Roadsport Challenge。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係冠軍得主謝家興、第2名林錦新同埋第3名嘅司徒永信。We have with us on stage top 3 winners, and they are our winner謝家興。First runner-up Lam Cam Sen and second runner-up Ivan Sito。3位頭先嘅比賽真係非常之精彩啦！除咗有好多事件啦喺賽事嘅期間發生咗之外咧，其實3位之間嘅爭位戰咧都非常之緊張刺激嘅。可唔可以同我哋分享下即係成個比賽嘅過程啊？或者我哋可以由謝家興開始講啊？
今日起步嗰陣時候咧，有啲失誤嘅，睇眼燈睇慢咗，冇諗過去咁5、4、3、2、1咁快。咁啊喺葡京灣嗰度就好開心啦，可以壓翻上去攞翻個鋼位啦。咁啊全程都好保守去揸咯，咁啊冇話100%去行晒成個賽道發揮自己嘅，因為路面半乾濕啦，咁啊。驚如果我行條線位行到好盡嗰陣時候咧，有啲失誤咧，咁就冇咗個位置，所以我全程都好穩陣嘅。係啊，如果有壓力嘅時候嘅話，我就會推上去咯。咁啊，今日都叫咗順利 ，thank you。
Thank you。吳錦新。
係點樣？好開心咯！今日由起步至到完成呢個賽事都就係話俾自己聽，一定要衝上去咯，因為排得後咧就係排位賽，所以都係咯。唔記得咗係第幾個圈就捐到上去第3位，咁咪希望一路都守住個位置咯，係咯。咁咁樣係啦，跟住咪就咁樣，跟住又最臨尾就係咧，前面佢有少少嘢做錯，咁又係葡京灣咁樣捐過到咁啊，企咗上去第2位，好開心，好 enjoy 呢個賽事。
Ivan。
首先藉着呢次機會，多謝澳門汽車會搞疫情後第一個咁好嘅賽事。咁啊70週年就2個週末就非常之開心。咁第一。由一開始成個禮拜都好好彩嘅，因為一開波咧我就抽咗個1號籌喺個 practice 嘅時候 ，practice qualify 咧1號咧出去咧就成個 clear track 俾我做時間，俾我適應架車。因為呢架車咧就係我第一年揸一個尾轆車，我之前全部都係揸頭轆車或者四驅車。咁熟習架車時間好少，因為今年嘅參賽時間或者揸呢架車咧係真係好少時間去揸，同埋輪胎嗰方面咧係完全係新嘅，即係未用過呢條胎嘅。迫力我都係今場車之前託朋友幫我開，全部都係全新未試過嘅。咁講翻今場車啦，一開始嘅時候我起步起得幾好，阿謝家興有少少失誤，咁啊但係去到葡京嘅時候咧，因為始終葡地板係新，同埋地下咧嗰個 condition 咧真係唔係太 solid 啊，咁啊做咗一個早少少嘅收車，咁啊謝家興就好靚咁樣就過咗我。 咁啊，去到中段safety car 帶住阿林錦新就追咗上嚟啦。咁我自己咧就 miss 咗個3波，去到葡京灣爭啲撞咗埋去，但係好好彩救翻。咁啊，其實咁啊自己好彩又有，唔好彩又有，自己就把握得唔係太好。咁但係好開心嘅今個禮拜。咁我亦都我哋3個好開心。我同阿林錦新就識咗好耐㗎啦，就57屆第一次識佢。咁啊係啦，咁啊成個 weekend 都好開心嘅，係啦，多謝。
Okay, so now we have a quick summary of what our winners have shared. I'm going to start with TCR Heng. So he's very happy with his start. And when it got to, he's not too happy with his start because he didn't get to start as his plan. So, but he's very happy that he took back the pole position after Lisboa. And then he decided to keep the pace because the track is still damp. So he went on a more steady and strategy to keep the pace, and he's very happy to win the race. So for Lam Kam Shan, he's very happy from start to end, to be honest. And he started from a good position, then he moved up to third, then he kept his pace, and towards the end, near Lisboa, he successfully overtook another car, and he ended up in the second position. For Ivan, he's very happy to be here for the 70th Macau Grand Prix. He thinks the week is very lucky for him because he got car number 1 and he got to start first with a clear track. This is his first time in his car and with the new tire, so the whole experience is new to him. The start is pretty good, but near Lisboa, because of the track conditions, TCR Heng overtook him before that. And when it comes to the mid part, he almost made a mistake and touched the wall, but he's very happy that he got to save his car and drive safely towards the end for the third position. He's very happy with the result and the weekend. So now the floor is open for questions. If we don't have any questions, and this is the end of the press conference, can we please stand up for photo opportunity? So, yeah, thank you.
Attention on the grid. Attention on the grid. Greater Bay Area GT4 competitors. 10 minutes to start formation lap. Pit exit is now closed. Please clear the grid except for officials and team technicians. Greater Bay Area GT4 competitors. 10 minutes to start formation lap. Pit exit is now closed. Please clear the grid except for officials and team technicians.
Sunshine looks down on Macau and the gear circuit and the grid as well, with all the personnel there. Umbrellas now being used to shield the drivers from the sunshine, as opposed to umbrellas for rain earlier on today. At the start of today, we had a wet circuit here at Macau. It has continued to dry out as the morning has gone on, and now we are 20 past 11 local time here in Macau, and sunshine. That's a bit more normal for Macau, and a dry track as well. Still some damp patches here and there, but a dry track looks ahead of 2 Lotus on the front row of the grid for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup, GT4 cars first of all, and we'll take you down the grid in a couple of moments. We get a long shot of the grid showing all the personnel that have been down there getting ready for the start of the race. We are just 9 minutes away from the start of our race, which sees 2 Lotus on the front row of the grid. Number 88, Adam Christodoulou, making his, we think, his first appearance at Macau in machinery, any machinery at all. Doing a great job in qualifying yesterday, doing a time of 2:30.815 around the gear circuit here at Macau, alongside teammate number 75, Law Kai Law, who is on the outside of the front row of the grid. So you can see a very, very busy grid down there in the sunshine, getting ready for the first of 2 GT Cup races. One is for GT4 cars, GT3 cars will come very soon after. But David Sunshine now looks down on the circuit, which is a very, very welcome advent to the day for the first race day of a 2-weekender weekend for the 70th Macau Grand Prix. Because this morning, very wet, and now getting very, very dry.
A GT4 grid is something to savour because it gives us an idea of not only what GT cars are all about around here, but an example of how GT4 as a concept is growing all the time. And if you think back, it's not that many years, relatively, that GT3 racing was added to the Macau Grand Prix. And in very quick succession, GT4 has been added as well. And the grid gets better every year. It gets more international every year. And to have Adam Christodoulou here is a big thing. To have the Lotus Emira pretty much making a GT4 debut here is an impressive thing as well.
Not a bad debut, was it, in qualifying?
No, I mean, they locked out the front row of the grid. It'll be a rolling start, so pole position for this switches sides to the inside line. Adam Christodoulou you've just seen. There is Law Kai Law lining up on the outside of the front row of the grid in number 75, and there for the inside of the second row of the grid is one of those Toyota Supras. This is the car driven by Han Li Chao. Ignore what it says about 10th position, it isn't, it's third on the grid, but that car again I think is going to be one to watch over the course of this race. And you can extend that to last year's race winner here, number 1, Liang Jia Tong. Very experienced driver as well, isn't he? So that's somebody else I think that should be in the mix. Liang Jiatong in the BMW M4, class winner within the Lamborghini Super Trofeo in Europe. Drove in the Sepang 12 Hours this year. He's been racing in Super GT. Has raced in Europe, both in the Italian GT Championship as well as one make event. So a lot of experience in that car, as there is in number 6 BMW of Kelvin Leung.
Kelvin Leung in the purple and yellow machine, and the Songben Racing Team colours. And great supporters of this event in Macau for many, many years. That's the car, the 99 car on the inside of row 3. The 99 car in the sunshine of Lo Ka Chun. The 778 Autosport Ginetta G55, the first of our Ginettas. And then the 39 car of Li Yen Han, the MP Racing BMW M4. Grid personnel being shuffled off the grid now. There are plenty of them. If you think that's a busy grid, you wait until you see the Formula 4 grid at the end of today, which will have all of the build-up as well to look forward to.
Just look down to the gate, all the grid girls leaving, waving vigorously to everybody in the grandstand, getting a good reception.
It's a happy place, isn't it?
It is. You don't find anybody with a sad face at Macau.
Such a happy event. Such a great motorsports event, such a great sporting event as well.
Greater Bay Area sponsoring the 2 GT races, a proud sponsor of activities at Macau. And as the grid starts to thin and you get an idea of the cars, you can see BMW and Mercedes then. So it is Adam Christodoulou on pole position with Law Kai Law lining up with him. Third on the grid is Han Li Chao. and Yang Jiatong will start 4th. 5th, Kelvin Leung, and Lo Ka-chun is 6th, ahead of Li Yanhan and Terence Tse, who is 8th. 9th on the grid, William Cheung, ahead of Yang Chun Lee. 11th, Brian Lai, and then Zheng Jianfeng, 77. 13th on the grid is Lau Kim Ho, and it is Kan Che Wai alongside. Kenny Chung is on the 15th rank of the grid with his Ginetta. Alongside him is Wang Wai Hong, then Miguel Lai and Patricio Wu. Next up comes Li Juan Yu and Ao Chi Wang, and that, I think, will complete the grid. There were 3 other cars, but after travails yesterday, not looking as though they're going to make the grid. In fact, there's a question mark, I would have said, also over the 18 KTM, which I just mentioned, I think, of Li Shen Yu, but that also had a couple of incidents yesterday, damaged the back. I don't think is there either. So it's a slightly depleted grid, 4 of them therefore missing after dramas of yesterday. But it's the pointy end that matters, and Adam Christodoulou it is on pole position.
Super performance yesterday for essentially a debut, and I saw on social media this week Adam Christodoulou proudly unveiling the car. I think it was the first time he'd seen it when he got to Macau, and was not surprisingly very, very impressed by what it looked like. We then got the chance to see yesterday what it was going to look like on the circuit here at Macau, and it looked nimble, it looked planted, and looked perfectly at home on the gear circuit, didn't it? And the proof of that was front row lockouts for the Lotus on the 2 front positions for Adam and for Law Kai Law as well. Don't they look good in that livery?
They do. Now what fascinates me, and we touched on this yesterday, is the intra-team battle. You know, are they going to work together? Are they going to fight each other? And do they risk putting themselves in jeopardy? Each one wants to prove that they are the better. Law Kai Law then racing effectively on home soil, the Chinese driver, but you've got Adam Christodoulou, big reputation from Europe coming along. Law Kai Law's going to want to beat him. Adam Christodoulou is going to want to win this for Lotus as well. It's the only race they get. They're not double headers. It's the one shot. So are they going to work together? Are they going to fight each other? How is it going to play out within Toro Racing that operates these 2 cars? Personally, I put my money on Adam Christodoulou because he's got a wealth of experience from around the world. Whether that pans out that way, we'll find out very shortly. Of course, he's been a champion in single-seaters. He's been hugely successful in GT3 machinery in recent years. And the grid is formed, and we are set to go racing here. It'll be a rolling start, so the safety car will lead them away. And then, of course, there has to be a wait before the cars are released. Remember last year when the safety car went, and was it Edo Mortaro that went with it and was then penalised because he should have waited? So hopefully that message will have got through to the drivers as well.
One of the most winning drivers here at Macau, and it was such a surprise, wasn't it, when that happened? Absolutely astonishing, really.
But it shows that even the best can be tripped up, and just how focused you've got to be.
It's known as Mr. Macau.
Yeah.
And that was, yeah, surprising.
Known as Mr. Grumpy after that, I think, wasn't it?
He wasn't happy, was he? No.
But, you know, your bangs are right. So, you'll see the safety car set off. It just gives that a gap. It also gives the drivers a chance to accelerate away and catch up. Otherwise, if they went at the same pace of the safety car, it would be a very slow release from the grid, and sometimes with the revs they'd get a bit bogged down. So the green flag is shown, and now the car's ushered away. The safety car actually was quite late in moving there, but the cars get away now. Adam Christodoulou leads them around. GT4 as a concept, like I said it yesterday, has just grown and grown and grown. It was a slow burn. SRO, the architects of GT racing around the globe, stuck with it, and entries have grown, and now we've got some very impressive grids and some really good racing as well.
And I'm so pleased that for the first of our GT races, we have this dry track, because these are cars that you want to see using the car to its maximum around this circuit, to tame the car around the circuit, and that's what we're about to see. Bear in mind, we've got GT4 cars now, we've got GT3 cars coming up afterwards, so they really are the beasts that need to be contained around this circuit.
Absolutely right. One of the non-starters, Chen Chi-ho, whose Ginetta had all sorts of problems yesterday. Another one we've lost is Zhu Zhuyu's Mercedes, which I think picked up some damage. 33 of Lu Shiren, another Ginetta that had all sorts of problems yesterday. and Li Shenyu's KTM that had at least 2 incidents and had quite a bit of rear end damage yesterday. So we kept making the point about the need to keep out of trouble. Nobody listened to it yesterday. That's why in certainly a couple of races today, all bar one, yes, this is race 4, with all races have had cars missing after pre-practice and qualifying, so it's whittled away the entry a little bit.
So Adam Christodoulou will lead the field towards the Melco hairpin.
Is he going to win?
So I really like Adam, and he's a nice guy.
Yes.
A really good driver.
True.
And I'm going to say yes,
okay,
but that is a biased opinion.
Well, yeah, I mean, starting at the front has to help, and the fact that he is such a accomplished driver has got to stand him in good stead. But I think the one to watch could be the BMW of Liang Jiatong, last year's winner. And those BMWs have been really good, not everywhere, because the balance of performance does matter, but in European GT4 racing, the BMW M4 has been a very rapid car indeed. So with his track knowledge, he could be making a big impact here.
8 laps in prospect for GT4 cars in the Greater Bay Area GT Cup, and the 2 Lotus on the front of the field gave everybody else something to think about for today's race. Very, very impressive performance that by both of the Lotus drivers. And now it is going to be fascinating seeing the inter-team battle between the 2 cars on the front row of the grid. So pick your favourite. Not surprisingly, they are all beautifully liveried.
Yes.
Bright and colourful designs for this weekend. Some interesting concepts on livery as well in the field for this one, and hopefully as the course of the race continues we'll get a chance to have a good close look at many of these incredibly bright. You need sunglasses to look at some of these cars, but it does look fantastic, doesn't it? As the Lotus now head down towards the final few turns on the circuit to get this 8-lap race underway for GT4 cars.
So warmth being put into the Michelin tyres. Of course, much of European GT4 racing runs on Pirellis, but Michelin is the appointed tyre supplier here. And so the back of the grid scampers up towards Black Sands. They get themselves now in that Noah's Ark 2x2 formation, ready for the rolling start. The cars in a moment will emerge from the right-hander of our band. The safety car will have peeled in by then, the pace car as it is, and then we will be in business. Lamborghini Urus into the pits. It was a Lamborghini that won in GT4 last year. And Christodoulou then on pole position brings the field up towards the timing line. The lights will change, and so the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT4 cars is underway. Adam Christodoulou floors the throttle, but Kai Law on the outside line goes with him. Liang Jiatong, number 1 BMW, tries to crowd across to the inside line as well. They dive down through reservoir for the first time, and the Lotuses are still side by side, and Kai Law is going to have the inside line coming towards Mandarin next. On that inside line, Adam Christodoulou stands his ground on the outside, but I think he's going to drop back as Liang Jiatong goes through third, and the Lotuses are nose to tail, and it looks like Kai Law has gone into the lead.
Yeah, good work by Kai Law to get the drop on the pole position car. Adam Christodoulou on the run down towards Lisboa is on the wide line on the outside. He could be compromised there. That was within a centimetre. Goodness me.
That was Hanley Chow diving up the inside of Liang Jiatong, and there was no way he was going to get the car stopped, but he managed somehow to miss the back of Adam Christodoulou's car by a gnat's whisker. Adam may be completely unaware of all of that. When he watches it back later on, he'll have kittens, because that could have been a disaster, and it missed by, look at this, millimetres. Look, there's no way that Liang Chow is going to slow the car down, and how close to disaster was that? He's way up the escape road, and he will fall to the back of the pack. So Liang Jiatong survived it all, and I bet he was waiting for the bang as well.
But you're quite right, Adam may well be completely unaware of that. He may have seen a little flash of white in the mirror at some stage, but that was so close. It couldn't have been any closer.
So
we can breathe again.
Indeed, and so also can Kai Law, because he's in charge at the moment. So it was worth sitting his ground, wasn't it, on the outside going out of reservoir to have the inside line for Mandarin. But Adam Christodoulou now will be thinking about where he might be able to make the move. Of course, the last thing that Lotus, that Toro Racing want, are for these two to trade blows and neither finish. So they've got to be respectful of each other, but equally, they desperately want to be a race winner. Second place for the team is all very good for a press release, but it's not good for your ego, it's not good for the CV. So Lord Kailor leads Adam Christodoulou, and Liang Jiatong really struggling to get the BMW around Melko hairpin.
Well, it wasn't a good approach. I think he was a little bit too late. He got a little bit of a wiggle on the approach to the Melko hairpin, and that compromised the entry and therefore really compromised the exit. I thought it was going to be a three-point turn job.
It was looking close to scraping the wall, if nothing else, wasn't it? So, in fourth place behind him, you've got the best of the Ginettas now, after that little bit of a short shuffle around at Lisboa. But the two Lotus Emiras then come up at the end of lap number 1, with Lord Kailor leading Adam Christodoulou. So we were expecting Adam to be the race leader. He was, but only briefly, and now he's got to try and rebuild the race as they dive through the ultra-fast reservoir down towards Mandarin. Look at the gap they've pulled already over Liang Jiatong in third place. Fourth, it is the Ginetta in the hands of Lokar Chun, and Adam Christodoulou, he's on his toes, he's looking to try to make that move. So, tyres up to temperature. Is he going to try to dive bomb down to Lisboa? He's in the wheel tracks, he's in the slipstream. Feints to the inside, goes back to the outside, back to the inside, but Lord Kailor knows what's coming, fends him off.
He certainly does, he made his intentions known pretty early on the run down towards Mandarin. Just pulled out, he feinted to one side, had a look down the inside at Lisboa, but there was no way through there. But the two of them very much in a class of their own, aren't they? They've pulled away from the BMW in third place. Maybe a part of that was that slightly messy negotiation of the Melko hairpin for the BMW, but we'll see what Liang Jiatong can do about bringing down the gap. But at the moment, it's all about Lotus.
It is indeed, and I think part of the problem, you could argue, from the other teams is that because these cars are so new, nobody really knows what to do with them in terms of the balance of performance, and whether they've had a good BOP break, discuss. It's hidden by the fact, in a way, you've got two really quick drivers anyway, and Lord Kailor just extending that margin a little bit on this lap, because although Adam Christodoulou did an absolute best sector 1, Lord Kailor absolute best sectors 2 and 3, and the pendulum swinging advantage Lotus number 75, isn't it?
It certainly is, the race leader, Lord Kailor and Adam Christodoulou going two together as one to the final sections of the top part of the circuit. That's the left-hander at Donna Maria, and then down towards the Melko hairpin. Adam Christodoulou noticeably to the eye, that much further back this time. Might see if we see the entry for the BMW this time, to see if it's just a handful or whether it was a unique experience last time. It was, but it's a cumbersome exit from the corner, isn't it?
It is, and that's brought Lokar Chun's Ginetta right into the mix. There was a real fight on, a genuine fight for third place now, as the two Lotus Emiras come through again as one, and for third place, Liang Jiatong hanging on to the position, but he's got Lokar Chun and then Kelvin Leung behind him. The BMWs, you're right, they do look a handful around the hairpin, whereas these very svelte Lotus Emiras come through building the lead all the time. Fastest lap to Lord Kailor, and he's now 0.6 of a second ahead of Adam Christodoulou, who's trying to work out where he can make a move, if at all possible.
Now, this is where he began to note his intentions last time on the run down towards Mandarin. Is he going to be close enough to do that once again? Is he going to make it slightly less show busy and just keep on the same line and then think about the move down at Lisboa? Well, he's right on the tail. He once again has a look on the outside line, but he can't. It's not close enough. Lord Kailor turns in first to Lisboa, then the run towards San Francisco. See how the cars bounce. They do look nimble and need to handle those corners, and this is where you need the nimble qualities of a car. When the track all of a sudden gets a little bit more narrow, very much more twisty and very demanding as well.
So Adam Christodoulou again doing an absolute best in the first sector, so he's certainly brave going through that part of the circuit down to Lisboa. And Lord Kailor, who knows the circuit a little bit better, of course, is the man hanging on to the race lead at the moment. So these two cars, Lord Kailor being a pretty late addition to the entry, and he's responding in style by leading the race and trying to build that gap. In third place, Liang Jiatong is ahead of Lokar Chun, BMW from Ginetta. It is Kelvin Leung's BMW 5th, and then in 6th place now is Li Yanhan in another of the BMWs.
Lokai Law is really good on this part of the circuit, isn't he? Through the twisty section, Adam Christodoulou drops back a little bit at this point. They come through Police and down towards Moorish. Around Moorish they go, and then into Donna Maria, the long left-hander. Advantage Lokai Law, the race leader, car number 75. 2 Lotus at the front of the field, then a gap before we've got the BMW. Let's see what this is like this time for the BMW, which is now even further back. Just comes into view now, turns into the corner. We don't see the BMW go around the hairpin because we're back with our race leaders, and Adam Christodoulou looks to be a little bit further back. You hear the tyres squeal as they make their way around the final few bends of the gear circuit here at Macau. Lotus, what's the gap going to be? It was 0.6 of a second at the end of the previous lap. They come up to complete another lap now. Is the gap going to have extended a little bit? It looks like it has to the eye. 0.68 of a second, so still 0.6 between the two of them. On the run down towards Mandarin.
So it's gone up by hundreds, hasn't it? Lokai Law, the leader then. He's been a Porsche specialist these last couple of seasons in Carrera Cup Asia, and has done the old Porsche Super Cup race. But again, Adam Christodoulou here is really quick, and this time looks even more committed, doesn't he? So he thinks about the inside line. There's a gap, but is he brave enough to take it? He's not. If that were the last lap, he might go for it. All the time he's trying to force a mistake out of Lokai Law, but it's not coming yet.
Adam Christodoulou is like a missile through Mandarin every time. That's when he gets the advantage. He knows that at the end of Mandarin it's the run down towards Lisboa, and that is where you set up the overtaking manoeuvre. But he's got such pace through Mandarin, and it's a very, very quick corner.
And for somebody that doesn't know Macau as well as others, he is doing a very impressive job. I mean, look, Lotuses have gone. Find me a third place car. Liang Jiatong, best of the rest, but he's in a different league. The Lotuses are like a GT4 plus, aren't they? They're so far ahead.
Yeah, just going through there.
Lokar Chun's yellow Ginetta in 4th place. Kelvin Leung's BMW 5th. So really it is between the 2 Lotus now to see who's going to come out on top. They are working lap 4 out of the 8, and damage look to the 4th place car. So Lokar Chun has either hit something or a bonnet pin has broken. And if the air gets underneath that, could rip it from the car. So that would be a bit of a concern. Maybe the officials will take an interest in that.
And that would result in a black and orange flag being shown and the car required to come in, because, yeah, if the bonnet gets loose, if it gets any looser than it is now, it could be a question of safety for that machine. As the leaders make their way down towards the Melco. I always say down towards the Melco hairpin. You can see it's going downhill. And they negotiate it in a very nimble style in the Lotus. Then we've got that long gap before we've got the BMW in 3rd place that wasn't able to negotiate the Melco hairpin quite as nimbly as it would like.
But it's advantage Lokai Law, isn't it? Despite Adam Christodoulou being good at the start of the lap, the bulk of it goes the way of Lokai Law, which is interesting given that Adam out-qualified him. But at the moment, he's struggling for an answer against number 75. And there you can see the damage. Now, look, it's starting to peel back more. The faster it goes, the more air gets underneath. It's probably OK to survive, but I'm waiting to see if there's going to be a black and orange flag offered to that Ginetta. And a red flag is being shown. Red flag is shown, and that's why, because there is mayhem on the run down the hill. There's a BMW facing the wrong way. The track is blocked, and so the race is suspended. It's not stopped, it's suspended.
There's a lot of fluid down there as well.
You're right. So, which is the BMW that's facing the wrong way? That is Li Yanhan's car, isn't it? 39.
Liu Che-ren.
Ah,
yeah.
Is it?
Is it 30?
No, Li Yanhan.
Li Yanhan,
yeah.
sorry.
So he's the one that's presumably got it wrong, hit the barrier, put the liquid down and spun, and nobody can get past him.
Not the first time we've had a circuit completely blocked by GT cars here at Macau. It's always a bit spectacular when you see the camera shot pick up the completely blocked track.
So he got it wrong coming out of Donna Maria, hits the barrier. Now he might have had a bit of help in that because there was another car close by, but then he ends up in the middle of the road and suddenly the car park forms, doesn't it?
It does, there is no way.
Boom! Oh. That was the Porsche cannoning in the Cayman of Zheng Jiangfang, who just could not stop and ploughed into the back of one of the 2 Mercedes there.
not really what you expect to see as you come towards the Macau hairpin.
No, at the hairpin, yes.
Yeah.
On the run down to it.
Yeah.
But that's a really odd place to... I mean, like I say, unless there was some help there that triggered the incident for Li Yanhan, but it's not the obvious place to have an incident. And there you can see the Mercedes damage as well. This might take a bit of sorting.
It may well take a little while to get things back underway. Race suspension, it's the first one we've had of the day. We've been able to deal with everything else that we were given with safety car interventions, but not so when you have a completely blocked track.
So it will be a safety car restart, because what will most likely happen is they'll be brought either to the pit lane or to the grid, and then they'll resume the race from there.
That Lotus looks so good from every angle.
Yeah, and it's not a car that we've seen of anything really thus far. It's pretty much its race debut. So lessons being learned, but you get the feeling that they would be very popular on GT4 grids next year, especially given the shape and a generous BOP.
That's a lot of fluid that's gone down there, and
it's a wreck Mercedes as well, isn't it?
It is a very poorly Mercedes. What a shame! What a big shame. And see, already they're dealing with the fluid that's gone down before they've even got the cars begin to be sorted out.
I reckon that liquid has come out of the Porsche, because we know that Porsche radiators are at the front, and if you think about the force with which Zheng Jianfeng hit. So there is the BMW. Now, has the Mercedes picked up damage already by being involved in that accident? I think it has. Although 17 and 19. Here comes the Porsche. Bang, straight into the back.
Yeah.
And
a nudge into the BMW as well.
I think the two Mercedes sort of incurred damage, secondary impact, thanks to the Porsche arriving on the scene.
What a shame. And that was, quite a reasonable impact from the Porsche, wasn't it?
Yeah. So 19, William Chung's car, is the one that didn't seem that badly damaged until it all kicked off around him. Terence Say's Mercedes number 17, I think, has got going again. But the Porsche of Zheng Jianfeng, that's going to have quite a bit of frontal damage, isn't it?
So this is also now for the officials a question of what order do you do this recovery in?
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure there isn't a crane there. Why would you need it? It's a place where very rarely things tend to happen on the run down towards the Macau hairpin. But as far as a recovery vehicle is concerned, getting the recovery vehicle to the scene is not the work of a moment, because the course is blocked. So it's very much going to be a question of order. Maybe that's why they're dealing with the fluid first of all. So if any of the cars can wiggle their way through, if the marshals help and make a little space, they can do so, but they will be going over that area where there's all the fluid down on the track. So it's going to be a tricky recovery, this one.
It is a little bit. People watching from around the world saying, how on earth did the Toyota of Han Li Chao not hit the Lotus of Adam Christodoulou at the start?
We might see that again.
The jury's still out on that.
It was
still no idea how he
absolutely
missed.
Astonishing, wasn't it?
Yeah. Probably, if he doesn't know, it's best Adam doesn't, because that could have been a really big whack, and of course pretty much over his shoulder. Right, so the fans looking at themselves on the big screens and giving themselves a wave. Now, do you look at the screen or do you look at the camera? It's the age-old problem, but thumbs up, big smiles, everybody happy, everybody enjoying themselves, and first of 2 weekends of racing here at Macau, generating lots of drama and lots of happy faces, which is good to see. And
umbrellas up for the right reason.
Yeah, absolutely, to keep the sun off. Yeah, and the event as well, of course, embracing the 70th anniversary, not only in terms of the 2 weekends, but there's more Macau event merchandise than I can ever remember. Not just T-shirts and hats and the usual things, but all sorts of gifts to
And the bad news for you is you've got your credit cards.
Yes.
And this doesn't bode well, does it?
Well, you know, when in Rome, teams looking on. And the Toyota squad that operates the Supras, seeing from the pit lane the big screen. Of course, those screens for the mechanics, but also opposite the grandstands on the pit straight. So race suspension we're currently under. The race director, Eduardo Freitas, very quickly making the call to stop the race, but then again there wasn't a lot of option because nobody could get through.
No choice.
No.
The race was going to stop itself.
Yeah, exactly right. So the cars will be brought round. as soon as possible. Of course, even this takes a little bit of sorting out because you've got the leaders behind the traffic that couldn't get through.
Yeah.
So gridding them up for the resumption is going to take a little bit of time.
I think the whole process is going to take time, and one of the big reasons is there's at least 2 cars, I think, that are going to require a lift.
Right, here you go
Here's
again.
the moment. Here's the moment.
So deep breath. Hanley Chow, Mrs. Adam Christodoulou by...
I don't know.
I don't know what's smaller than a Nats what's it, but that was it. And then this is the reason for the stoppage, because already backwards is the BMW of Lee Hen Yam. And it's all okay. We've stopped. We've got nowhere to go. And wait for the Cayman to arrive. Kaboom.
Oh,
that's a massive impact that
is,
knocks
yeah.
the Mercedes into Mercedes and into BMW and does actually the bulk of the damage.
Do you know, I could see the incident down at Lisboa on repeat until we get the race back underway, because it is astonishing. When you look at the bodywork, I think they may have just been underneath each other. I think they may have been that close. That is stunning.
It is. Right, all cars to grid formation on the monitor leading.
Exactly that.
Yes, which I think means the cars will grid up as they are on the timing screen. But the difference here is
yes, I see.
that there's a different number of laps, because, of course, the leading 5 have done 4 laps and everybody else could only get through to do 3. So do we carry on with those cars being a lap behind, or are they allowed to unlap themselves? We shall find out.
You raise a really good question.
Do I?
Yes. I thought of that. So 5 cars would be on the lead lap.
Yeah.
Only 5 cars, yeah. Yeah. Well, in fairness, in the race so far, we only need 2 cars on the lead lap.
Well, there is that, yes.
They have very, very much been in a class of their own, haven't they?
And in fairness, 6th, 7th, 8th and 11th aren't going to restart anyway.
No, no.
Most unlikely.
No. It's quite superb. This is the first weekend of 2 weekends of racing for the Macau Grand Prix, the 70th Macau Grand Prix. And when we say this is a feel-good event, I think you can see the proof of it. It is embraced by everybody.
Yeah.
And it's so nice to see everybody happy and smiling in the sunshine. Could have been a different story. It was wet this morning. The only difference is we're used to rain because we come from the UK, but the rain this morning, everything was warm.
Yeah.
You weren't so worried, were you?
No, that's true.
It wasn't cold.
You've got to say as well, as we celebrate 70 years of the event, that it would have been very easy for this event to have been mothballed for the last few years, but Macau have persevered and kept the event going in difficult times with local races, but still being able to attract sponsors, still being able to put the event onto a global scale, to a global audience through live streaming, and international drivers still taking part those years, even with the difficulties that they face, but they've been able to do it.
That determination to not have a gap in the history of the Macau Grand Prix was absolutely superb. And we're all very, very happy here for the first weekend of 2 for the 70th Macau Grand Prix. This just makes me smile. Makes everyone smile.
It's great just watching people, isn't it?
How cool is this? Yeah. This is the opportunity for the cameramen to shine and to pick out the characters in the crowd. They're doing a jolly good job of it at the moment. And everybody happy to see themselves on the big screen here at Macau. We had a huge crowd yesterday, didn't we? That was only for free practice and for qualifying over the course of the afternoon. No racing yesterday, yet still the grandstands were absolutely packed. Right, how are we doing? So that's the order. Fluid first.
Yeah.
Let's deal with the fluid
that needs
first
to
of
soak
all.
up, doesn't it? Yeah.
That needs to work first of all.
Right, that is number 19 Mercedes of William Chung that is trying to be moved.
I don't know how they're doing that.
Look at the right front corner of that. That is completely ripped. And yet it didn't look that bad until it got hit by other traffic and stuff towards the BMW.
We've got a crane down here now, haven't we? Doing some things. I'm not sure can it extend that far?
I think what they're trying to do, I think, is put dollies under the Mercedes
to get it to the crane.
And
I
roll
see.
it to the crane. Yeah. But all of that takes time. So, of course, now the road starts to clear. So 77 Ginetta can get through.
P 字大賽車咧，我諗對於澳門好多朋友嚟講咧，都係一個伴隨住我哋成長嘅一個活動嚟。我細個嘅時候咧，其實係住喺個賽車場裏邊嘅，即係夜晚黑咧，佢哋就會係喺個賽道周邊嘅一啲嘅公寓啦，咁去到維修啲車，咁啊當然成晚都唔使瞓。咁但係咧就覺得好興奮嘅，因為你每一年只係有呢一個時間係會有一個咁即係澳門有咁大型嘅活動，即係一到賽車嗰日嘅話咧，咁啊自己都會特登走上去天台嗰度咧，去到睇大賽車。
細個嗰陣時，我讀小學啦，嗰個年代咧就所有參賽車咧都係去摩羅園嗰處驗車嘅。其實離開我哋學校好近嘅啫，一有時間咧，我哋就會走去摩羅園嗰處就即係睇下，可以近接觸望到啲車，可以掂到啲車，所以就中意咗賽車嗰樣嘢。
第一次睇大賽車係2歲3歲啦，咁嗰時喺水台灣就已經覺得好刺激啦。之後每年我都有同屋企人一齊去觀看呢個比賽嘅，希望自己有朝一日可以喺呢個賽道上面進行比賽。
估唔到啦，自己有機會參與佢嘅組織啊，咁同埋亦都參與好多嘅即係周邊嘅活動啦。咁所以呢一個即係對於我自己嚟講，真係真正係伴隨住自己成長嘅一個活動咯。
我響1975年就第一次參與澳門電單車新手賽嘅賽事，好彩我第一年參賽咧就攞咗個亞軍，直至到去到1989年咧，電單車咧就連續一日就攞2次冠軍。98年咧，房車都響葡國杯嗰時就真正攞個冠軍咧。咁就即係達到我自己本身嘅目標啦。
我第一次參加格蘭披治大賽車嘅時候係13年，咁就參加呢個青少年冠軍方程式，就第一次可以喺東望洋跑道度進行啦。終於可以喺呢個賽道上面駕駛一架方程賽車，就非常之開心。
澳門嗰個東望洋賽道咧，佢唔係單止咧個車手出色咧，你就可以攞到冠軍嘅。天時地利人和運集齊晒啦，你就可以贏冠軍。佢係要嗰個整個車隊，因為嗰條賽道咧個車嘅 setting，你想直路快咩？你上山一定唔快。你如果想響山路快咩？你下路直路咧又唔快。咁咪變咗咧，即係你好難去平衡嘅。
東望洋跑道就係一個街道嘅賽事啦，個用賽率係0嘅。咁因為你一出現錯誤啦，你就會炒車啦。咁你需要係一個好高強度嘅專注力啦。
呢一個東望洋賽道比賽咧，第一頭腦冷靜啦，第二唔好貪心。你想搏嗰半秒咧，就嗰半秒出事。我識得嘅無論係咩國籍嘅朋友都好啦，佢話去邊度鬥都唔夠嚟澳門嗰度賽一場車咁有榮幸感啊！
今年嚟到第70屆啦，咁我哋都係即係做咗好大量嘅宣傳嘅，無論係一啲國際媒體啦，或者本地嘅媒體啦，甚至周邊地區咧，我哋都會做好多嘅宣傳工作啦。
今年70屆咧，100%嘅中意賽車或者玩開車嘅人咧，都會係好興奮嘅。疫情過咗啦，今年咧都會係有好多外來嘅車手啦 ，F3 啊、Super GT 啊、FIA 嘅房車錦標賽咧，都會嚟澳門。咁啊，格電啊唔使講啦。
咁今年就係非常之特別啦，70屆。咁我哋有2個禮拜嘅比賽啦。咁就會多咗好多唔同種類嘅車型啦，咁全部車手喺外國已經係好出名㗎啦，咁好大機會你喺呢度見到佢之後 F1 裏面成為咗世界冠軍嘅。
咁我相信今年嘅70屆嘅大賽車咧係會好精彩，我哋都喺度期待緊。
嚟緊嘅11月咧，我哋都會喺我哋賽車博物館嗰個立面嗰度咧係做一個嘅光雕表演嘅。咁我哋咧都希望咧大家既然嚟到澳門睇賽車就唔爭再睇埋我哋嘅博物館啦。除咗話一啲專業嘅賽車啦，或者係一啲嘅賽車嘅遊戲之外啦，咁我哋都好希望咧係同文創方面有多啲嘅結合嘅。咁其中一樣我哋都傾咗成2年咧，先至傾到翻嚟嘅咧，同杜莎夫人蠟像館嘅一個合作，亦都係可以話咧係杜莎夫人蠟像館第一次係容許一啲佢哋製作嘅一啲嘅蠟像咧，喺佢哋自己嘅館以外嘅地方咧去到做展示嘅。賽車呢一樣嘢唔係單單係體育，其實賽車呢一樣嘢都可以延伸好多嘅可能性嘅。無論你係對賽車有認識嘅，或者係甚至係可能你比較難去到接觸賽車呢一個運動嘅朋友咧，都係有機會咧係可以係享受到賽車或者係接觸到賽車嘅文化。咁亦都希望咧能夠賽車博物館真正咧可以傳承到我哋呢一個賽車嘅文化嘅。
So the recovery operation continues. The cars that have been allowed off the mountain course now are back into the pit lane. And we await confirmation as to how the race resumption will be played. You can see the speedy dry now being swept, but all of the coolant out of the front of the Porsche Cayman of Zheng Jiafang being attended to. Barriers have been checked, and there seems to be a huge amount of damage to William Cheung's Team TRC Mercedes that really you wouldn't have expected when you saw the initial drama, but lots of damage there is. There are the cars then in the pit lane, and they are being put into order. But as I say, we do have this discrepancy with some having done more laps than others, the leading 5, because it was those behind the 6th place car that couldn't get through. So number 75, Lord Kai Law, the race leader. You could argue it's not going to make much difference to the race anyway, because those cars were so dominant, but it does prevent the man that's 5th or 6th, for example, from attacking anybody ahead.
In previous years on the Macau Grand Prix weekend, this would be a point at which we would take the camera crew and appear down in pit lane and maybe have a chat to a few of the drivers. And one of the great things is that there's a big screen that you can see from down in pit lane, and they can show the replays, and then the drivers can talk you through exactly what happened. That's happened in previous years. We don't have the full television director and all of his team this weekend for the first weekend. We will do next weekend. So when we have these sort of situations, we will get the chance to get a unique insight into the occurrences on circuit, just by the drivers being able to see what happened. I would love, the reason I started this sentence, to be down in the pit lane now and get Adam Christodoulou to explain from his point of view what happened on lap 1.
So yes, it will be quite revealing. That was the Mercedes, was it not, of Jason Cao. 99 Lo Ka Chun. So drivers sitting patiently, awaiting confirmation as to what goes on next. But the race was suspended about 18 minutes ago. So it's been quite a long wait.
It is. There was a 50-minute gap between a GT4 race and GT3 race, and I wonder whether that was to allow a short lunch break for the marshals, or because they know that generally when there's a GT incident on circuit, it potentially could take a little while to clear it up. That's the BMW that we've been watching around the Macau hairpin, because it hasn't looked quite as nimble as...
No, but Liang Jiatong doesn't look too displeased with life, even though he's being outpaced by the Lotus. He's still
at Macau,
keen to get going, exactly. Miguel Lai, another Macau driver with the Audi R8, all smiles. Miguel Lai, who is currently to be found 11th in the order.
The weather forecast was that it was going to be windy, and judging by that view of the tree and looking out the commentary box as well, looking at the trees over on the far side at the paddock, it is pretty windy this afternoon, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's picked up, hasn't it? It was very still this morning when we walked in.
It's probably helped to dry the bits of damp circuit out. The temperature has risen. It's nowhere near as warm as it 2 days ago here at Macau. It was unseasonably 28, 29 degrees, really hot. Blue sky, sunshine. Yesterday, a bit more normal, a little bit cooler, and a little bit overcast as well, down to sort of 25 degrees. Today, now we've got the sunshine, we've had the rain this morning, it's windy, so we are having a whole host of weather conditions thrown at us so far this weekend. 55, it's the car of Kenny Chun. You only need to see their eyes to know that they're all smiling.
Yeah.
Every single one of them.
And 84 is the Wang Wai Hong MP Racing Toyota GL Supra. Again, these are cars that have got a good pedigree. You know, they've been winning in Europe, winning in the GT World Challenge Asia GT4 class, and in the French Championship. French GT is purely for GT4 cars. And Toyota's getting faster and faster all the time, and Toyota with big plans for GT3 and GT4 racing for the next few seasons. So a rather depleted field awaits with 3 more laps to run, the release from the pit lane.
3 more laps to run as it stands for the top 5 cars.
That's the KTM, the surviving KTM of Ao Chi Weng. With the bodywork, you push it up, you push it forward. Still getting in and out of those cars. Not the work of a moment, but it's quite a spectacular sight. And we had, I think, one of the cars yesterday with the bodywork flapping in the session. It was open at the
Yeah, we did.
we saw.
And I think we made the comment that could be expensive because I can't imagine that engineering comes too cheaply for a replacement. KTM have always been very cutting edge on design and engineering, haven't they?
Yes.
Motorcycles and now cars.
And the T in KTM, or part of the T, still races them in the GT2 series. Hubert Trunkenpolz, it was his uncle who was the Trunkenpolz in the founding company, and he still races the cars in GT2 spec. Same shape, but slightly different specification.
There aren't many race circuits in the world that have a tree at the end of pit lane, but Macau is unique, isn't it?
The race will not be resumed. All the cars to Parc Ferme, the race will not be resumed.
I did wonder.
Lorkai Law takes the race win from Adam Christodoulou, and I'm afraid with the time taken, the race is not going to be restarted. That's a real shame.
It is, but we did get some real highlights in that race. It was a great battle between, you said at the start of the race, before we got it underway, it's going to be fascinating, this battle between the 2 teammates. Each one of the Lotus drivers will want to come out on top, and that was exactly what we were given, a supreme battle between the 2 Lotuses. Also, the interesting race that we had for the BMW, car number 1, the winner from last year, Liang Tong, and we will have a podium. It will follow. Only 5 laps completed out of an 8-lap race, but I think, David, pretty inevitable that the race was not going to have quite enough time to resume.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a hard one, isn't it? Race control have access to far more information than we do in a situation like this. They can look at the state of the barriers, they can look at the state of the circuit, they will know the time taken in regridding and all of that, and then also the resumption of the race and how long that would take, and the need to keep the timetable on track. But it is a shame, come what may, especially when people come from, like Adam Christodoulou, you know, 12-hour plane ride away. But these things do happen. It is one of the perils of street circuit racing. So Lorkai Law is a happy man. He takes the race win, and Adam Christodoulou is his runner-up. So Adam Christodoulou, despite the fact he can't fight for the win,
he looks
still
pretty
smiling.
happy.
Yeah, he's content.
He's had a great car this weekend. He's had a great battle. He congratulates the winner and teammate, and just kind of got the impression from Adam with his social media tweets during the week that he was just really happy to be involved in this event. He'll be even happier when he sees the video of how he got away with that.
Well, yes, that could have been a huge
Maybe
incident.
that's why he's so happy.
Yeah, quite.
Just
he
had a
survived.
replay.
Yeah. So Lorkai Law the winner, and Liang Jiatong there for the Rover Motor Oil BMW team, taking 3rd place. So drivers will go to the podium and then to the press conference. We still have, of course, another GT race to look forward to, and that's for the even faster, even more spectacular GT3 spec of car, and that will be next. Following the GT race, there will be our 2nd TCR Asia race, and then the Macau Formula 4 race to round out the day. So 3 more races still to come, and the winning drivers will go to the podium very shortly. The GT part of the Macau programme has been a very popular addition over the last few seasons, with Darilo Young being the first winner of the GT Cup. Kaita Sawa won it for a couple of years, and Eduardo Mortara had 3 on the bounce, in addition to winning 2 back-to-back Formula 3 Grand Prix. Then Mauro Engel had 2 wins. Then Lawrence Van Thor had a win. Eduardo Mortara again. Then Augusto Farfus. And then Raffaele Marciello won the GT Cup. The last time it had the FIA World Cup badge on it. And then the 3 so-called local races in recent years. Yi Hong Lee, Darilo Young and Mauro Engel won last year's, even though it wasn't an FIA badged race. He was still eager to come, and Mercedes eager to support the event. So Mauro Engel triumphed after a great first lap battle with Raffaele Marciello.
Looking forward to that next weekend.
Definitely.
World-class drivers competing in world-class machinery, run by world-class teams here at Macau, celebrating 70th Macau Grand Prix this weekend. Look forward to that mouth-watering lineup for next weekend, not just for GT cars but for touring cars and single-seaters as well, with the return of the FIA Formula 3 cars, which are pretty incredibly quick bits of kit around the gear circuit here at Macau. The wind is getting up even more now, so the weather forecast was right to say it was going to be a breezy afternoon. The only cars that I think that may well affect significantly will be the light and nimble Formula 4 cars at the end of the day. They've got the longest race of any, over 12 laps for the final race, plus the big build up to the starting grid. What we're waiting for now, as you can see in beautiful sunshine here at Macau, is the podium presentation, which will come up after a shortened race for the GT4 cars in the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. Making their way over towards the Parc Ferme area to weigh in, and then make their way over towards the podium presentation, technical check area for the cars and drivers alike. And although not the most ideal finish to the race, we didn't go the full race distance. However, we got plenty of action during those 5 laps.
We most certainly did. And there's more to come when you see GT3 cars in a moment. And now Christodoulou sees it, so let me look at that again.
This is great.
Seriously?
Superb television direction, this. Absolutely brilliant to pick it up.
Can we eavesdrop?
Wow.
Blimey.
He's not smiling as much
no,
now,
he's
is
not
he?
Now, is he? He's just realised what that could have ensued. Blimey.
That's incredible.
Fantastic. Adam Christodoulou then sees the pictures of that first lap scare. Not scary for him, but scary for everybody else. He was completely oblivious, probably for the best.
That does answer the question. Did he know what happened? No, he did not.
Absolutely. So the drivers will go through the weight check, shout the car number, driver weighed, and that's taken in conjunction with the weight of the car. So former Formula Renault champion, star Mazda champion, Adam Christodoulou now goes to the podium. Lord Kailor steps forward, and he is weighed. The scales release the information. And so, yes, the podium coming up in a few moments' time.
It's my highlight of the day, watching Adam Christodoulou doing what we said. Love to see his face when he sees it back. And we did. We saw it. How cool was that?
And Liang Jiatong, last year's winner of the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT4 cars, also making his way towards the podium round the back of the huge permanent building for the Grand Prix Corporation. There's a new media centre just to the left as you walk through that gate that sits on top of the GT garages, so it moves all the media out of the race control building, which is probably a good thing, really, because it's not the biggest of buildings, but they have their own self-contained structure these days. So it is Lord Kailor who wins the Greater Bay Area GT4 Cup ahead of Adam Christodoulou and Liang Jiatong. Lokar Chun fourth ahead of Kelvin Leung, and then William Chung, despite damage, being classified in 6th place. This result, by the way, taken 3 laps. 7th, Terence Say, ahead of Lau Kim Ho, and then it was Brian Lai next from Zheng Jiafeng and Yang Chun Fei. Kan Che Wai in 12th, and Kenny Chung in 13th place, ahead of Han Li Chao and Miguel Lei. Patricia Ou, 16th from Wang Wei Hong, and then Out Chi Wang in 16th place. So it's a real shame that the race had to be ended, but with the necessity to do more track maintenance and, of course, to get 3 further races in before the track has to be handed back at the end of the day to Macau motorists for them to go about their business. Perhaps understandable. So we'll go to the podium in a few moments' time. The dignitaries are being assembled. The trophy girls, I can see, are being made ready also to add colour and flair to the celebrations. And the 3 drivers are on their way from the back of the paddock as well. So the podium comes shortly for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. It is a Lotus 1-2. And perhaps we're now going to see a resurgence of the Lotus name in sports car racing, echoing what we had in the 1960s in GT-style competitions with the Elites and the Elans that followed.
And if they could do it in that colour scheme, I'd be very happy.
Or a red and gold as well. Retro Lotus liveries,
Yeah,
please.
we could do that.
Yeah,
we could do that.
Bright yellow cigarette one, not quite so sure about, but
I still quite liked it.
Really?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, yeah.
Certainly the
with the blue.
That's true.
Works well.
That's true with the lettering. Yeah.
Yeah.
But red and gold or black and gold, definitely.
This
or
is why.
indeed British Racing green and yellow.
This is why. It's the fluid, I think, more than anything else, isn't it?
And of course, that was something that affected the timetable last year, wasn't it? Really affected the motorbike races last year.
Yes, it did. Yeah, significantly as well.
Yeah.
For the return of motorcycles at Macau.
But we will have those next week. We'll have GT3 on track shortly once the pit lane opens and as the podium lies silent, then the trophy girls come forward and the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT4 cars, the podium celebration, can get underway any moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 70th Macau Grand Prix Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT4 trophy presentation ceremony. First of all, let's welcome the top 3 finishers to the podium. The second runner-up, we have number 1, Liang Jiatong from China. The first runner-up, number 88, Crystal Dudu Adam Robert from the UK. And the winner is number 75, Luo Kai Luo from China. Congratulations to our drivers. And now I would like to invite the guests to present the laurel and trophy to our top 3 winners. First of all, let's welcome Mr. Buddy Lam, Executive Vice President, Corporate Office of Galaxy Entertainment Group, to present the 3rd place laurel and trophy to Liang Jiatong from China. Congratulations. And I would like to also invite Mr. Lam to present the first runner-up laurel and trophy to Crystal Dudu Adam Robert. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Lam. And now I would like to invite Mr. Poon Wang Kun, President of the Sports Bureau and Coordinator of the Macau Grand Prix Organizing Committee, to present the laurel and trophy to our winner, Luo Kai Luo from China. Congratulations. Would the guys please gather at the center, and to our top 3 drivers, please reach to the top of the podium, gather to the center and take a photo together, please. Thank you. Please look to the front. Please look to the front and take a photo together. Hold up your trophy. Congratulations. Thank you, our guests. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you, the Greek girls. Would drivers please remain at where you are? Thank you, Greek girls, because it's now the champagne time. Champagne is here, and our drivers would like to share the glory moment with our audience. Champagne shower time! Woo! Congratulations to our top 3 winners of Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT4. congratulations once again to our top 3 winners.
Bring the champagne back, yeah? 我们算是把我们的经典时刻复制了一张啊。对。Yeah. Yeah. Taste of victory. Come to the front, guys. Front, front, little bit front. 我要掉下来了怎么办 ？Okay, okay. 罗开罗，你跟艾伦一起，你们2个人。再来一次。再同，再同。哦耶！GT3, uma prova que terá 8 voltas, 5 sem 8 voltas, na qual vai princípio do traçado urbano do território parte para a prova da pole position, deve olhando o piloto da vizinha região, a pista de especial de Hong Kong, é então o piloto que larga da primeira posição para a prova. Uma prova que sai então para o asfalto da via dentro de sensivelmente 30 minutos. Lembrando que dessa corrida está previsto para as 12 horas e 50 minutos, que é a penúltima corrida deste segundo dia de competição, os 6 da 70ª edição do Grande Prémio de Macau. O primeiro fim de semana de competição do circuito da guia fica completo com a corrida de Macau Fórmula 12 e Fórmula 4, uma prova com 12 voltas que se disputa a partir das 15 horas e 40 minutos.
Attention in the paddock. Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT3 competitors. Paddock gate will open in 5 minutes. Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT3 competitors. Paddock gate will open in 5 minutes.
Podium position. Okay. Okay. 歡迎大家嚟到第70屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車大灣區 GT 杯 GT4 正賽嘅賽後記者會。Welcome to the post-race press conference of the 70th Macau Grand Prix Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT4。首先我哋恭喜台上面嘅三位車手啦，佢哋分別係冠軍得主羅開羅、亞軍奇道道路同埋季軍梁家彤。We have with us on stage the top 3 winners, and they are finishing first Lo Kai Lo. Second, we have Adam Christodoulou, and then third, we have Liang Jiatong. Exciting race. We see loads of action on track. Can you please walk us through the race? Can we start from Lo Kai Lo, please?
Yeah.
Walk us through the race.
Actually, this weekend we have a very good car, and thanks to Lotus Team Toro, and we have an amazing car this weekend. And actually, me and Adam respect each other in the start, so we have a very exciting race. Yeah, that's it.
可不可以跟我们的中文观众也分享一下比赛的过程？
首先要感谢一下我们Toro Racing 车队，然后这一周我们是路特斯 Emira GT4 的首秀，同时也是我们第一次在澳门开这台车，然后整个周末我们的表现都非常好，从练习到排位到比赛，我们都是有一个非常强劲的赛车，然后Toro Racing 也把我们的赛车调整到及时的那个最佳的状态，然后今天的比赛在起步的时候，我和 Adam 都非常尊重对方，然后我们有一个非常公平的比赛，然后其实1、2带回对于我们来说是一个非常好的结果。
Okay, now goes to Adam. Adam, we see that during the first lap there's actually a hiccup near Lisboa. Did you see the Toyota behind you? And if we don't have a red flag, do you think there's a chance for you to overtake Law?
I've seen the video. I had no idea how close it was. I'm amazed that there isn't any damage on the back of the car. But yeah, it was an amazing experience. Really thankful for Toro and Lotus for bringing me here. It's my first time here. Yeah, I've now realised that maybe second place was the better place to start because yeah, in the end, Lukalu ended up with the inside for turn 2, and basically it was a race to turn 3. And then after that, it's pretty difficult to overtake around here. But no, it's been a lot of fun. The car was really fun to drive, and so hopefully I can come back next year.
啱啱咧，奇道道路都有同我哋分享啦。其實佢就冇留意到後邊嘅車同佢嘅距離有幾大啦，但係佢都好開心咧，架車冇受到任何嘅損傷啦，同埋對佢依家嘅成績都非常之開心嘅。好多謝車隊啦，可以俾佢一架咁好嘅賽車啦，同埋佢覺得其實喺比賽過程當中咧，想超車嘅嗰啲位咧都比較少嘅，所以佢都覺得對自己嘅成績非常之滿意，同埋期待下一年咧可以繼續翻嚟參加比賽嘅。Now the question goes to Liang Jiatong. Can you please walk us through the race as well from your end?
Yes, first of all, I would like to say thanks to GT4. They would like to bring me again back to Macau after last year winning. And second of all, thanks to my sponsors, Roadsport Motor Oil, for their strongly support during the year and for the last year, for the last race in Macau as well. For me, the race was not so easy because we faced a technical issue for the car since Friday. So yesterday we understood we were not able to fight for the best lap time, in generally speaking. But the team worked super hard and tried to make the car as the best they could. So they worked super hard, and so we were in P3 and P4 in the practice and the quali. And for the race, I just said to myself, I must bring a trophy back to the team. So we did a pretty good start, and then I tried to keep my position in P3. Was not able to follow the Lotus. Then I do my race in my own pace. And congrats again for the Lotus team Toro. They did a fantastic job in this weekend. So congrats, and yeah, that's it.
Can you please say a few words in Chinese to our audience as well?
OK， 首先要感谢和谐赛车在去年让我在澳门赢得比赛之后，再一次回到澳门参加格兰披治。也要感谢我的赞助商 Roadsport Motor Oil， 他今年一整个赛季对我的支持，从日本的 Super GT 再到这边的这个Macau GP。 我们从周五的时候发现赛车有一个无法解决的技术困难，所以它可能让我们在一些特殊的地方会丢掉很多的时间，比如说 Macau hairpin， 因为我们的转向受到了转向角度的限制，然后我们短时间内无法解决。但是车队的话呢，已经想了很多的办法，然后他们尽可能把赛车为我提供一个最好的赛车，去让我有机会去竞争一个好的位置吧。但是从练习之后，我们明白我们可能很难去竞争一个头排起步的位置，所以对我们来说，如果能够拿到一个领奖台，就是一个很理想的结果了。所以我们昨天练习第3，排位第4。在排位赛之后呢，我们认为可能更多的机会是在起步的那一圈，因为一旦到了 Macau hairpin 的时候，我们可能就会被前车拉开。这个也是我们损失时间最多的地方，所以我对自己说一定要为车队拿回来一个奖杯。所以非常积极的是，我们在这个起步的时候挣得了一个位置。之后的话，我可能无法追上前面的2台 Lotus， 但是我去跑我自己的节奏。最终我们获得了领奖台的第3个位置。在这儿的话，再一次恭喜 Lotus Team Toro， 他们完美的表现在这个周末，恭喜。
Thank you very much, and congratulations again. So now the floor is open for questions. Do we have any questions from the journalists? If no, then this is the end of the press conference. Thank you very much. Can you please stand up for a photo opportunity, please?
Sure.
之間咧，其實咧就出現咗意外啦，令到咧就係現場佢哋變得好多問題。咁而家咧我哋睇翻咧，咁啊現場嘅表現咧係清零不可以咧就係繼續進行比賽啦。所以而家大家睇到其實大灣區 GT3 嘅 GT3 造型嘅賽車啦，其實已經係開場賽道啊。咁啊同 GT4 嘅賽車相比之下咧 ，GT3 嘅賽車啦速度更加之快嘅，同埋咧就喺外形方面咧，由於嗰種規例嘅影響係放得更加好，所以我哋都唔需要更加嘅
Attention on the grid. Attention on the grid. Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT3 comparators. 10 minutes to start formation lap. Pit exit is now closed. Please clear the grid except for officials and team technicians. Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT3 comparators. 10 minutes to start formation lap. Pit exit is now closed. Please clear the grid except for officials and team technicians.
From GT4 to GT3 here on the gear circuit at Macau, the Greater Bay Area GT Cup is about to get underway. The grid is formed. It's going to be a grid slightly depleted after a huge accident at the end yesterday. We had a spin for the Aston Martin of Anderson Hay, and he was collected in turn by Chris Shear, who suffered some damage to his spine in that. Went to hospital last night with a spinal fracture, but he's on the mend and we wish him well, but it was a big, big hit. And Darrell O'Young, who has been one of the stalwart Macau racers over the last 2 decades, and indeed the winner of the GT Cup back in 2008, he's the man on pole position, and he very much starts as the favourite, although Kang Ling, with his Lamborghini GT3 Evo with him at the front of the grid, is going to be a tough opposition. So too Kevin Say, who you've seen racing in British GT. Indeed, he's a race winner in British GT back at Alton Park a couple of years ago, and he's racing GT World Challenge Europe as well. He will start third, and starting fourth on the grid is Chang Qianshang. Again, a man to keep an eye on over the course of the 8 laps. It's not a very long race for GT3 cars, but it is going to be spectacular nonetheless. And that's Darrell O'Young on pole position then for Craft Bamboo Racing, the Mercedes AMG GT3. And he knows exactly how to win this. He did it in 08, he did it again in 2021.
It's getting warm today. We've got the sunshine out at Macau now, and the sunshine beating down on the grid, so the umbrellas are out and you can see the drivers already with helmets on and getting pretty warm inside the cars, and maybe some of them making the most of the fresh air before they get themselves strapped in. That's Ling Kang in the Lamborghini, the Phantom Pro Racing Lamborghini, getting himself ready.
Takes off his Oakleys, puts on his balaclava and his helmet. That's the car for third on the grid, Kevin Say, the Macau Roadsport champion in 2011. He's raced in the German Polo Cup, British GT, Chinese Renault Clios, you name it, he seems to have done it.
And today we'll do it around the streets of Macau. Onto the outside of the second row of the grid. That's the 88 car of Chang Qianshang. And certainly making the most of the shade being proffered by the umbrellas. These cars are going to get very warm.
Chang Qianshang, the man that won the GT4 race 2 years ago, so he's got a good pedigree around here. As there is 66 of Min Heng. Now, I think I'm right in saying that the grid that was published has now been amended, given that we've got a few gaps. So Min Heng switches across, and that brings forward there one row Liu Luk Ka. The orange Mercedes of Alex Liu, the Elegant Racing Team Mercedes, moves forward therefore.
Going back, it's the number 22 car of Leon Yang in the K-Sports Porsche. All of them typically very brightly coloured, the predominantly orange Porsche.
That is Li Qingqian. number 14 in the Porsche 911, operated for the purposes of this weekend by the Team KRC outfit. More Porsches en masse next week for the GT Cup, which carries the FIA GT World Cup tag in a week's time.
Shin getting ready for the start of this race, which should get underway in 6 minutes' time. It's remarkable to think as we look at the number 19 car of Lin Hao, Vincent Lin. The first of the races today started underneath the control of a safety car on a wet track. 27 is Andrew Harrianto in the Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi.
And with the eyes upon it, 89 BMW of Ran Kun Fan is going to be next on the grid. He will start up against the pit wall side, regular in the TCR categories, TCR Asia, TCR China. He's raced Formula 4, drove in the Shanghai 8 Hours this year, which was a midweek race, interestingly. 26 then, Hank Kicks, the man behind Be Quick, the car accessory business that he masterminds across the Far East. And the Audi is that of Vincent Florendo. And we're 5 minutes away from the start of the rolling start lap here, the formation lap. At the back of the grid is Adrian De Silva's Porsche. Now that, you might notice, has a rather anonymous front end, and that was because he went off at the Melco hairpin yesterday, did a lot of frontal damage, so a new nose has had to be grafted onto the car.
Which might not be a perfect match, but it's a nose nonetheless.
Exactly.
That's what matters.
That car run by Earl Bamber Motorsport, and Earl will be racing here next week in the GT Cup as well. So the grid is being cleared, and very shortly then we'll be in business. So we lost Chris Cheer, we've lost Anderson Hay after yesterday, but there's enough on that grid, I think, to make this an interesting race.
We don't need many GT3 cars around the gear circuit here at Macau to bring a smile to the face, because that is exactly what they do. They are hugely powerful cars, they are brilliantly sorted cars, and they always give us a huge amount of entertainment here at Macau. Super to see GT3 on the gear circuit. And over the course of a Macau weekend, you try not to have favourites, but I do thoroughly enjoy watching and hearing GT3 cars echo around the circuit.
I'm in danger of being a bit blasé, because I'm fortunate enough to go to a lot of GT3 races and get to see them, whether it's at Spa or more modern day circuits, if you like. But there is something about putting them around here. The other special thing is that it's a single driver race
and
as well.
A short race.
Yeah,
a short race is a sprint race,
and that you only really get at the Motorsport Games, if you like. So to see them around here, because you're right, it is an amazing circuit for these cars. You think, well, they never fit, you know, they're almost too big, but it's a mighty sight.
And to hear them, because they echo the barriers either side of the circuit here on the road course. It's so exciting. It's one for the senses, isn't it?
Well, it is, because that, again, is all part of the beauty of GT cars. And in a world where increasingly there is electrification, the fact that you still have cars like this that make fantastic noises and make the ground tremble as they accelerate is to be embraced. So this is the grid. Darrell O'Young is on pole position, and Lin Kang lines up with him ahead of Kevin Say and Chang Xian Shang. Min Heng lines up fifth with Alex Liu for company, ahead of, in number 22, Liu Yang. Number 14 is Li Qingxin, and then behind there is Guo Ko Shin, and alongside will be then Lin Hao. Andrew Harrianto and Ruan Kunfan are next, ahead of Henk Kicks and Vincent Florendo. Adrian De Silva rounds out the grid. 15 cars then we have from an original 17, I think, that we got into the qualifying session. So it's a shame. I mean, Anderson Hay, just to finish the story, if you didn't see practice and qualifying yesterday, Anderson Hay had a spin coming into Fisherman's. The car was in the middle of the road and he couldn't restart it, so the session was stopped. And then after the red flag, Chris Shear arrived at very, very high speed, hadn't slowed, and ploughed into the parked car and destroyed both and did himself quite a bit of harm. So we wish Chris Shear well, but there was a sort of salutary lesson in all of that about respecting the flags, because the session had been stopped for a reason, and normally you're anticipated to slow right down, and he didn't, and ended up causing a bigger problem.
Yeah, it was a horrible accident to watch, actually.
Yeah.
Quite an impact.
And Anderson Hay had been sitting there for probably 5 minutes or so, waiting to be allowed to jump out of the car, and all of a sudden, bang, he has to go through an impact, and his weekend's wrecked.
And the car wasn't too bad, was it, before that?
I think he did only spun. I don't think he'd actually hit anything. So it really was the sort of double whammy. Well, there is Lin Kang, and he is the man most likely to take the battle here to Darrell O'Young. Darrell knows this place very, very well indeed. In a few moments' time, the cars are going to be released onto the formation lap. The pace car awaits, and 1 lap around the circuit. Darrell O'Young has raced, whether it's in touring cars or GT cars, for many, many seasons. Started off in karts in Canada, raced Formula 1600, Formula 2000. He's been in Carrera Cup. He's been in the DTM even for a time, as well as the World Endurance Championship. He's twice a Carrera Cup Asia champion, twice a Bathurst 12-hour winner, and GT Asia champion as well. Oh, and a double winner of the GT Cup at Macau. It's not a bad CV.
And just a notification for everybody came up on the timing screen as the cars go off on their formation lap that we have slippery surface here at Macau. That's at turn 18. It is a legacy of the GT4 race that went before this. There was basically a roadblock of GT4 cars, and quite a bit of fluid was unfortunately put down on the circuit, which the marshals have been dressing ever since, and so too circuit staff with their Bowsers have been out there to dress the circuit and to make sure that we can go racing. But still, despite all of that work, the notification needs to go to the drivers before this race gets underway that we are still a bit slippery down there. That's on the run down towards the Melco hairpin.
So the slippery surface flag will be shown, and also the slippery surface light. There are 21 electronic flag points being trailed this year, particularly at the blind spots on the circuit. And so another way of getting the message across to drivers wherever possible as they come down towards Lisboa. This is where Darrell O'Young had a big drama in the qualifying race 2 years ago, but bounced back from it to win on the Sunday.
And the car looked as if it would do no more work over the course of the weekend. It was a quite incredible story, wasn't it?
Yeah, hit oil, fired into the barrier. And on this formation lap then, at the end of it, they'll get themselves in the 2x2 formation. So this is our 4th race of the day. And it's our 5th race of the day, and it has been one rather interrupted. Everything so far has either had safety cars or red flags today. But let's see what the GT3 contingent can do, because these cars need to be treated with respect, don't they?
Last year we had a lot of incidents on race day, and we said when we were getting into the GT3 cars that the chances were that we would potentially have problems for the GT3 cars just because they're hugely powerful, they're big cars around this circuit, and we were very pleasantly surprised, really, weren't we?
Absolutely so. Fingers crossed we will be again, and they've got the dramas out of the way yesterday. So it's a Lamborghini leading at the moment in terms of the pace car, but you've got a Lamborghini second on the grid. Lin Kang driving for the Phantom Pro Racing team. Go back a good few years, you might recall him on the FIA European Formula 3 Championship grid for Macau Motorsport. He didn't really excel in single-seaters at the time, but with the lessons learned, has put that into practice and has become a pretty accomplished driver back in this region, as Lin Kang. He drove in the French F4 Championship as well as Formula Renault Alps Series, but after coming back to Asia, drove in China GT, in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, in Formula 3 in Asia, in Asian Le Mans, in LMP2 specification cars, and has raced this year in the GT World Challenge Asia. But he does still race in Europe. He takes part in what's called the Ultimate Cup Series. He was 3rd in that, and it's a sort of French catch-all endurance series. So it's good cars in that. It's good races.
Leading around the Melco hairpin, it is not the work of a moment to get a GT3 car around the Melco hairpin, and they all thread their way through neatly behind the control of the Lamborghini safety car, and with the lights on, it will get the race underway in just a couple of moments. GT3 cars for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for the 70th Macau Grand Prix is about to get underway. Indication on the timing screen from race control. Cars now need to assume grid formation ahead of the start of the race.
And that means they get themselves side by side. It means that Darrell O'Young now looks across and sees Lin Kang alongside him. It means that behind you've got Kevin Say with the inside line, of course, for the first left-hand corner of Reservoir, and then on his outside is going to be Chang Xian Shang. So here they come down towards the right-hander of our bend. The pace car, as it is, dives into the pit lane, and the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for the GT3 cars about to get underway. The start, the run down towards Lisboa, absolutely crucial, as we see every race every year, and the lights are about to change to get the race underway now, with a good start by Darrell O'Young, but is it an even better start by Lin Kang on the outside line? The Lamborghini makes a very good getaway, but O'Young's got the shorter line for turn one, and through he goes at Reservoir. Mercedes leads, Lamborghini is second, and Kang Lin comes out of the slipstream then to try to make his move as they come down towards us. So Darrell O'Young leads the way, and a change for third place, because up on the inside there goes Chan Xian Shang ahead of Kevin Say, and the top two breaking clear.
Yeah, I rather thought the Lamborghini got the best of the starts as they went over the line. It looked as if the Lamborghini was just going to get ahead of the Mercedes. Darrell O'Young responded. They get around Lisboa. Not everybody gets around Lisboa.
Kevin Say gets tapped around, and the road is just about blocked, isn't it? So Kevin Say needs to try and wriggle out of there, but others, yep, there's a bit of a gap after you. Hank Kicks is delayed, Andrew Harrianto is delayed, and if they can't all get going, we're going to end up with an interruption because of the drama. It was all triggered, I think, Kevin Say on the outside line by Alex Liu, look, in the orange Mercedes, who clattered his way up the inside, and then bang, Kevin Say got turned around by Liao Yang in the K-Sport Porsche, and after that, if you got through, you were lucky.
It's really tight down there at Lisboa. I've said it a couple of times, and it comes off the back of actually doing a little bit of a track walk down there on Wednesday evening. And you look at it, you know the camera angles that you see on television, and you just kind of take that right-hander for granted as an overtaking position. But the barrier on the outside, it's very, very close.
And it means that the race for the lead continues here with Darrell O'Young ahead of the Lamborghini of Lin Kang. And I don't think anybody else has got out of that. Oh no, cars are getting out of that corner now. But the pace of the race, of course, the flow, massively interrupted. You could argue it might always have been a two-horse race anyway, given their pace in qualifying. But as the leaders come downhill, others have got through the melee, seemingly. And at the end of lap number one, it's going to be Darrell O'Young in the lead, chased by Lin Kang in the Lamborghini. And after that, pretty much everybody badly delayed. And there, look, is Alex Liu. He has come to grief as well. Well, he got involved with Kevin Say early on, and then he's had his own dramas elsewhere on the lap. The order at the end of this first lap is going to be fascinating to see who has survived. It's going to be Darrell O'Young in the lead. Second is Lin Kang. And then in third place over the line is Chan Xian Shang, who'd already made that move up into third place. But after that, I might have to sit down and wait for fourth.
0.9 of a second, the advantage for Darrell O'Young. Safety car being deployed, so that's going to bunch up the field. There you go. We will get the field all bunched up, and we will have it as a result of a safety car.
Indeed so, and now we'll see how many got away from the incident zone down at Lisboa. I bet you the road's clear, which is amazing, isn't it, after what we saw? But as soon as there's a gap, people get through. But you're right, safety car deployed, and this will bring the likes of Kevin Say and one or two others that were delayed back into the mix.
There's that again. Leader, please slow down. Second time we've seen that today.
So that goes on the screens. The team will see it, and they'll be on the radio at Craft Bamboo Racing to Darrell O'Young to say, OK, need a slow. The safety car is on track. And Alex Liu is the cause of all of this, and I think that car is probably not too far away.
So safety car control is going to bunch up the field. It's for an incident, the incident at turn 12, which is up on the twisty, tight section of the gear circuit here at Macau. And really such a good start from the Lamborghini of Lin Kang. Really, really impressive.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? But of course, next time around, it's going to be a single file restart.
It
so
will.
he won't have the advantage of being alongside. So that coming through Palau is where Alex Lewis comes to grief. Now, that's not a corner you often find a car off at.
It's a rarity that you get that camera angle and a stricken car in the frame. But, you can have a moment anywhere at Macau, and generally when you do have a moment at Macau, it's quite a damaging moment.
Now there's more bodywork there,
There is.
suggesting that there's been a second incident, unless that was a legacy of dramas down at Lisboa and bodywork just being shed around the lap, but there's no car to go with that.
No, there's a lot going on this lap, isn't there? So
yeah.
I think the deployment of the safety car was good news as far as getting the trackies clear in more than one place.
Yeah, you get the feeling that yes, Adrian Henry de Silva's Porsche has come in with a puncture. So I wonder whether that might have been anything to do with him that we saw debris on the road. That's pretty bad luck, isn't it, from the back of the grid, and then a puncture. What did he run over? Unless it was some of that debris.
Might have been, yeah.
And it wasn't his to begin with.
Leaders already having made their way through the Macau hairpin and down towards the conclusion of the lap. Being headed by Darrow Young. The Lamborghini with Lin Kang in second place. And the safety car will pick them up in just a couple of moments as the field already under the control of Darrow Young have closed right up. So he responded really well to the instruction from race control that the leader please slow down. He did, and that is a result of not just a puncture but a destroying of the tyre.
Absolutely. So not even a lap out of that Michelin for Adrian de Silva. And it's not been his weekend, has it, with damage yesterday, and he's already got a lap down while he's in the pit lane and they try and sort out the dramas. He also arrived in the wrong lane in the pits, but got there eventually. So the drivers go through. Darrow Young leading Lin Kang, and then Chang Xianshang in third. Min Heng is fourth. Fifth is Liao Yang, and then sixth is Guoguo Xin. And that's, yeah, the tire's already gone, hasn't it? So it was his debris that we saw, because there, the rubber flails, and it takes the inner guard of the wheel arch off with it. So
that answers that question.
It does, and it explains why it's a long stop as well. It's more than just putting on a new wheel and tyre, because there's probably some damage there as well.
There's a bit to be done there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Poor old Porsche. Meanwhile, the safety car has picked up the field. Darrow Young at the front of it, and plenty of weaving going on to keep heat in the tyres under the control of the safety car. Through Lisboa. The right-hander onto San Francisco. Up the hill they go towards Maternity. And under a safety car, the field all bunch up together.
They do indeed, and of course all these laps count within the 8 for the purposes of the race duration. So this is lap number 3, and therefore it'll be 5 laps to go when they cross the line this time around. Darrow Young controlling the pace pretty much early on, with Lin Kang doing the chasing, but then in third place Chang Xianshang, who I think I've said earlier on has been a GT4 winner here in the past. Came out of the Macau Roadsport Challenge. So he's worked his way up, hasn't he, from Roadsports, GT4, GT3. That progression is there.
The staircase of opportunity at Macau
Absolutely right.
is paying off. We see it so often on support packages, don't we? So the indication now to keep right at turn 12. Yeah, we see it on packages that go around racing. You've got with British touring cars, we've had for many years Ginetta Juniors that could lead up to bigger Ginettas, the G55s and latterly G56s. In the future with British touring cars, we've got a Toka Junior package promised to provide the staircase into touring cars. But, we have the same here at Macau, don't we? To work your way through the various categories and then take part in some of the blue ribband championships that we see competing here at Macau.
Porsche always, of course, promote that. You know, there's the sort of Cayman series to start off in, then you go into your National Carrera Cup, and then the Super Cup, and then there's international GT racing. In fact, you can start off in a Porsche Blessed Esports Championship now as well, and then go to real world Porsche racing as they're thinking. Porsche, number 14 of Li Qinxin goes through, the Team KRC 992 iteration of the 911.
There's only 3 Porsches in the field, aren't there? Yeah.
But mob-handed next week to take on Mercedes
Oh,
BMW
yes,
in the
indeed.
GT Cup.
Yes, indeed.
Can't wait. Thought of Kevin Astor around here in a Porsche, honestly.
Pretty good.
Oh,
pretty good.
It's worth a flight alone.
It is.
I'm sitting the whole for
Well,
that.
don't go home.
Yeah.
Just stay here. Why don't you? Have a couple of days off. Go to
all
the
right.
museum.
That's a good idea. I've got a book to read.
Do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
There's a really cool museum here at Macau, celebrating motorsport and the Macau Grand Prix over the years.
There's got to be a Belgian beer bar as well. I'll investigate both. Rely on me. So Darryl O'Young brings the field through. Craft Bamboo Racing, another hugely experienced team with success, of course, in touring cars as well as in GT racing. And with the circuit needing to be swept, and Alex Liu's car, which I'm surprised actually hasn't been able to rejoin. It didn't look that damaged, but maybe it had a puncture as well, or picked up some damage, hence it wasn't able to restart. And none of that is going to be needed behind the safety car then. This will be the end of lap 3.
And what a different scene to the one that greeted us this morning. There were big standing puddles all the way around the circuit here. Heavy overnight rain here at Macau, and the Formula 4 drivers had to contend with some pretty tricky conditions. So too for the first race for the TCR Challenge here at Macau earlier in the day. And if you remember, we said at the end of the Formula 4 race, let's hope it dries out over the course of today and we can see a proper dry race over 12 laps for Formula 4. Our wish has been granted, hasn't it? The forecast for this afternoon is that the weather is going to stay exactly as it is at 1:05 in the afternoon, local time, and a dry track, sunshine, and a very, very happy crowd. A big crowd as well, filling the grandstands for the entertainment we get here at Macau. We are under the control of safety car for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup, GT3 cars. And the Lamborghini Urus leading Darryl O'Young, Ling Kang, and the rest of the field around the circuit. I wonder if we're going to see the safety car going in at the end of this lap. It will be lap number 4, half-distance lap, this one.
It all rather depends, doesn't it, on where the Alex Liu Mercedes is, or Liu car, but Alex Liu to give him his westernised name. And that was the car that was up against the wall. So the race director will be keeping an eye to all of this. He'll be looking at these pictures. He'll have the CCTV pictures as well in race control from the marshal's posts, which of course often can reveal things before we see them. So they're the field turning through. It's going to be a good battle for third, isn't it, when we go racing? Chang Qian-Shang versus Min Hang. 2 Mercedes together. And then Liao Yang behind in the orange Porsche.
So Darryl O'Young, car number 55, pole position yesterday at 2:19.304, and Ling Kang in the Lamborghini with a 2:20.690. So less than a second between the two of them. Sorry, slightly over a second between the two of them yesterday in qualifying. But that hasn't transposed into the race today, in as much as the Lamborghini was keeping seemingly in touch with the Mercedes.
Safety car in this lap.
Which is good news.
It is.
Get racing back underway at half distance. So the safety car goes off down the gear circuit, and in single file, Darryl O'Young will control the restart for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup, GT3 cars. Here we go then. We are soon to get the race back underway.
So Darryl O'Young accelerates now out of Fisherman's up towards our bend, and with the green flag ready on the start line, this is the opportunity for Ling Kang to try to go after Darryl O'Young. Of course, you can't do any overtaking until you've broken the timing beam, and the race back underway now as they see the green flag. So Mercedes versus Lamborghini. The margin as they go through then is 0.4 of a second, and this is where Ling Kang has got to be brave and stay on the tail of O'Young and try and challenge at Lisboa, but he's not really close enough, is he?
He's trying his very best, isn't he? And he is shadowing every move that Darryl O'Young does. The Lamborghini has, I think, maybe closed up a little bit as they go through Mandarin, down on the run towards Lisboa. This is the most amazing opportunity on the gear circuit to have a look down on the inside. The Lamborghini does it and then thinks twice about it, takes a wide line on the entry, but slots in behind. He's showing intention, isn't he?
He is, and he's got to do it now before Young gets into his stride, and he's able to maintain the advantage all the way up the mountain section of the circuit, which is happening now. This is where it's so narrow, it's virtually impossible to overtake there, unless the guy ahead makes a mistake and goes into the wall. And even then, you've got to be careful that you don't get embroiled in it yourself. In third place, Chang Qian-Shan goes through. Darrell Young leads, but he's not getting away, is he? Lin Kang is keeping him honest on this lap number 5.
He absolutely is. The Lamborghini shadowing every move of Darrell Young and certainly showing the intention of taking the lead of this GT3 Greater Bay Area GT Cup race. Darrell Young is keeping it neat, keeping it tidy. That's exactly what he needs to do, despite the fact he's under more pressure than he has been race long, isn't he?
Yeah.
With the Lamborghini right there. He stretches his legs a bit on the run down towards Police, turns right into Police, on towards Moorish, up Moorish Hill.
He locked up though going into Police, so the gap that he just pulled came down again. Darrell Young with a little moment there, not much, but just enough, and it's thrown a lifeline to Lin Kang, who is quick through Donna Maria, and then this short run on towards Malco Hairpin, where you can't overtake, and the race leaders come down towards the braking zone now.
And they close up under braking. They close right up under braking, but the power goes down first of all. Too close to the barrier for Lin Kang on the exit of the Malco Hairpin. Was there a touch? I think there might have been.
Yes, I think there was. Whether it was a wheel or whether it was just the bodywork, we'll have to try and ascertain. But something touched, and if it was a wheel, then he's going to have a bit of damage.
Look at the result, the gap. Look at the gap. Goodness me, the gap is extended between first and second. Darrell Young now has an advantage.
Part of his problem was he couldn't get round the corner. That was exacerbated by the contact. And then when he did get round the corner and the power came in, it sort of speared him off towards the right. So there was time lost sorting out that moment as well. And Darrell Young now leading by a second and a half.
It has destroyed all the good work that Lin Kang had done on that opening lap, because he had kept right with Darrell Young, and Lin Kang was driving a very, very good restart, wasn't he? The Lamborghini, the MGM backed Lamborghini, looks absolutely fantastic in real life. The gold shining on the side of the Lamborghini, looks spectacular in the sunshine as they now turn into this boa. This time, Darrell Young has a little bit of a cushion before the second place Lamborghini.
And in third, Chang Qian-Shang, a bit lonely because he's cleared Min Hang, but he can't really go after the Lambo at the moment. So Lin Kang hangs on to that second place, and Darrell Young now trying to pull clear. He's been given a little bit of an easier ride through the mistake of Lin Kang a lap ago. But actually, Ling is on the money again, isn't he? He's absolutely hurling the car around because he's gone fractionally quicker to do an absolute best within the second sector of the lap. So he's not giving up.
Purple in sector 2 then for Lin Kang in the pursuing second place Lamborghini. There's Darrell Young turning through the twisty section of the circuit, and let's see what Lin Kang can do on this sector 3 of the gear circuit here at Macau in his pursuit of the race leader. The Mercedes of Darrell Young, vastly experienced, is a winner here at Macau. Is Darrell Young, turns through Police, the right-hander, up towards Moorish, through the right-hander at Moorish, then up Moorish Hill. And Darrell Young, he can look in his mirrors, he can see the Lamborghini's there, trying to close the gap, which was 1.5 seconds at the end of lap number 5. It's an 8-lap race. Down towards the Malco hairpin they go once again. The Mercedes and the Lamborghini. Yeah, you can see now the result of that, can't you? Because they were tied together on the previous laps. And as they turn through, it's not the work of a moment to turn a GT3 car, any GT car, around the Malco hairpin. And the exit was just what cost the Lamborghini of Lin Kang everything in the gap between himself and the race leader.
So Darrell Young with an advantage at the start of the lap of 1.5 seconds. He's done an absolute best, the 2 absolute best in the sectors of Lin Kang on this lap. So the Lamborghini is trying to fight back as they come now over the timing line once more. That puts 6 laps in the book for the leader, so 2 to go, but the margin is 1.6 seconds. Darrell Young, new fastest lap of the race, responding to the challenge behind him.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Because the Lamborghini went overall quickest in sectors 2 and 3. Darrell Young then got the idea and went overall quickest in sectors 4 and 5, and the result of that was Darrell Young got the fastest lap of the race at 2:26.06. Compare that to the qualifying time yesterday to take pole at 2:19.304. So we're some way away off that pace, but the gap extended by only 1/10 over that lap.
So it's very cat and mouse between the two, but it is the Mercedes with the advantage as Lin Kang comes towards us. There's something about the Lamborghini, whether it's the shape of the car, I can't necessarily say, but it always looks a quick car. Any Lamborghini, it's just got a dramatic shape.
It does, yeah.
Whereas the Mercedes, yes, is very quick, and it's hugely successful, the Mercedes AMG GT3, but because of all that torque, it perhaps doesn't have quite the same fast look to it, if that makes any sense at all.
It looks and sounds like a beast.
Yeah, it is, yeah. And it just sort of delivers in its own way, whereas that Lamborghini is really being hustled on, and to the eye, the gap's coming down. Another absolute best by Lin Kang in Sector 2, and that took 3/10 out of the margin, in fact, as Kevin Say, recovering from being turned around earlier on, he's up into the top 10 now.
And again, Lin Kang in Sector 3 as well, overall best in those first two sectors, Sector 2 and Sector 3. It was the same on the previous lap. And then Darrell Young responded last time. Let's see if he does this time with overall best sectors in Sectors 4 and 5. They're coming down towards the Macau hairpin. Let's see what happens as they thread their way through the Macau hairpin. Much, much closer this time, the Lamborghini to the back of the Mercedes. And we're happy about the start in race control now.
Okay, they've had a look at the formation and are happy, as you rightly say, as Darrell Young then leads the way. He's just done another absolute best sector. This is where the Mercedes seems to have the advantage, where it can use all of that power, but the aero-friendly Lamborghini, again in its own right, a very, very capable, very successful GT3 shape, comes into our bend now, up towards the line. End of the lap they will be, and there is the last lap board, because that's 7 in the book and 1 to go. Kang Ling, what can he do? He's just done the fastest lap of the race. He's taken 7/10 out of the margin, but 9/10 is the gap, and I don't think he's going to get close enough at Lisboa, which realistically is his last chance.
We're on the final lap, and it's all about down to Lisboa, and as they come through Mandarin, this incredibly quick part of the circuit. It's funny, isn't it? 2 laps consecutively. Sectors 2 and Sector 3 are held by Lin Kang, but Darrell Young this time means business. He's just put in an overall best first sector, and Lin Kang in that pursuit, he brought the gap down to 1 second. Now this is the part of the circuit that the Lamborghini over the last couple of laps has absolutely dominated. He's taken purple sectors in Sectors 2 and 3. This is where he's going to try and catch up onto the back of Darrell Young. It's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, but he's making a proper race of this.
And there's drama at Lisboa, because another of the Mercedes has been turned around, look, and so there, facing the traffic, Korko Shin, he will be able to get going, hopefully. Everybody else has dodged around him. We won't need the race to be neutralised. It's the last lap anyway, as there are the race leaders. Darrell Young trying to respond. He's done an absolute best in the first sector, but that was only, get this, 1,000th quicker than Lin Kang behind him, who in turn is 2/10 quicker in the next sector. He has not given up. Lin Kang needs this to be a 12-lap race. He's just going to run out of time, but he's got the fastest lap, and he is throwing everything at this.
What a shame it's not, because this is superb. Darrell Young leads from Lin Kang. Mercedes leads from Lamborghini. They go around Donna Maria, and it's on this next corner at the Macau hairpin that really did cost the Lamborghini of Lin Kang in second place. It was just brushing the barrier on the exit. Doesn't do that this time. Keeps it neat and tidy. But the trouble is for Lin Kang, this is where the Mercedes of Darrell Young really dominates.
He needs Darrell to make a mistake, doesn't he? He's going to try and force an error out of Darrell Young, and they don't come very often. 1 corner to go. The R-bend beckons. The Greater Bay Area GT Cup for the GT3 cars will go to the checkered flag. It will be a battle to the line between Darrell Young and Lin Kang. Checkered flag awaits, and another race win at Macau. His 3rd GT Cup win. Darrell Young wins the Greater Bay Area GT Cup ahead of Lin Kang. And then for 3rd place, another of the Mercedes is going to be Chen Chen Shang. A delighted Craft Bamboo Racing team celebrates with the Mercedes AMG technicians, and it's all smiles as for 4th place across the line comes Min Heng. 5th, Liao Zhang's Porsche, and then 6th was going to be, of course, Kwao Shin, but he had a spin, and that is Kevin Say, who's also had a drama on the last lap, coming between Fisherman's and our bend, so he's trying to get himself sorted as others dodge around, so that means that 6th in the end is going to be Li Ching Shin, 7th Andrea Harrianto, 8th place to Ran Kunfan, and after that, if you survive, you're going to get a place in the top 10.
We've had good racing here at Macau today. We've had super races, and now we just get...
Oh, Kevin Say too wide on the marbles. missed everything but lost it.
Yeah, didn't hit the barrier.
Oh, he did there.
And
yes,
did there.
on the inside, but he was out way wide coming out of Black Sands, wasn't he? On the marbles, just ran out of grip.
Yep, just on the final lap. So well done, Darryl O'Young. Another victory here at Macau. Flashing the lights, enjoying the slowdown lap, and that was maybe not the race he was expecting. He was under a lot more pressure than perhaps we could have predicted at the start of yesterday.
Go along with that, certainly it was a very good drive by Lin Kang. It shows you the importance of the start. Adam Christodoulou was touching on it in the press conference after the GT4 race. This is how we lost number 12 Mercedes right at the very end. It was contact from a rather overly ambitious Li Qingxin that turned around Kwa Xin's Mercedes backwards into the wall. The poor old Kevin Say yet again delayed, and then he had his own spin at the end of the lap. But as ever, keeping out of trouble, vastly important to a half-decent result at Macau. Darryl O'Young doing things absolutely perfectly.
Great race that, and in fact every race we have had today has had a lot to get excited about. Super racing around the Macau circuit, the gear circuit here at Macau. The marshals waving to Darryl O'Young, victor once again at Macau, and I think waving as well to Lin Kang, thanking Lin Kang for a very, very exciting race. That the MGM sponsorship on the side of the Lamborghini, reflecting one of the talking point hotels here at Macau. It is a quite exceptional hotel at Macau. It is so much more than just a hotel. And the black and gold livery on the Lamborghini can be very proud of that race.
Yeah. And in fairness, Darryl O'Young didn't just sit there and defend, did he? He had to really try, and that was proved by the fact that he kept having to do absolute best sectors to try to get away. And if Lin Kang hadn't had that moment at the Melco hairpin, who knows, could have been a different story. Kevin Say did get to the end, but in 11th place after a really difficult race for him. Top 10 was rounded out behind Grant Kunafan by Vincent Lin and Vincent Florendo.
So that's your winner, Darryl O'Young. A winner once again here at Macau. The 55 Mercedes heads onwards and inwards into the pit lane for the celebrations. You saw how happy the team were. You could hear how happy the team were for a victory at Macau. And now the celebrations can commence.
Tremendous effort by Craft Bamboo Racing and Darryl O'Young. No mistakes. Perfect drive, and the car peels to the back of the pit lane where it will go to the scrutineering area for the mandatory technical checks. And we have 2 more races still to come, the second TCR Asia Challenge race and the Macau Formula 4 race to round out race day Sunday here on the gear circuit. Big cheer as Darryl O'Young arrives. Yeah,
it's so cool. A very, very happy team. Welcome back, Darryl O'Young, and supporters alike. Darryl O'Young will be impressed by the Lamborghini driver as well. Interesting to see their reaction to each other down in Parc Fermé, because that gave us a race.
Absolutely so. Bit of help needed just to line the car up so it can get onto the scrutineering patch. And the technical team will weigh the car, make sure that everything is as the regulations dictate. Darryl, such a character at this venue. He's even got his own merchandise unit outside.
I saw that, yeah.
So the success continues. A 3rd GT Cup win at Macau for Darryl O'Young. Of course, the other great thing about this, even if you are a driver that you see regularly in a championship in that car, the livery is always different here to reflect local sponsors, local industry. HK Asia Medical Holding adorning the car.
He's smiling.
He is.
With good reason.
And in a moment, the car's going to be off the scales and he'll be able to hop out.
So, door opened. Quick word with the scrutineers, the technical team here at Macau. And then we can see the smile on the face of Darryl O'Young and the celebration with the team. Lovely to see. And a thumbs up away for the camera. And now the preparation for the podium after the obligatory driver weigh in with all of the equipment, the gloves, the suit, the helmet, everything.
And the gear circuit takes a breath before the next race. But Darrell O'Young winning the Greater Bay Area GT3 Cup race from Lin Kang and Chang Xianshang in third place. Min Heng fourth from Liao Yang, and then Li Qinghin. Andre Harriento seventh ahead of Ran Kunfan and Vincent Lin ninth, and then Vincent Florendo for the Be Quick Absolute Racing team with his Audi rounding out the top 10. 11th, Kevin Say, I thought had been classified 10th originally, but anyway, 11th he is in the end ahead of Hank Kicks, and then Kuokua Shin, the final classified finisher of the 13. Adrian De Silva retiring early after a desperate weekend, and Alex Liu also crashing out. So driver and car on the scales. The car is weighed, the drivers are weighed. To combine to make sure that the information is correct. There's a regulation weight, minimum weight for car and driver. Darrell O'Young already clear of the scrutineering bay, making his way now to the podium, the front of the race control building, overlooking the pit lane and the start and finish area, and he'll head to the cheers of those from the grandstand. The officials then making sure they've got the right drivers, and a very pleased Darrell O'Young, then the Canadian-born Hong Kong driver, making his way to yet another win here.
That's a great sight, isn't it? Real joy on the face. Reflects winning one race at Macau is special. Winning more than one still brings the same joy.
Absolutely. And a race like that, which was tough, even more so.
Yeah, quite right too. Super race that.
So more photographs for Darrell O'Young. He won. So now he will head to the podium. On the Craft Bamboo Racing patron. Very impressive job yet again here. So the officials take the drivers up to the podium through that very impressive race control building, which houses the offices of the Grand Prix Corporation, and then onto the front, where the podium is pretty much dressed already. The Greater Bay Area Trophy Girls await as well, and then the drivers will be called forward. The top three, of course, so Darrell O'Young, Lin Kang and Chang Xianshang. Darrell O'Young, who has been a much-travelled global racer for nearly 3 decades now, and with great success. He wouldn't count himself, I don't think, as a pro necessarily, but he's certainly not an am. He sort of falls into that category in between. But around here, where circuit knowledge is absolutely key, he is very much a force to be reckoned with, whether it's in a touring car or more recently in a GT car.
So we're waiting for the podium, looking at that administration building that houses the offices, houses race control, houses so much. And it was a building that was constructed on the 60th year, celebrating 60 years of the Macau Grand Prix. We've got a new building on the other side of the paddock this year, celebrating 70 years. And
a young chap with his new 70th anniversary clothing on, enjoying himself with his mum in the grandstand. And a very colourful grandstand it is too, not just one colour of seat. It makes it look even brighter and more vibrant, as of course this place is all about colour, and another colourful grid of touring cars will be next. But right now the podium awaits, and we will have Chang Xianshang, Lin Kang and race winner Darrell O'Young very shortly to the steps to celebrate their successes in the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT3 cars. Trophy girls in place. The podium is just about ready here on race day Sunday at Macau.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 70th Macau Grand Prix Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT3 trophy presentation ceremony. First of all, let's welcome our top 3 finishers to the podium. The second runner-up, number 88, Chang Qianshang from Chinese Taipei. Woo! And the first runner-up, number 8, Lin Kang from China. The winner is number 55, Ouyang Daryl Hayden from Hong Kong, China. Congratulations to the top 3 drivers. And now I would like to invite our guests to present the laurel and trophy. Let's welcome Mr. Sean McCreary, Executive Vice President of Operations of Sense China Limited, to present the laurel and trophy to the 3rd place driver. Congratulations. And Mr. McCreary, please also present the laurel and the trophy to our first runner-up, Lin Kang, number 6 from China. Thank you. And now I would like to invite Mr. Poon Wan Kun, President of the Sports Bureau and Coordinator of the Macau Grand Prix Organizing Committee, to present the laurel and trophy to the winner, Ouyang Daryl Hayden from Hong Kong, China. Congratulations. And also I would like to invite our drivers to reach to the top of the podium to take a photo together, please. 好，我们的车手们可以一起到台上拍一张合照. Please look to the front. Congratulations once again to our top 3 winners. Thank you, our guests. Thank you very much. All the drivers, please remain on the podium. 请所有的车手留步. Thank you, our Greek girls as well. Thank you. And here is the champagne time. It's the taste of victory. Let us share your glory moments. Congratulations once again to the top 3 winners of the Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT3. Thank you, our drivers. Please, again, remain on the podium for some questions. And now I would like to hand over to Chris, please.
Thanks very much, Janice. Let's grab a word with our top 2. We'll start with our Lamborghini driver, Lin Kang. Lin, a quick word. Lin, well done. You made Daryl work very hard for it at the start, on the restart. You tried everything.
Tried everything, but it looks like the Mercedes has a little bit more accelerated than my car, but our car is very strong on the braking, so I always catch a bit back in the braking. But on the start and restart, I have no chance. I tried everything, but I also touched the wall many times. But it was a very good race, so well done to him.
Daryl, race winner Daryl, I understand this is your 19th time at Macau, your 5th different win here, and you could tell yesterday in qualifying you got straight down to the pace, you pushed hard, you just look at home at this place. What does it mean to drive around Macau?
Well, firstly, it's just amazing, 70 years here, so congratulations to Macau Grand Prix for putting this amazing race on for so many years. And I'm just really happy to be here. And yeah, it was difficult today. The track was a bit low grip, I think, from the rain last night and the oil up in Melco. So it was quite a struggle to fight with the car. And I think even Kang Lin said he touched the wall a couple times. And I was very close a few times. And yeah, for sure we had to push today, but it was a really good race. And he gave me a big fight.
I've got to ask you before you go, 20 years next year, you've got to come back and win again, haven't you?
Yeah, it'd be cool to come back 20 years. And yeah, I can't believe those 20 years went by so quickly. And it's hard to imagine how 70 years of history for Macau is. But yeah, it's fantastic. And thank you, everyone, for the support.
Well done, Daryl. Give it up for our top 3. Well done, guys, from the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. You'd like to say a few words in your home language? Say thanks. Say thank you.
今天我起跑是从第4去发车，然后起跑之后我就做一个比较好的超越，上到第3，然后就一路的以第3名来带回。很高兴在70届澳门大赛能获得这个成绩，感谢我的车队、赞助商、朋友，谢谢。
Thanks, guys. Thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks, Janet.
Thank you. Congratulations once again to the winners.
concluída então a cerimónia de pódio, a consagração de Daryl Young como vencedor da corrida GT, corrida da Grande Bahia para viaturas com especificação GT3, o outro London compete então pela 11ª vez neste Grande Prémio de Macau, a terceira subida ao pódio para Daryl Young, a segunda posição para Lincoln e a terceira posição para
Attention in the paddock. TCR Asia Challenge competitors. Paddock gate will open in 3 minutes. Attention in the paddock. TCR Asia Challenge competitors. Paddock gate
Good afternoon and welcome to the post-race press conference for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup here at the 70th running of the Macau Grand Prix. We are joined by our top 3 from the race, our winner Daryl Young, and in second place Lin Kang, and in third Chang Xin Chang.
歡迎大家嚟到第70屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車大灣區 GT 杯 GT3 嘅正賽賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係冠軍得主歐陽若曦、亞軍凌康同埋季軍張謙上張千上。
Daryl, there were no easy wins at Macau, but at least you had that track position after sort of winning out at the start. How important was that today?
Yeah, for sure the start was everything today. I had to really time it well. I think you know, he actually also had a good start, so we had we're side by side into turn 1, and yeah, we had to you know, I was fighting hard into turn 1 and first lap, and yeah, it was overall the start went well for me, and that's, you know, happy to maintain that position, and that was probably a critical part of the race.
Daryl, can you please say a few words to our audience in Chinese as well? Thank you.
今日起步一定係好緊要啦。佢都Canlin 都起得非常之好啦。咁我哋都係 side by side 喺入 T1啦。咁呢個我覺得都幾係幾好，但係我都滿意可以起步起得好咧。咁呢個係一個好緊要一個位置喺個賽事啦。
Another one for you, Daryl. I mean, you've had some amazing success here at Macau in the GT Cup, and in this race, it must be a very special place for you here.
Yeah, for sure. Macau is basically our home race. You know, being from Hong Kong, we don't have a racetrack, so to be able to come to Macau every year, and you know, as we race all around the world, to be able to have a home race like Macau is quite spectacular. And the 70th anniversary is something very special. My first Grand Prix was the 50th Grand Prix, so that was quite a few years ago. But yes, this track is home for me.
And in Chinese, please.
呢個賽道跑道一定係一個好緊要嘅賽道啦，因為我哋年年可以跑好多唔同嘅賽事啦，但係我哋可以翻嚟香港嚟澳門去參加啲賽事，俾好多啲香港車迷同澳門車迷都嚟過嚟睇我哋嘅賽事咧。所以呢個賽事係好緊要，因為我第一個賽事係50週年嘅，咁而家去到70週年，我都覺得非常特別。
Kang, it looked like maybe you got a bit close to the wall at the hairpin on the restart lap when you were chasing Daryl. How costly was that? You sort of seemed to lose a bit of time to him there.
Yes, after the safety car, the tire was a bit cold, and I tried to stay as much as close to Daryl, but I think I braked a little bit too late into the hairpin, and I almost couldn't make the turn. I lost, I think, 2 seconds there, so I had to really push a lot to fight back. But the race, I know the race, the start and the restart is so important. So even I managed to come back a little bit, but there's no more time to have a proper fight.
可不可以用中文跟我们说两句？
今天其实起步挺好的，但是我没有办法呀，跟欧阳在1号弯并排，这样我可以抢到东方弯的内线，然后安全车的重启也很难跟上，因为奔驰的加速比我的好一点，然后我的优势是在刹车区，所以这个比赛发车和重启是最重要的，然后后来 我也犯了一些错误，撞了几次墙，所以也没有再更多的进攻的机会。
好，谢谢。那张先生，我也想请你分享一下这次参赛的这个战况。
从起步昨天排位赛我是排在第4，然后今天我是从外线去发车。起步的时候我做一个比较好的起步，然后在外线出1号弯就已经把 第3名的车手过掉，然后卡到东方湾的位置，然后就一路的走第3，然后后来出现了安全车，但安全车我的重启还是比较好，把身后的车手都拉开，最后以第3完赛，我还是比较满意。今年70周年能获得这成绩，我也很高兴，感谢我的车队赞助商和朋友，谢谢。
张先生呢，刚刚跟我们分享了一下他的参赛的过程。So 张先生 just shared with us how he felt about his race. So he started from 4th, and after the first corner, he already overtook the car, his competitor in front of him. And after the safety car, he did a very good start of the restart, and then he kept his balance, and then finally he finished the race with 3rd. He's very happy to be here for the 70th Macau Grand Prix, and he would like to thank his team and sponsors for supporting.
Do we have any questions from the media here? Okay, well, congratulations again to our top 3. If I could just ask you to stand up and stand together for a moment for the photographers, that would be great.
Attention in the pit lane. Attention in the pit lane. TCR Asia Challenge competitors. Pit exit will close in 2 minutes. TCR Asia Challenge competitors. Pit exit will close in 2 minutes.
只係喺排隊賽當中排頭位嘅何偉峰，咁啊喺呢一場地盤嘅賽事當中，頭先講係第10位起步㗎。咁啊，至於有11位打後嘅
beautiful sunshine dresses the grid here at Macau for our penultimate race of the day. And for the first time, we've seen a second race for one category of racing. It is for the TCR Asia Challenge, and the umbrellas are out on the grid to shield the drivers from sunshine, and it makes a very colourful scene as the cars line up. TCR cars, touring cars, line up for their second race of the day. It's going to be the same race distance as race one this morning in very different conditions. It was raining overnight here at Macau, therefore we had a very wet circuit first thing this morning. They followed the Macau Formula 4 race, qualification race this morning, but it was still very wet. The race started under a safety car, so they literally left the grid and they had started the race immediately. And as a result of that, we've now got sunshine this afternoon and a very dry track. So we have very different conditions for our second race of the day for the TCR Asia Challenge. Lo Si-ho won the race earlier on this morning, car number 1, and he took the win from car number 22, and that's the car of Yen Trang. And in third place, right at the end of the race, was number 42, and that was Chang Wen Tong. That was the podium for race 1 of the TCR Asia Challenge here at Macau. As we make our way down the grid, it's number 65, Henry Lee Jr. And a wave to the camera. The grid for race number 2 lines up in a different way. We will definitely have the opportunity of overtaking, because Henry Lee is on pole position in car number 65 alongside, is on the outside, of beg your pardon, of the front row of the grid, because Ryan Wong in car number 93 is on pole position. Second row of the grid sees car number 8, is the car of Quen Quan Wong, alongside the number 55 car of Chen Chi On. Third row of the grid sees the 95 car of Hu Heng, and alongside will be the number 27 car, and that's going to be the car of Lee Ka-hei, who was really going in the first race. Lee Ka-hei, number 42, is next on the grid. The number 42 car of Chan Weng Tong from 326 Racing Team in an Audi, and alongside on the grid will be the number 22 car, and that's the car of Yen Trang. Away for the cameras, and David, a very different look to race 2 for the TCR Asia Challenge. We had a good race, race 1.
We did. This was the man that won it, Lo Si-ho, but you take the top 10 and you reverse it. So it means that the fastest driver in qualifying yesterday, Sean Tong, is the one with the majority of the work to do, starting 10th on the grid. There he is, and he effectively dropped out of the first race with a punctured tyre. So Sean Tong then hoping for better fortunes here, having, of course, led initially, made a mistake, hit the wall, and then got involved with a back marker later on in the race, and that did for the tyre.
A busy race all in all.
Yeah.
And the best that we could give him at the end of it was, you made a brilliant start, Sean. It was a good start.
It was, but it was little consolation in the end, of course, as there is the car of Deng Bao Wei. He is going to start 12th on the grid. Sorry, 11th on the grid, and 12th on the grid there is 21. And that is the car of Paul Poon.
We should expect more from him in this race.
Yes. So the grid is the top 10 times in qualifying reversed. 11th and 12th, well, because it was a top 12 shootout, they stay where they were, and then those that miss the top 12 start in order 13 and back. That's Geronimo Balaraco, who's always a forceful driver. And number 88, Honda, sorry, 68 Honda, James Tang, who should be also there or thereabouts, to use the phrase, but again, thumbs up, he had a spin yesterday. 87 Audi is Chang Chi Lung, 16th on the grid. The RS3, another popular car in TCR, and further Audis represented here by Lam Ka-chun, the Macau driver. and number 85, which is another of the Hyundais for Kachia Hong.
Please clear the grid except for officials and
So the grid is being cleared as you look down at Li Wangji with another of the Hyundais from the Z-Speed stable of this car, the Elantra by 30 TCR. And 66 is King Weng's Honda Civic.
So, smiles all around, right the way down the grid. This is a great opportunity. 2 weekends of racing here at Macau for the 70th Macau Grand Prix, and extra opportunities for drivers to take part in this great festival of motorsport that we have in this part of the world. You can see the colour and all the razzmatazz of Macau Grand Prix down there. That's the number 15 car that lines up at the rear of the field. Chen Kai and the KMA Motorsports Audi. And as the personnel from the grid file their way through the gates in the pit wall, very soon we will have a clear grid and get ready to get this race underway at the top of the hour, 2 o'clock local time here in Macau.
So Henry Lee Jr. Second on the grid. It is Ryan Wong on pole position. Kelvin Wong starting third from the Cupra in the hands of Chung Chiong. Hu Heng and Li Ka-hei come next, ahead of Chan Wen Tong. First time out with that Audi, but he went well earlier on. Yan Chuang in the Lincoln Co is next. Then it is Lo Se-ho and Sean Tong. Certainly a man to watch then, starting 10th on the grid. Deng Bao Wei comes next with Paul Poon for company. Zhang Han Biao, Geronimo Badaracco on the 7th row, the 8th row, Tang Chi Lun, and then alongside James Tang is Chang Chi Lung. Got Lam Kao Chun and Kao Chia Hong ahead of Li Wangji. Ip Tak Meng should be next on the grid. Then 77 of Ouyang Zheng Wei, and Tian Kei is going to round out the grid, all being well.
Chun Hao Wong looked very up for this.
Yes, absolutely.
Very excited about the start of the second race of the day. Only a couple of the categories racing here at Macau this weekend get 2 races. This is one of them, TCR Asia Challenge, and then the headline F4 Macau race, which comes at the end of the day, which we've got to look forward to. Gets underway in quite a time, because that will not get underway until local time 20 to 4 this afternoon. There's an hour built in for the build-up to our single-seater race. We have a long build-up to the Macau Grand Prix with the traditional lion dance and the introduction to the Macau VIPs and government, and we look forward to that next weekend. And today we will have a shortened version of that when drivers are presented to the VIPs here at Macau. That all to look forward to. Before that, we've got 9 laps of touring car racing with the TCR Asia Challenge. Yes, again. Oh no, that car looks really cool up close.
Yeah.
So I really like it. It is. I've just remembered the car, seeing it up close. It's a banana skin kind of livery. Yeah.
Okay. That's Ryan Wong's car on pole position.
And it's very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ryan got involved in the Lo Se-ho accident last year, but hopefully will keep out of strife, starting as he is on pole position here. So there it is, the flying banana. And
I don't even know if it's meant to be a banana, but that's what it looks like.
Okay. Is Mr. K a local banana retailer? That's the sponsor on the side
Well,
of it.
maybe there's the clue.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Grid being cleared, so they're about to be released onto the formation lap. And the same distance as before, 9 laps. Now, we did have safety cars, didn't we, earlier on?
2? I think there were 2.
Certainly ended behind a safety car,
Yes,
didn't it?
yeah.
It was a safety car start and then a safety car within the race from memory. But the field in a moment, set to be released. "15-second board just shown to the drivers. So Ryan Wong and their nearest to us, Henry Lee, about to be released onto this warming up lap. One last chance to have a look at the gear circuit, and this time, of course, it is a much drier and a much faster gear circuit for the TCR Asia Challenge to do battle on. So the field sprints away from the line. One or two cars at the back a little bit slow and sluggish away, but I think they're all got going now. James Tang's Honda was one that was not quite so keen on its toes.
Now let's hope they don't get overexcited. Now they've got a dry track to compete on. They were on wet tyres this morning. It was wet pretty much all around the circuit, wasn't it, for their first race of today. Dry tyres all the way through the field now. A fully dry circuit. Sunshine, and as they weave the cars from side to side, they are doing their best on this formation lap to get as much heat into the tyres as they possibly can for this 9-lap race, with Ryan Wong at the front of the field. They're turning into now Lisboa, the right-hander that offers us so much excitement, so much opportunity for overtaking. And as we saw earlier on in the GT4 race, so much opportunity for near misses. If you haven't seen that moment, which involved the car of Adam Christodoulou, recommend you watch back on the live screen and find the start of the GT4 race, because that was completely and utterly unique.
It was, yes. I think the Macau Grand Prix website offers a race playback
It does,
as
yeah.
well, so you can go and find that race in isolation if you so desire.
Or on Facebook, the live stream on Facebook as well. You can do the same with that.
So options are plenty as the cars then wriggle their way downhill. So this one is the race, I mean, I know this doesn't narrow it down, but it's the one with the real drama, because with the reverse grid or semi-reverse grid of the top 10 qualifiers, there are people that need to be on their toes. In a sense, you want to try and get as many places as you can before Lisboa on the first lap, because after that it becomes difficult for the rest of the lap to make progress, but it's not impossible.
No, it certainly is not, as they head their way round through the tight and twisty section of the gear circuit to the left-hander at Donna Maria, long left-hander. It's tight on the exit of the corner at Donna Maria. Oh, they're not there yet. Just coming through Police and then Moorish. I looked up and saw a left-hander and assumed it was Donna Maria. It was not. It's the left-hander they're heading down to now. That's the one. And through they go. Tight on the exit, as we saw a little bit earlier on today. That's the run down towards the Melco hairpin. Single file, always.
Yes, tight on exit there as well.
Really tight on exit for our pole sitter, Ryan Wong. Getting it pretty close to the barrier on the exit. And now the circuit opens up, gets wider, gets faster, gives them the opportunity to weave the cars and get that last little bit of heat into the tyres. The good news is that on this formation lap, they are all pretty close to each other. Yeah. So the field is nice and tight, isn't it? Which is good news.
So it'll be a standing start, of course, unlike before when it was the safety car start. So this time it's a bow-dry circuit. And like the F4 drivers who are yet to come, they get the two different track conditions over the course of the day. So towards the timing line they will come, one by one, staggered grid, just to give a little bit of space between cars for safety reasons. Even though the pit straight is relatively wide, it does separate them out and just help should there be any dramas.
So the cars round the final corner of the gear circuit, line up on their grid spots, and we'll get the second race of the day underway in due course for 9 laps for the TCR Asia Challenge, all part of this celebration of motorsport, this festival of motorsport here at Macau for the 70th Macau Grand Prix. First line, front row is in order, so too the second, so too the third. The fourth row comes into line. The rest of the field take their places. We are shortly to get this 9-lap race underway.
Last couple of cars into place then at the very back, and as the field awaits then now the 5-second board will be shown once that final car is in place, which it is now. And so with 1 or 2 non-starters for this second TCR Asia Challenge, the top 10 on the grid in reverse from their qualifying order are going to be the ones to watch. What promises to be a great race is about to get underway. Light to go out. Really good start by Henry Lee. Really bad start by Cheon, number 55, as around him darts Lee Ka-hei, who was really good in race 1. Now, what about Sean Tong? Because he made a decent enough start. He's on his toes. So also, of course, is Lo Se-ho as they come then out of reservoir for the first time. Henry Lee Jr. leading the way, then lights are flashing. In second place is Lee Ka-ho, and then in third, Ryan Wong. So he made a really slow start, Ryan Wong. Behind him in fourth place is Kelvin Wong, and out of Mandarin they come for the first time, as it is game on for the race lead, and Lo Se-ho has already cleared 1 or 2 from ninth on the grid.
Yeah, a really good start by Henry Lee, and they're going to go side by side for the lead, and absolutely on the limit is Lee Ka-hei as they go on the run down towards Lisboa. Through Lisboa they go. Little bit of a moment there for fourth place as the leaders are already around San Francisco.
And more drama at Lisboa in the background, but that touch for fourth was Ryan Wong being given the hurry up by Sean Tong. Now, the fact that Sean Tong's already ahead of Lo Se-ho and up into, what, 5th place with Lo Se-ho 6th, that's impressive.
Very impressive indeed. Needs a good race here. He's going to try and squeeze through on this really tight section, but the top 2 have broken away, haven't they? This is a very determined Lee Ka-hei on the opening lap, and right on the tail of the very fast starting Henry Lee. The 2 of them together, tied together through this tight section. You can't really get 2 cars through this part of the circuit, but it has been done. And in a touring car, it can be done.
It can, if you race with respect to the guy you're racing with, then you are both able to accept the space for the other car. Of course, some drivers are better at that than others, but right now Henry Lee Jr. doing a very good job indeed. Didn't really shine in the first race of the day, did he, with an early pit stop when it was that mixed weather conditions of damp and drying. But behind him is a man who got a drive-through penalty in race 1, Lee Ka-hei. And he's hanging on to the back in second spot as they make the climb to Donna Maria now. And on that part of the circuit, Henry Lee Jr. just getting away a little bit, but it's really 4th and 5th and 6th that we need to be looking to see if it's Wong from Tong. It isn't, because Sean Tong has gone through. He's taken Lo Se-ho with him, and we've lost Ryan Wong. So somewhere then the pole car has gone AWOL. Has he dropped back into 6th, or is it worse than that? There is the yellow Audi, but that's a big amount of time lost.
Yeah, huge amount of time. It is a trio for the lead. It might be a quartet before too long, because Sean Tong has really got the hurry up on this opening lap and needed to do that. That was exactly what he needed to do in the first part of this race. And the leaders come round and are about to predict. So it's going to be 6 cars for the lead, isn't it, before too long, as they all 3 top 3 turn through the right-hander and up towards the start-finish line. Top 2 has broken away once again, haven't they?
Yeah, and Lee Ka-hei on the lights trying to distract Henry Lee as they come into reservoir.
Does that work?
Well, not yet, it doesn't. It's more in hope than in anticipation, I think. Henry Lee then having to give a tow now to Lee Ka-hei, who looks on the inside coming down to Mandarin, and that gives him the race lead. And in fact, Henry Lee even put the indicator on there saying, go through, you're quicker. Okay, there's no point me fighting it.
It does work then.
Yeah, yeah. And Sean Tong is about to make his move for 3rd place. Here comes the blue-nosed Honda up on the inside line there as they brake hard on the brakes. He's up the inside of Hugh Hang, and he clears Henry Lee as well. Super. So Sean Tong goes 2nd, and Lo Se-ho is stuck in 5th.
Absolutely superb, wasn't it? 2 cars on the run down to Lisboa. Sean Tong really does have the bit between his teeth for this race, and is giving us a great demonstration of how to be decisive and clean on the opening part of a race.
He made a mistake early on in race 1 when he was in the lead. He then made contact with the back marker and got a puncture, so this is his chance to put it all right. And Lo Se-ho, who is there on the inside, makes a move against Hugh Heng. That's audacious, and it has worked as well.
Works. Goodness me, that was very brave indeed. I did say this is not the part of the circuit that you get overtaking, but in a touring car, you can.
Absolutely. But again, you've got to be respectful, and Hugh Hang was. He thought, well, this guy's quicker. He won the first race. He gave him the run. So Sean Tong now is on a mission to get onto terms with a similar Honda of the Audi, I should say, of Lee Ka-hei. But where is Lo Se-ho? He is still 4th, so he's got to get past Henry Lee yet, so he's losing touch for the moment with Tong, isn't he?
Yep, and just turning through the right-handers, the 2 right-handers, one comes very quickly after another at Police and Moorish, and then onto the left-hander at Donna Maria. So what an opening lap, this opening couple of laps this has been for Sean Tong. He's put in the fastest sector of the race in Sector 2 on this lap. And on sectors 1 and 3 and 4 as well, I beg your pardon, for Sean Tong. Lee Ka-hei put in the quickest overall second sector, but 3 fastest sectors for the flying Sean Tong, and he's bringing down the gap and ever bringing down the gap between himself and the race leader Lee Ka-hei. So the top 2 in a couple of moments are going to be tied together. What's the gap going to be when they cross the line and complete 2 laps? The gap is going to be 0.9 of a second, and now we're on the run down towards Mandarin and therefore also Lisboa. This was the last time that Sean Tong was absolutely superb. Took 2 places on the previous lap. What are they going to do now?
Well, he's going to pitch for the lead, and Lo Se-ho is going to have to pitch for 3rd place, but he's stuck behind Henry Lee, and you can see how much time he's losing. So he needs Sean Tong not to make his move yet and get trapped there, but he wants to get past Henry Lee, and at the moment the race 1 winning Hyundai just does not have the pace, but equally Sean Tong not close enough there to dive bomb Lee Ka-hei. So no change for the leader, no change for 3rd either. Lo Se-ho struggling a bit here.
The battle is on though, isn't it? Because Lo Se-ho on the tail of Henry Lee as they go through San Francisco. They go up through the hill, and Lo Se-ho was very, very brave on this section of the circuit on the previous lap to make up a place early on this tight and twisty part of the Macau circuit. Meanwhile, Sean Tong has closed up, hasn't he, on the race leader. They go around the left-hander at Teddy Ip, and Sean Tong on the back of Lee Ka-hei, and the top 2 tied together on this, the 3rd lap of a 9-lap race. Top 2 on their own now.
Yeah, they are. Sean Tong, fastest man on the circuit then. He's closing that gap down all the time. Took another 2 tenths out in the second sector. Took 3 tenths out in the first sector. And it's almost now borrowed time, isn't it, for Lee Ka-hei, because he knows that Sean Tong is coming and he's coming fast behind him. So before long, the battle is going to be on. Audi versus Honda. And Lo Se-ho, in the meantime, is still trying to find a way past Henry Lee and see what he can do about getting up with the leaders. This, in a sense, ought to be working for Lo Se-ho, with Tong being trapped behind Lee, but he's not there with them yet.
Not able to be as yet. And another story has emerged that Paul Poon is having a much better race, multiple winner here at Macau. He's put in an overall best in the first sector. He's up to 6th place. So at long last this weekend, Paul Poon is having a good race to look back on.
He is indeed, after crashing in qualifying and therefore missing out on his participation in Q2. Sean Tong was almost at the back of Lee Ka-hei as they got to the Melco hairpin that time, as you saw. Right, but the Audi is fending off the Honda, so as they come up now towards the completion of the lap, look to see Henry Lee, who is still ahead of Lo Se-ho. Now, yesterday, the pace of that Hyundai, you'd have thought it just glided through the field without any problems. Henry Lee Jr. may have let Sean Tong go by earlier on and may have let Lee Ka-hei go by when he knew they were quicker, but he's not letting Lo Se-ho go, is he? He's putting up a defence there.
Is he friends with Sean?
I don't know about that, but it's... I mean, it was really Lee Ka-hei that he let through first of all, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's right.
And Sean Tong went by as well. But now Henry Lee thinks, OK, I'm going to race for 3rd.
It's working in Sean's favour at the moment, isn't it? That's for sure, because now the top 2 go on the run down towards Lisboa. What can Sean Tong do this time? Nothing, because he's just a little bit too far back. He went on the wide line, the wide entry. He's doing the same at San Francisco. No way through there. So it's still Lee Ka-hei that leads from Sean Tong, but Sean Tong is driving very determined to take the lead, while we have Lo Se-ho still being held in 4th place by Henry Lee. So they're on the tight and twisty section now. Lee Ka-hei, he leads. Sean Tong in 2nd place. Then we've got the gap before we've got Henry Lee and Lo Se-ho in 4th place. I haven't talked too much about 5th and 6th. That's Hugh Heng in the number 95 car and Paul Poon in the number 21 car. That completes the top 6. Back with the race leaders now, and Lee Ka-hei is doing a pretty incredible job not putting a wheel wrong with the amount of pressure he's under from Sean Tong right there behind him.
Yeah, I go along with that. And Sean Tong trying to work out where he can make that move. It's not going to be here. So the cars now make that run up the hill then from Police towards Moorish. And on the hill, the climb now to Donna Maria. So you've got Audi versus Honda. It is Lee Ka-hei ahead of Sean Tong. And Lo Se-ho has done an absolute best on this lap. So does that suggest that the Hyundai is finally got ahead of Henry Lee? Because if there's clear track space, you can anticipate those absolute bests would be coming. Look in the background, and the answer is no, he's not. It's still Henry Lee in third place, and Lo Se-ho tried to get up the inside there because Henry Lee went deep into the Melco hairpin, so that's becoming a real problem for the Hyundai driver. He just can't make progress now.
No, and of course the Melco hairpin is, so this is an interesting point. The Melco hairpin is an area of the circuit that you cannot overtake over the course of the weekend, so it makes things even more tricky when you get to there, and the car in front has a bit of a problem. It's a tricky section of the circuit, but it certainly does set you up for the run down now where we are for the race leaders, and that's across the line and on the run down towards Mandarin, and the all-important Lisboa, that opportunity to overtake. So across the line goes the battle for third and fourth place, and meanwhile we're back with the race leader. What can Sean Tong do this time as they go through Mandarin? Now this is the all-important run. I'm not sure he's close enough this time.
He might be really, really good on the brakes. He might even get a bit of a tow here coming down to Lisboa, but Lee Ka-hei positions the car in the middle of the road, so there's no real chance for Sean Tong to go either side. He tries to force a mistake, but he still can't do it. The top 8 point scorers across the 2 races, rather than the top 8 finishers in race 2, go forward into the World Tour, the gear race next week. Initially, the idea was that it would be the top 8 finishers, but then a change to the regulations overnight, effectively, has meant that points are going to be awarded in a miniature championship across the 2 races, and it's the top 8 scorers that go into next week's activity.
Which is a really quite wonderful prize for doing well over the course of the first weekend of the Macau Grand Prix this weekend, because to be taking part in the gear race is something very special indeed. When you look at some of the names of the winners here in the past and the championships that have been decided here at Macau, that was an incredible move, wasn't it?
James Tang in the blue and white Honda up the inside of Ryan Wong and forced him out wide, and the pair of them ended up being split there, as well as another of the rapid Audis was able to nip up the inside. Right, for the race lead, they're still nose to tail, and of course Sean Tong now hoping that he will have done enough out of limping to the end of race 1 in order to do anything to get through, because if he doesn't get into that top 8 scorers, one way of making sure he's in the top 8 is to win this race.
Certainly he is, and he's doing his level best to do exactly that, all over the back of the race leader, Lee Ka-hei, as they make their way up towards the Melco hairpin. Now, this is critical. He's right on the tail of him. A good exit from the corner, which he gets, sets him up very nicely for the run down through Black Sand. Speed increases, the track widens, the speed continues to increase as they go down towards Fisherman's and Arbend, the final turn of the corner after they go through Fisherman's. Through Fisherman's they go. This is the run down towards Arbend, the final turn on the gear circuit, and then critically setting up for the run down towards Lisboa through Mandarin, the ever quicker Mandarin. So this is the end of the lap. This is the conclusion of lap number 5 now. It's a 9-lap race, and with a good exit from the Melco hairpin, it can set you up for a really good first part of the circuit, which is the quick part of the track.
Now we've had a change for third place, and Lo Se-ho, who has now done the fastest lap of the race, is up into third place. He's finally cleared Henry Lee Jr. Now Sean Tong, still concerned, may not qualify for next week, but he's about to go for the race lead, and down to Lisboa. He's got the inside line and he's got the job done, assuming he can slow up the car in time for the corner, which he does, and he turns in, and now Sean Tong takes the race lead. He was a little bit of a way back, like half a second as they came across the line, but he got a good run, a good tow all the way down to Lisboa. Sean Tong leads race 2 in TCR Asia Challenge.
And when you said Lo Se-ho went into third place, he did so. He did so in fine style as well, with the fastest lap of the race, a 2:34.2 for Lo Se-ho, now in third place, and now in the lead of the race is Sean Tong. What's he going to do about shaking off Lee Ka-hei as they head around the left-hander at Teddy Ip on the tight and twisty section of the circuit? So that was a really good manoeuvre for Sean Tong for the lead, wasn't it?
It was indeed. And a good, clean pass. No silliness. We've had another change further back as Paul Poon managed to get up the inside of Hugh Heng, who got it all wrong under braking and drove himself into the barrier. That was a very unusual off.
That was an unusual off and really played into the hands of Lo Si Ho. Now in third place with the fastest lap of the race as well. This the battle for the lead. Sean Tong is doing his best to extend the gap between himself and second place. And in fairness, he's got a bigger gap than he had between himself and Lee Kar-hae when Lee Kar-hae was in the lead of the race. So he's doing a good job here, is Sean Tong, determined to be on the grid for the gear race next weekend.
So didn't finish race 1, but he's on target for a win, which I think is 50 points for race 2. And then behind him it is Lee Kar-hae, but you've got chasing on in third place Lo Si Ho. They come down again towards our bend. So Sean Tong's Honda.
What a gap.
Absolutely. So many years you associate Sean Tong with Audis. Safety cars being deployed. That's going to bunch them all up, and that throws Lo Si Ho a bit of a lifeline. We've got, it'll be 3 laps to go at the end of this, won't it, when they come across the line. So this is going to have to be a quick safety car period to ensure that we go racing again the other side of it, as there is Lo Si Ho coming towards the timing line. The leader has gone by. Safety car conditions will now be instigated.
So, a drama with the safety car deployed because they all bunch up together. Exactly what Lo Si Ho wanted in this race. This has very much played into the hands of the third place car. And as far as the qualification for the gear race, it would be a tremendous disappointment, wouldn't it, if a race winner wasn't able to get through to the gear race, because Sean Tong has done absolutely everything in his power to win this race, gained maximum points, has driven incredibly well, and now with the safety car deployed, we have 3 laps remaining. See, now Sean Tong has gone into the lead. An overall best in the first sector, 2 personal bests in the second and fourth sector as well, and this has been an impressive race for Sean Tong.
Right, safety car's picked them all up. Now we need to try and work out why we've got the safety car, who it is that's gone missing. I wonder whether it might be Henry Lee. I'm waiting for cars to come across the line, but the timing screen is not offering any instant clues, but all will be revealed in a moment. Yellow flag at turn 3, and then the safety car. Well, turn 3 is Lisboa, and that's Hugh Heng up the escape road. Is that it? Is that the only reason for the safety car?
I think it must be.
And I wonder, looking at those tyre marks, whether that was caused with a wheel dragging because he hit the wall.
You said it was unusual, didn't you?
Or he hit the wall because something broke and pitched him left.
Yeah.
But either way, he can't turn the car around and rejoin. And I suspect the reason we have the safety car is to get that out of harm's way, because if anybody else goes up the escape road, they're going to hit it potentially.
It's not an escape road,
No.
it's a danger road,
Yeah,
so it needs to be cleared.
And bad news is that it's not quick, by the look of it, to do that.
No, so trolley jacks in place, little dollies need to go underneath the corners of the car to get it moving, so it may take the marshals, the recovery teams, a little while to get that car clear. As we say, we're on lap 7, it's a 9-lap race, and it is being led by Sean Tong, who is driving in such a determined style. He's going to need to carry that on as well. He's got Lee Kar-hae just behind him, who he has already demoted to second place with a great move down at Lisboa.
Here's the incident for Hugh Heng again, 95. Now have a look. He comes towards the braking zone now, and as he brakes, the car puts him towards the wall. It's like something grabbed, and having hit the wall, maybe there's a further breakage, but
it is
strange that under heavy braking, the car should just suddenly swing left.
No, it just changed direction. Something went horribly wrong on the car to cause that to happen, and maybe a little extra bit of damage caused to the car as well. So that's the reason for the safety car. Well, I fancy the safety car is not going to go into pit lane at the end of this lap, is it? Car's being told once again by race control to close up the gaps, to get a little bit closer to one another. You can see why. Big gap there.
And we had drivers penalised with a drive-through penalty in the first race for the same offence. So Sean Tong leads the way. In terms of winning this, he's in the box seat. In terms of getting into the gear race next weekend, he can do no more really than just win this race. A puncture retiring him from the earlier race today. The safety car's lights are still on, so it's going to come through with 2 laps to go. It could end up as just being a 1-lap shootout, couldn't it?
I think it probably will. We've got now, what are we seeing here?
Another reason for an incident. That's the number 6 Hyundai, isn't it?
It is.
Of Li Wenyi. So that car trying to get going as well. I think that's stranded.
Maybe not the isolated incident then down at
And if that's the police, there should be a crane to get that out of the way. And it's perhaps not as easy to swing a touring car out of harm's way than it is a single-seater, but the provision is there. Right, so 2 laps to run in race 2 of TCR Asia Challenge. I was just thinking to myself quietly how well it had been going earlier on.
It had been going supremely well.
Yeah.
And lap after lap of excitement.
Exactly right. Well, Sean Tong will be happy, I suppose, that he was in the lead at least when the safety car came out. Geronimo Badaracco just going through, shot there on the back of Deng Bao Wei. And the lead is now coming towards the Lisboa right-hander once again. Feeling as though the pace is quickening at the moment, which might suggest a restart's coming.
We need that. We need that at the end of this lap because they are on lap 8 out of 9. So for the safety car to peel off into pit lane at the end of this lap would give us some racing to see the checkered flag and the brilliant prize that awaits some of the drivers to compete in the gear race next weekend, on the weekend of the Macau Grand Prix, here for the 70th running of the Macau Grand Prix. Also celebrating the return of Formula 3 cars from the Macau Grand Prix on the 40th anniversary weekend since Formula 3 cars became the machinery to compete at Macau.
So the safety car brings them around and the lights are still on. We've not yet had any notification that it will be in this time, but it might be in that 3rd safety car sector that we get the notification. At the moment, the cars are still within sector 4 on the lap. So, the timing sector, that is. And towards police, it's always an incredibly narrow section of that barrier that juts out, almost arm's embrace, waiting to catch you. Moorish, and then Donna Maria. So if we don't get the safety car in this time, the race is going to finish behind it, isn't it?
It is, I'm afraid, yeah, and we've still had no indication on the timing screen that the safety car will come in, and I think we can assume that that's the problem down at police rather than the problem down at Lisboa, which potentially could extend this safety car period. Although they are speeding up, I think.
Well, yeah, that's what I said at the start of the lap, and it will be in this time, yeah, so that's encouraging then. So it is in that last timing sector where the decision comes to switch off the lights. So it is going to be a chance for Li Ka-hei to fight back. Lo Se-ho in 3rd place, still hunting for a win in the 2nd race. He had a win in race 1 earlier on in the day, but there's always that feeling that race 2 is the more important, even though they're of equal weight here. But as they come up towards the timing line, Li Ka-hei could not be closer to Sean Tong this time around, could he? As we go green, then 1 lap to decide the winner of TCR Challenge Asia Race 2.
Look at Lo Se-ho as well. He in turn is tied to the back of Li Ka-hei's car as they come down, and they get the green flag to change position on the run down toward. This is going to be very exciting down at Lisboa, isn't it? Through Mandarin they go. It is still Sean Tong who leads. It's Li Ka-hei in 2nd place, and now coming under the attention of Paul Poon. Oh, goodness me.
Big off in the background, and Ryan Wong is involved in it as well. Red flag straight away. Race stopped because we've got 4 cars involved. All of that started, I'm afraid, with number 35 getting it wrong. Lam Kar-chun, he was hit by Ryan Wong, and then others got involved as well. So the race is stopped, and this is going to take a while to clear. As you can see, it was number 35, Lam Kar-chun, that lost it, hit the barrier, spun across the road. Ryan Wong, just like last year when he hit Lo Se-ho, had nowhere to go, same part of the circuit, and then others got involved as well. So I'm afraid it's 4 cars in the end. Race suspension, but I can't see it being restarted on the last lap. So
certainly not, no.
I would imagine that's going to be it. That's half your accident. Ryan Wong's going to give up on this place at this rate. 2 accidents year on year, same part of the circuit. Just look at the damage it does. It's only really when you see the accident that you realise the speed that they were travelling at. There's debris all over the road. Ryan Wong gets out of the car. He's okay, which is the good news. 35, Lam Kar-chun yet to get out of the car. Tap Meng goes through the incident zone and scoops bits of debris with him. The race won't be resumed. All the cars are being sent to Parc Fermé. Medical car on scene.
Oh dear, it's not a good sight when you see it's such a quick part of the circuit, isn't it?
Yeah. So here it is again. So Lam Kar-chun, he just loses it. Pure and simple. Can't slow the car down, hits the barrier, comes across the road, and Ryan Wong thinks, I'm going to go that way, but he ends up sort of hitting the brakes and spinning and being hit. And then the car that's hit him, look, comes across the road and gets collected as well. So look, Ryan Wong confronted with that car. Oh, I think it might have been hit from behind anyway, actually. Big, big impact. And then it's number 6 of Li Wengji that collected the third car involved, which I'm trying to identify.
So after the restart, of course, the tyres get a bit cooler as well, don't they? So
yeah.
You can't quite take these corners in the same way that you would in the heat of the race.
True, but that's one of the reasons that that safety car was speeding up. Let them do that, to give them at least a sporting chance.
Yeah.
But it's the third car involved is the one I'm still trying to work out. It might have been Chen Chion's Cupra. But anyway, in a sense, it's academic because the race ain't going to be restarted. And Sean Tong, Lee Kar-hae and Lo Se-ho will be the top 3.
Yeah, they certainly will. And Sean Tong could be very pleased about that. We could only pick out one thing to be pleased about in race 1. I think we can pick out everything to be pleased about for Sean Tong. He had a great opening lap, making up the places early on, and then the constant attention to the back of Lee Kar-hae's car to finally take the lead of the race. Into pit lane, onto Parc Fermé they go. Lo Se-ho will be disappointed that he didn't get the opportunity to have the final laps.
I'm not sure it's going to make much difference. I mean, if you look at the order that they've come into the pit lane, Paul Poon had got ahead of him. So actually...
Oh, yes, he did.
He'll be pleased that he's going to have been given third place on the countback. But that Hyundai just never seemed to have the pace today, in race 2, that it did earlier on.
No, in race 1, yeah.
Just didn't look there.
No, you're right. Yeah, Paul Poon got through, of course, didn't he? The multiple winner here at Macau. And so much happens, I forget things. Do forgive me.
It's easily done because there's so much drama and often it involves the same people. So you think, was it qualifying or free practice?
Yes,
so
I know,
had their spin.
Yeah.
Right, Sean Tong, he arrives at the scrutineering checks. Lee Kar-hae behind, and then Lo Se-ho, the race 1 winner, for third place there, look, in the Hyundai Elantra N TCR. And fourth will be Paul Poon, fifth will be Yan Chuang in the Lincoln Co, and sixth Henry Lee Jr., who of course raced well early on.
So Paul Poon did get the results that he wanted in race 2. It has not been the perfect weekend for Paul Poon thus far, but certainly making up for it with a podium position across the line for Paul Poon is a reasonable way to finish the weekend.
Now, in terms of points, Sean Tong might be okay here because out of race 1, Yan Chuang, who was second, ending up 5th. Third was Chan Wen Tong, who didn't finish. Getting a replay of the incident here, look. So Lam Kar-chun across the road. Ryan Wong sees it all coming and thinks, which way do I go? But he's already been hit. Yes, he was hit up the back by Chen Chion, and that turned him into the incident. Chen Chion, in turn, hits the barrier, comes across the road, and then he gets hit there by Ling Wengji. That's a huge amount of damage to the car of Lam Kar-chun. And on impact, and again, it just illustrates the speed they gave. The cars sort of look like they explode as the bodywork flies, doesn't it? 4 big hits.
Not a good scene to look down upon. The other thing that I noticed, actually, when you saw the initial impact onto the barrier, you would expect a slight amount of flex in the barrier, not a bit. And that's a big, big impact. And the barriers here at Macau do what they're meant to do.
Absolutely.
Which is to keep everybody outside of the racetrack safe. That's a race winner. And Sean Tong out of the car, immediately pulled out of the car and indicated to go to be weighed.
So he gets the points for the win, the drivers from race 1, third Chang Wei-Tong didn't finish this, fourth Hugh Heng didn't finish this, sixth Chen Qion in race 1, and he will be given 11th, and Lam Ka-chun will be given 8th from that race on the count back. So he might have done enough with that victory and the mixed results of others to go through, is what I'm saying, into the gear race next week. Lo Se-ho is content by the look of it, even though that car never seemed to come alive. Sean Tong's delighted though.
Do you think Lo Se-ho was taking things easy? Because
I'm not sure. I just don't think the car looked quick enough. He couldn't get through the traffic early on. Got stuck behind Henry Lee. He's not the sort of driver to just sit there. Lee Ka-hei did a good job.
A really good job, yeah. And leading the race, fending off the attentions of a very, very quick and determined Sean Tong. And happy scenes outside Park Fairmate. Was that an arm around the shoulders to say he's so happy, needed a bit of arm around the shoulder? They're all happy for him, aren't they?
And he's been so briskly turned to the podium, he hasn't even taken his crash helmet off yet.
That's true. Happy scenes down there on the journey to the podium.
Paul Poon being congratulated with that 4th place and a really good turnaround after a crash yesterday. There goes Lo Se-ho. So we've got our 3 drivers, say the officials. The camera crew not allowed to follow. So yet again, the recovery team goes to work. Broken cars, suspended, and huge amounts of damage. As we keep saying, it's only then that you really get a proper idea of just how fast they're going because of the explosive nature of the accident. So Sean Tong winner, Lee Ka-hei 2nd, Lo Se-ho in 3rd place.
So drama as ever in races at Macau. A win for a determined Sean Tong, and Lee Ka-hei and Lo Se-ho on the podium. Podium is coming up in a couple of moments, and we will get the chance to hear from the drivers in the post-race press conference as well. That's something to look forward to. So too, we have another race here at Macau this afternoon, something very much to look forward to. The sun has gone in a bit. It's become a little bit more overcast as the clean-up operation continues, and we did have a build-up of 55 minutes to our final race of the day for the Macau Formula 4 race, and they're going to eat into it a little bit with this recovery, because it's not just the recovery of the cars, it's also the dressing of the fluid that inevitably has gone down on the circuit. There'll be plenty of that.
And they'll check the barriers and everything else. But you're right, that there is time in the timetable to do that. They don't have to rush it. There's no panic involved. But what we will have, as you say, in the meantime, is the podium for TCR Asia Challenge Race 2. And Sean Tong doing a very good job in that race, as the podium shows the podium, showing the podium, showing the podium, showing the podium. So very spectacular image, that.
Infinity.
Indeed.
It always confuses me.
Didn't have any infinities in that race, did we?
No, we did not. No.
Different rule set for touring cars. Yeah. But the pit straight, which lies for the moment empty of cars. It will fill up soon of F4 cars, drivers and teams. And then after 6 o'clock, we'll be full of road traffic.
You know that audio-wise, when you get feedback through a PA system and a microphone, what we just saw is the visual equivalent of feedback.
Yes.
That's exactly what happens. So you get feedback when you feed your own sound back into a speaker. I'm a sound engineer, what can I say?
Very sound. Totally agree. So I can see that the trophy girls are about to step forward. Drivers are behind the podium as well, and the dignitaries will be invited from the other side to step forward, ready to present the trophies to Sean Tong, to Lee Ka-hei and to Lo Se-ho, the 3 Hong Kong drivers. And confirmation of the result. Declared at 7 laps. They were on lap 8, but it goes back to the last completed lap. So Sean Tong the winner, Lee Ka-hei 2nd, and Lo Se-ho in 3rd. Paul Poon was 4th from Yan Chuang and Henry Lee Jr. Then Wong Kwan James Tang was 8th, 9th was Ran Wong, despite being involved in the incident. And then in 10th place, it was Chen Qion. Chen Wentong next from Deng Bao-wei, Geronimo Badaraco and Tian Kai. Ng King Wen was 15th, Cao Chiap Hong 16th, and Ip Tat Meng in 17th place. Provisional result, that is. So, as you look at one side of the Macau Grand Prix building, on the other, there is the podium, and there it is, which is now going to get busy because the doors open, trophy girls step forward, and TCR Asia Challenge Race 2 podium is next, and that will be getting underway any moment as the drivers are ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 70th Macau Grand Prix TCR Asia Challenge Race 2 trophy presentation ceremony. First of all, let's welcome the top 3 finishers to the podium. The second runner-up is number 1, Lo Si-ho from Hong Kong, China. The first runner-up, number 27, Li Ka-hei from Hong Kong, China. And the winner is number 10, Tong Wei-fong from Hong Kong, China. Congratulations to the top 3 winners. And now I would like to invite our guests to present the laurel and trophy to the winners. Let's welcome Ms. Christy Chung, Vice President, Events and Promotions of Macau Resorts and Entertainment Limited, to present the laurel and trophy to the second runner-up, Lo Si-ho. Congratulations, and thank you, Ms. Chung. Now I would like to invite Ms. Raymond Low, Senior Vice President, Property General Manager of Altura Macau and Motor Clubs, Macau Resorts and Entertainment Limited, to present the laurel and trophy to our first runner-up, Li Ka-hei. Thank you, Mr. Low. Last but not the least, let's welcome Mr. Poon Wan-kun, President of the Sports Bureau and Coordinator of the Macau Grand Prix Organizing Committee, to present the laurel and trophy to the winner, Tong Wei-fong. Congratulations. I would like to invite all the guests, please move to the center, and our winners, please go to the top of the podium. Raise the trophy and take the photo together. A loud cheers to our winners! Congratulations! Thank you very much, our guests. Thank you. Thank you, congratulations, and thank you, our great girls. Would all the drivers please remain as we have the champagne shower time? Thank you, our great girls. And here comes the taste of the victory. Let's share this glory moment with our top 3 winners of the TCR Asia Challenge Race 2. A loud cheers! Congratulations! We still have one more to pop. Always the best moment to anticipate for. Here is the taste of victory, the glory moment of our winners. Let's do it. Woo! Congratulations. Thank you. Once again, congratulations to the top 3 winners of the TCR Asia Challenge Race 2. Thank you very much. Thank you.
歡迎大家嚟到澳門格蘭披治第7屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車 TCR 亞洲挑戰賽第2回合正賽嘅賽後記者會。Welcome to the post-race press conference of the 70th Macau Grand Prix TCR Asia Challenge Race 2。首先恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係第1名 John Tong 唐偉峰，第2名李嘉熙，第3名盧思豪。We have with us on stage the top 3 winners. They are finishing first John Tong, finishing second Li Ka-hei, and third we have Lo Si-ho. A very exciting race, guys. Action-packed. We see loads of battles for positions from top to the end. Please share with us about the race. Maybe you can start with Sean. And if possible, after you speak in English, maybe you can say a few words in Chinese to the audience as well. Thank you.
Maybe I can just go with English if it's easier. Yep. So first of all, I'm very happy to win the Macau Grand Prix TCR Asia Challenge. And yeah, it was very exciting, to be honest, because on the reverse grid, I was starting from P10, and I know there's a lot of positions to make up. So, and Macau is not the easiest place for overtakes. So I really have to think it through, make sure I had a good start. And I mean, the team just did a brilliant job. The car was amazing. It was like a glue on the mountain. But we had a slight disadvantage down the straight, and I'm happy me and Ka-hei, we both had a fair fight, and hope all the audience enjoyed it. And I mean, at the end, I have to make it because it's for the Macau win, right? He defended well, and I did everything I can to make the move, and I'm glad we both enjoyed the battle. And yeah, I mean, right now I'm a bit speechless, but I'm super excited. Thanks the team. Thank you everyone for making this happen for me.
Thank you. So Sean just shared with us about his race. So as he started from P10, he knows that 佢其實咧 Sean 就啱同我哋分享咗佢奪冠嘅呢個心得啦。咁佢就話其實佢由 P10 開始咧，加上其實澳門賽道都非常之唔容易啦。咁所以咧佢都有重新考慮過佢應該點樣由第10位開始向前追嘅。咁佢首先咧就確保咗自己嘅起步做得非常之好啦。雖然咧賽車其實喺直路嘅優勢並唔係好大啦，但係都多謝車隊同埋所有嘅朋友嘅支持啦。咁佢架車咧都表現得非常之好。到最後咧紅旗前咧，其實佢都可以守住個位啦。咁佢就好開心可以喺澳門獲得冠軍嘅。Okay, so we're gonna move on to Li Ka-hei, please.
係咪可以講中文嘅？
可以。
我今日好開心啦，因為喺澳門上頒獎台係我由細到大嘅夢想啦。咁其實一開始起步我個起步後咗我覺得自己做得幾好嘅。咁但係由於真係後邊阿 Sean 真係太快啦，喺松山我自己承認我喺松山 Set 3同埋 Set 4其實係比阿 Sean 係輸蝕得太多嘅。咁不過 anyway 最後其實我都好開心可以企到呢個頒獎台第一次，係啊，多謝。
You. So Li Ka-hei is really happy to be on the podium in Macau because it's been a dream for him since he was a kid. He had a pretty good start and he thinks the race is pretty good till Sean, who did an even better job, overtook him in the towards the mid part of the race. He's very happy to be on the podium. Thank you. 盧思豪。
Hello。咁今日就喺第9名起步啦。咁嗰個起步係做得唔錯嘅。咁不過好可惜啦。咁去到第1、2圈嘅時候就開始過咗前面幾架車啦。咁後來就同Henry Lee 咁就喺有幾個圈嘅 battle 啦。咁變咗我哋就同Sean 同埋同嘉熙拉斷開咗一段距離啦。咁後來都花費咗大概2個圈左右、3個圈時間，咁就終於可以過到Henry 啦。咁但係冇辦法，當其時嘅已經係Sean 同埋嘉熙已經拉咗好遠啦。咁我當其時都盡力去追啦。咁後來諗住，咦有個 safety car，諗住有機會可以黐翻埋。咁但係好可惜，都係一再起步嘅時候就得花1個圈嘅時間就。再加埋紅旗就完咗，咁就變咗首先啦，恭喜阿 Sean 啦，攞到呢場車嘅冠軍啦，咁我自己都十分滿意嘅，因為2個回合我都有機會上到頒獎台啦，咁所以恭喜晒大家先。
Okay, so Lo Si-ho started from 9th and he did a pretty good first 2 laps, and then afterwards he's caught in a battle with Henry, and Sean and Li Ka-hei started to pull distance between him as well. So after he overtook Henry in 2 laps, it's the safety car session where he thought he could make it, he could reduce the gap, but unfortunately the restart didn't do pretty well, and after that there's a red flag. So he ended up with the 3rd, but he's still very happy with the result, and congratulations to Sean, and he's excited for the 2 podium finishes. Okay, so now the floor is open for questions. Do we have any questions for the winners? If not, then this is the end of the press conference. Thank you very much. Can we please stand up for the photo opportunity? Thank you.